Hi there, Crazy Master 14. Hi, welcome to stream. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day. We've just started the stream, so I'm just loading up my first encounter. But how are you doing today? It's a lovely day here at the moment. I've already walked my dogs this morning. They've had their breakfast. Shiny hunting. And James, wow, that is early for you, isn't it? I mean, it's relatively early for me, and I'm in the UK. So yeah, it must be really early for you. I like starting the day really early. Makes me feel productive. So I hope you have a good day today. How are you doing, James? Yeah, this is quite early for me as well, so I should be able to get through quite a lot of encounters today. And good, you're doing well. Good. And Crazy Master, you're in Australia, right? And it's super hot. It always throws me. So at the moment, we're kind of in late spring, so it must be late autumn in Australia, and it's still hot. That must be a little uncomfortable. I struggle in the heat, I really do, and it doesn't even get particularly hot in the UK, and sometimes I still struggle with it. So I feel you if it's unbearably hot. I hope you're somewhere cool, and I hope there's air conditioning where you are. We don't have air conditioning here, so we tend to just suffer in the heat. It's pretty bad. And James, you're going to rework your team, and you've got the Piplup you wanted. That's good. That is good. I really like the DLC. It gives a lot of new options. So if you've got the Piplup, then you must be in the Blueberry Academy. I will say that I don't know how far along you are, but there's... okay, so you're considering a mono team, Paldea style. Interesting. That's interesting, and that probably would be quite fun. I like the idea of doing things like that. Ooh, your ace being a shiny Goodra. Interesting. That would be cool. When you're building your team for the Blueberry Academy, you'll be eventually defeating the four. They're not gym leaders, but the four. It's almost like the Elite Four, the Blueberry Academy, and each one's in a different region. There's one of them that you're only allowed to challenge them with a team that has been caught in the Blueberry Academy. So that's worth bearing in mind, because I sometimes forget about that, and then I get to that person and I'm like, I don't have all my Pokemon were caught elsewhere, and I have to scramble to find a new team to build up. You already know. That's fine. yeah, I really liked the academy. I thought it was pretty cool. It's only for the trial, is it? So the actual fight against the guy, it's Drayton, I think his name is. You can use anyone. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That would have been good to know, because I always build up a team just for, because I know the 3 people that you've got to beat in order to get to him make you use particular Pokemon he caught in the Blueberry Academy. I assumed that the next fight it was the same. That passed me by. That's good to know. Yeah, I definitely didn't realise that. That is useful to know. And Cool Dude, hi! I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. Yesterday I got through 200 encounters, no shiny, but getting through 200 encounters, that's a good effort. I'm hoping to get through excuse me. I'm hoping to get through a similar number today, so we will see. No more shiny Starlies, which I have mixed feelings about. It's a little bit heartbreaking, but it's a little bit funny when they do appear. So yeah, it depends on your perspective, but no shiny Starlies since the 2 that I've already encountered. So yeah, I've already encountered one on 77, and then I encountered the other on encounter 679. And cool that you've reached the 4th gym in Let's Go. That's good. I think the game opens up and you can kind of choose what the 4th gym is. I think most people consider the 4th gym to be Erica, the grass gym. Because I think that is the 4th easiest. Is that who you chose to battle 4th? Did you battle Erica 4th in the grass gym? That makes sense. That's a logical one to go for. Yeah. Good. Well, good luck for that battle. You mentioned that you've just got there. So, yeah, what is it? Is it Celadon City, that one? Yeah, with the department store, isn't it? Celadon City. So, good luck for that one. I hope the battle goes well. I'm sure it will do. You made a detour to go to Fire Spit Island to restore my fossils. Is that I remember that being called Cinnabar Island, but it might be called different things in different regions. But that's quite a trek to get all the way to Cinnabar, from what I remember. But it is nice to be able to revive your fossils. They end up being really quite high level if you can get there as early as that, which is quite useful. That's good. Yeah, I think is Fire Spit in it might be in these games. I'm not sure. That rings a bell. It definitely rings a bell. I think that might be in Sinnoh. My memory's terrible. My memory's terrible. But yeah, that's something I always quite liked about Kanto. That you have to do the first couple of gyms in order, but after that, it's kind of up to you where you want to go. You have to jump through a few hoops, and you have to, walk quite a long way, but really you can take on any gym you want after you've got cut and got through Lieutenant Surge, which I think is quite cool. I like options. Yeah, James. So yeah, who else is on your team other than your shiny Goodra as your ace and the Piplup? Yeah, I mean, I don't care which starter I get, but I would quite like Empoleon on my team. I think it's a good one, so that's a good choice, I think. And that's no problem at all, cool dude. No problem at all. I mean, I hope I get it in 2 encounters, but yeah, no, if you've got to go, you've got to go. That's no problem. Thank you for stopping by at all. And if you do come back in 24 minutes, we'll still be here. We will still be here. And James, so that is about your team. Right. Adding a rain setter. That's nice. Yeah. I like having a weather option, so that's quite cool. Not sure what the best one would be. I quite like... I'm not sure, actually. I think Politoed might have the ability Drizzle, and I do like Politoed. Do I have a spare ability patch? Loading up a game I've got on this spare Switch. I can't remember how far I've got on this save file. Let me have a look, because I've got on at least 1 or 2 of my save files that I've got hundreds of them, because I do all these, or I used to do a lot of these online raids that just gave them away. So I ended up with a whole load of those things, and they are really useful. Both for getting hidden abilities, but also just selling them. You get so much cash for them. And hi there, Wolf. Hi, how are you doing? This is really, well, it's quite early for me, so I've got a feeling it's probably quite late for you. I get the feeling you're up quite late. I hope you're doing well. We're doing all good here. The pooches have been walked, they've had their breakfast, so they should be settled for a good 3 hours, I think. So I should be able to get quite a lot of encounters in a row. Shinx has been revived, so everything's ready to go. shiny. But it's not a shiny Piplup, not this time. Okay. Try something else. So, Wolf, on your TikTok. Okay, hold on, let me check. Because I know yesterday one of your videos was blowing up, wasn't it? It was doing very well. Let me just have a look. It had 12,000 yesterday, didn't it? That was the battle where you were fighting Hop at the end of Sword and Shield, and he had his full strength team, and your Lycanroc just swept him. And yes, still hunting for the shiny starter. I'll get it eventually. I'm just on your profile now. Let's have a look. Whoa, you're almost up to 13,000 on that video. Very good. And I can see a new video. Is that from TCG Pocket? I'm just having a look now. It'll have to be without sound because otherwise it'll come through the microphone. Just watching it here now. Very cool. Yeah, I can see you've got some booster packs. Nice. How are you finding TCG Pocket? Have you had any good pulls yet? Ooh, you got a Marowak EX on your first pack. Oh, I see. So the third pack you opened, you were surprised to get something that you really love. Well, I'll be interested to find out what that is. I'm only up to the first pack. Oh, there's no shiny Chimchar. Okay, try it again. Just want to check whether I can go online on this profile, James. Bear with me. Just watching. I'm just up to the Wonder Pick section of the video. But it's nice. Yes, it works well for a video, doesn't it? Because it's kind of framed. It's nice how you've recorded it, because it's like you've recorded it as if you're just looking at a phone screen. It's quite cool. do that. The best part's the ending. I think, yeah, I'm only halfway through the video, so it might take a minute or two. Okay, let's go for Turtwig. Oh, that was a good wonder pick as well. You got a very nice Bulbasaur card as a wonder pick. I like the art on that one. Shiny Turtwig though. Ah, you screen recorded that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's really clear. It's really clear. And you're already up to level 2. And what are emblems? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they're just like cosmetic badges to show off to people that look at your profile. I might be wrong. That's my understanding of what emblems are. I don't think they impact gameplay at all. Okay, I think this might be your 3rd pack. So it's a Lunala pack. Okay, Morlul. Oh, we got a Litten. Very nice. Very nice. That's a good starter. That's a nice one. Oh, and you got a Lycanroc. James was right. James was right. Yeah, you guessed right, James. It was a Lycanroc. And you got a Litten, because Litten's a good one as well. That's a very nice one. That's a very nice one. Good pack opening, I would say. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, so I hope you're enjoying it. Because it is, if you're just looking to just open a couple of packs a day, it's quite a nice app. Let me just give that a like. There we go. Very nice. I'll comment on that later. I'm terrible at multitasking. I won't be able to figure out what to write if I'm doing this. Mind you, these loading screens take ages, so I might be able to. Any luck on the ability patch? So I do. So I've got my game loaded up, and I've definitely got one. My only concern is whether this. What I need to do is make a note of what events I've got saved on each of my saved profiles. The reason I say that is because I've got a couple of saved profiles on Pokemon games on Scarlet and Violet that still have really good events on them, mainly the Rayquaza event. And what I don't want to do is connect to the internet on one of those saved profiles. I don't think this is one of them, so I think I'll be able to give you an ability patch. But I just want to travel to one of the Terra raids that's showing up, and I just want to see which Terra raid event I've actually still got loaded up on this, because I've definitely got a Terra raid loaded up on this save file, and I just want to make sure it's not Rayquaza, because if it is Rayquaza, then I might not be able to do anything, because I won't be able to go online on that profile. Bear with me. But I mean, looking at the Pokemon I've got in it, I don't think. Imagine I don't want to risk it. So bear with me. I'm still figuring that out. But what I could do, what might be easier, is I could post a link to. There's usually someone that streams on Twitch that does ability patch raids where they constantly have raids running where the enemy is a Ditto and they use a really weak Pokemon, so you just have to hit it once and it dies, but it guarantees like 3 ability patches or something like that. That's basically how I got all of my ability patches. I think that might be easier rather than me trying to trade you on, because I am worried that that save profile might have my Rayquaza on it and I don't want to lose it. So let me just get a link, because I think that might be better. Yeah, so this is, it's a streamer on Twitch called Ice Cream, and they're running right now, and it's a Ditto raid. You kill it, you hit it once and it dies, and it gives you 5 ability patches. It's really, really handy. I've used it loads of times. They're a really good streamer. Let me share the link. Bear with me 1 second. Because that way you get 5 rather than just 1. Okay, that's the link to the person on Twitch. Oh, you don't use Twitch. I could just type the raid code that you need to put in, and then you would join that raid if that's easier for you. So hold on, let me just. Oops. How long's left? So there's about a minute left on the raid timer on this one, so we might be pushing it. If we wait until the next one, so in about 3 minutes time the next raid will come around, I can post the raid code in the chat, and you just pop that raid code into your Terra raid code screen on Scarlet and Violet, and then you would join that raid, and it'll be a Ditto raid. And yeah, it should be relatively straightforward. Because yeah, there's no reason to download Twitch if you don't want to. I'll just put the code in the chat if that's easier. But it is handy for getting ability patches, because like I say, even if you don't want the ability patches, they sell for like I can't remember how much, a lot, if you just sell them in the shops on Scarlet and Violet, and then I just use that cash to buy vitamins, and that's how I EV train all of my Pokemon. It's so much easier. So much easier than, you know, grinding or battling chances with power weights and whatnot. It's much easier just using the vitamins. And Wolf. So it was so it was the midnight form that's a particular favourite of you. Yeah. Yeah, so it would be good to get all the forms. They probably do have them. So that would be cool. And you don't mind it. So yeah, yeah, I struggle with it. But it's good that you don't mind it. Because yeah, I find it tricky. I guess it's not too bad if you're using those held items to get the EVs that you want. What I always struggle with is remembering which Pokemon give which EVs. But I suppose if you're just using those held items to get the EVs you want, no matter what, and then you've got enough either berries, or I think Mochi can kind of strip away any EVs that you don't want in a particular stat, then I suppose it's not too bad. I just have nightmares remembering how frustrated I got trying to EV train in I think it was in Ruby Sapphire when I first tried it, and it was the worst thing in the world. I hated it so much. So yeah, I really hated it in Ruby and Sapphire on the originals. And that was when I first heard about it. Yeah, I do think you're right. I don't think it's too bad nowadays, but that has scarred me a little bit, and a part of me will always not really enjoy EV training. So I'm much more of a vitamin enthusiast in that respect. It's not a shiny Piplup. Okay, right, so James, I think Ice Cream on Twitch is just starting a new raid, so I'm going to post the code when it comes up. It should be about now though. Pop it in. It's a little hard for me to tell, but I think it's a... you'll be able to tell, but it's definitely a Ditto. I think it's a Steel type Ditto, so a Fire type or a Fighting type would be good, but it's just a Ditto, so you'll be able to win, I'm sure. And yeah, it's a guaranteed 5 ability patches, which is good. That would definitely do it. I think I can see someone called James in there, and it does look like there's a Gudra, so I think you're safely in. So I think I can see you, so I will be able to watch your battle, which will be quite cool. But I suspect it'll be a very quick battle. Like I say, the streamer that does this, they go in with a level 1 Spinnerack, I think, so it turns into a Spinnerack, and yeah, because the host is only using a level 1 Spinnerack, it ends up being a level 1 Ditto. So even though this is like a 6-star raid, you get 6-star rewards, the difficulty is it's a level 1 Pokemon you're fighting against, so it should be pretty quick. And it kind of is a gen raid, yeah. But I mean the rewards, so if you don't want the Pokemon, you don't have to catch it. But the rewards are fine. But yeah, I think it kind of is. I don't understand it too much, but I mean I don't know for certain. I would suspect it probably is, but I don't know too much about it. My understanding is that there's no problem in taking part on these raids. If you're hacking your Switch to actually create the raids, that might be a problem, but just joining an online raid isn't ever a problem. Exactly, yeah, that's my understanding as well, Wolf. Yeah, the rewards that you get are not affected. So yeah, it's just rewards, really. There you go. The Ditto Spinnerack has gone down. And I can see the shiny Gujarat, actually. That is a nice shiny. That is a nice shiny. And Pancake, hi! Good to see you. Thanks for joining. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, there you go. There you go, James. So that should have got you an ability patch, 5 ability patches. Let me know if you want to do it again or anything like that, because I can keep posting the codes if you want. It's up to you. But yeah, that's generally how I get all of my ability patches, and then that's by selling those ability patches. That's how I get all of my cash in Scarlet and Violet. Most of the time. Perfect. Okay, I'll close that down then. Cool. Okay, I keep forgetting which one I went for last time. We'll go for a Chimchar this time. So I got through 200 encounters yesterday. I'm hoping to get through a similar number today. So I finished on 1,500 yesterday, and I'm hoping to get up to 1,700 today. Fingers crossed. So I'm doing well. I'm doing very well, Pancake. Thank you very much for asking. Yeah, it looks like it's a nice day where I am. In the UK. It's a Sunday. I don't even have to work tomorrow, so I'm in even better mood because tomorrow's a bank holiday in the UK. When I walked the dogs, the weather was fine, so it wasn't raining or anything like that. It's been nice. It's been nice, and I've had a fairly productive morning as well. I've done a little bit of hoovering, because what I need to do is get the house in order, because we've got family visiting next weekend. So just so everyone knows, there will probably be a break in the streams. I won't be streaming next weekend, and probably the weekend, well, definitely the weekend after. So there'll be a gap of at least 2 weeks, I think. But before my family get here, I need to straighten the house up a little bit. So I've had a fairly productive morning. Ah, James, yeah. So yeah, from what I can remember for a drizzle Pokemon, yeah, I remember Pelipper's one, and Politoed. Yeah, that was it. Politoed as well. Yeah, Kyogre would be good as well. Yeah. I think my understanding on Kyogre, I think you can get it in Scarlet and Violet, but that's post game, and you have to do quite a few Blueberry Academy quests, and depending on your version, I can't remember which one it is, you either have to do the solo quests to get Kyogre, or you have to do the group quests with someone else to get the Kyogre. But it's definitely post game. So yeah, that's a shame. But I like both of those Pokemon. I'm a fan of Politoed. I think it's a nice design. And Politoed can learn Perish Song, and a lot of the battles in Bloomberry are double battles, and Perish Song is at its most effective, in my opinion, in a double battle scenario. Personally, I would go Politoed, just because I really like. I'm a fan of Perish Song. I think it's quite cool. I've watched a few. I've watched a few Pokemon tournaments, that they've done in the past year. I haven't watched any of the recent ones, but I've seen a couple where a player called Wolf Glick often uses a Perish Song team, where he will use his Politoed. He also uses a Gothitelle that kind of has the ability, I think it's Shadow Tag, something like that. It basically prevents the opponent from switching out. So what he would try and do is send out Gothitelle and Politoed. The opponent can't switch out because of Gothitelle's ability. Use Perish Song on Politoed. Watch the timer tick down until everyone is about to die, and then he's able to switch his out, but the opponent can't because of Gothitelle's ability, and it's a way of kind of taking out the opponent, making use of Protect to kind of stall those turns away, healing up. It's an interesting way to play, very strategic. So I find it quite interesting. So yeah, out of those two, I'm a fan of Politoed, but I do know Pelipper's really good as well. So I think whichever you prefer, really. And Pancake, if anyone lives in Perth, you know how cold it is. That is strange, because at the start of the stream, I mean, I know Australia is big. This is the thing, Australia is such a massive country, isn't it? Somebody joined the stream who said it was super hot in Australia, but obviously in Perth, which is, I always forget, I think is Perth, well, you've said WA, so I'm assuming Western Australia, but I think a lot of the cities I know in Australia are on the east coast, aren't they, I think? So I think Perth might be the outlier a little bit. But it's strange. Yeah, crazy math. Yeah, exactly. So it's strange that in one area of Australia it's really, really, really hot, and the other it's really, really, really cold. It just it shows what a big country it is. It's crazy for me to think about, because I'm in such a small country where pretty much everyone has the same weather, and it's a bit boring. You know, if we're in one part of the country, it's pretty much the same as another part of the country. It might be raining or it might be clear, but the temperature doesn't vary that much. But yeah, it seems like there's massive differences in Australia. It's almost certainly, probably even more the case in America as well. It's strange for me to get my head around, coming from such a small country. And And Pancake, so you've played soccer today. That sounds fun. But you got hit. That sounds painful. I hope you're okay. And you got some fruit chews, little candies afterwards. That sounds great. That sounds great. And that sounds fun as well. So very good, very good. So yeah, Crazy Master, you're in Sydney. Yeah. My geography is pretty poor, but in my mind, yeah, Sydney's over on the east coast. In my head, I'm almost certainly, probably not right, but yeah. So it sounds like you guys are on opposite sides of Australia. Such a big country. I've always wanted to go, but just never been. It is very far. Could not be further. And James, did they fix the thing where if you traded a Pokemon and then got it back, you still couldn't nickname it? Oh, I didn't know about that. I would have thought if you were the original trainer, you should always be able to nickname it. That is a shame. If it's your Pokemon, you've traded and trade back and then you can't nickname it. I would have hoped they would have fixed that, because that feels like something they should. That's just how it should work. If it's your Pokemon, you should be able to nickname it, in my opinion. But then again, I think you should be able to nickname any Pokemon, even if it is, even if it has been nicknamed by a previous person. In my opinion, you should be able to call it what you want. But that just stems from when I used to play the original games. I never used to like the nicknames that the NPCs would give to their, Mr. Mime or Farfetch'd. I always wanted to just call it by the original names. And my view that you should be able to change nicknames has only been more reinforced by the Wonder Trades that I used to get from Sword and Shield, which I'd be so excited to get a shiny from a Wonder Trade, and then it would have a website name, and it would be like, well, I can't use that, it's terrible. And I would have done anything to be able to just change that, and you can't. I don't like it. That feels like a relic from the past, not being able to change nicknames. I do wish they would change that. And Wolf, you're getting some ramen. Yeah, that sounds good. You never have to. Yeah, don't worry at all. That sounds delicious. I do like ramen. It's a nice, quick, delicious meal. I'm a fan of that. And Pancake, yeah, it's almost winter where you are, so it's freezing. It's crazy for me to think about, because in the UK we're getting closer and closer to summer, and then obviously in the US it's the opposite. In Australia, sorry, it's the opposite. You're heading straight into winter. It's crazy for me to get my head around that. And Wolf, it's kind of summer where you are in Arizona. There's been quite a few days in the UK where it's felt like, if you told me this was the height of summer, I would believe you. We've had some nice weather here as well, which is always good. And you're having chicken ramen. Nice. Yeah. I always like just adding random things to my ramen. So I like to just throw in some frozen peas or some frozen sweet corn into my ramen. I also like chucking in a little bit of sriracha. Maybe if I've got some sliced ham in the fridge, I like throwing that in as well. I just like throwing random things in my ramen. But it's always nice. It is always nice. What did I go for last time? I can't remember. Let's go for a Piplup. So Pancake, it's 17 degrees in Perth. Yeah, that's a little chilly. It's a little chilly. It's... I say that, but it's also that's probably within my wheelhouse for it's about fine. I think the UK is just is a fairly cold country, so 17 degrees doesn't sound too bad for me. That sounds pretty alright for me. But obviously, if you're used to warmer weather, then that could be very cold. And also, if it's raining at the same time, then yeah, any time it rains and it's a little bit chilly, that is gonna feel way colder than that. So yeah, that I can imagine that being really quite cold. I hope it was okay. And Wolf, you like to pour milk in it to make it creamier. That's interesting. I've never tried that. But if it makes it creamier, then yeah, that could work. I think that's what's nice about ramen is you can kind of personalize it to your own taste. So that's interesting. But yeah, it's good that you're able to just tweak it to our individual tastes. It's quite good. 7 degrees at night. That does sound a bit chilly. So that is chilly, definitely, absolutely. That is rather cold. Yeah, you need to wrap up warm. Wrap up warm if it's that cold at night. No, I did Piplup last time, I remember. We'll do Turtwig this time. But yeah, I think everyone has different preferences when it comes to temperatures. I think because I've been brought up in the UK, I'm pretty okay with cold temperatures. It's the hot temperatures that I struggle with. If it gets in the high 20s, I'm struggling. And if it gets to 30, I'm a miserable wreck. So I think we all prefer different temperatures. I have my preference on the cooler side because that's just what I'm used to. Because I always feel if it's really cold, all I need to do is just wrap up warmer, put on extra layers, just put on warm clothing, and then I'm fine. Whereas if it's 30 degrees, there's nothing I can do. You can't wear less clothing. You just have to suffer through it. So I feel, I really struggle in the heat. I really do. But then everyone's different. So Pancake, you checked and it's 7 degrees now already. So that's not even at night for you, is it? It's wow. So I mean, well, when I say it's not even night for you, I mean it's not the middle of the night for you, is it? So it's gonna get even colder, presumably. So that is a bit chilly. That is a bit chilly. 'Cause I always think of Australia as very, very warm. Obviously, in the winter, that probably isn't the case. That clearly isn't the case. But yeah, in my head, I just imagine Australia to just be really warm. And wolf, yeah, I guess, yeah, animals, yeah, they do have that thick layer of fur to keep them warm. Yeah, that is true. I don't know if it. I don't know too much about dogs, but what I do find is that my two pugs, around this time of year, so spring leading up to summer, the littlest one, Mifa especially, she really starts shedding her fur. Like, you know, they always shed their fur a little bit, but around this time of year, it really feels like every time I touch her, just a huge cotton ball of fur just flies off her. And I'm assuming that's her body knowing that she needs to get rid of excess fur because the weather's getting warmer and it's going to be warm in the summer. No idea if that's true or not, but in my head that seems to be what's happening. And Deb, everything's going very well here. Thank you very much for joining the stream. Good to see you. You're on the bus returning home, and you're joining the stream in 2 or 4. Yeah, I mean, whenever you want to join, it's always good. Thank you very much for popping in. That sounds like a long bus ride. I hope it's not too bad. And yeah, I hope the journey goes well. My last journey that I had was coming home from work on Friday, and it was awful. I had to get the train back, but the train broke down. I had to travel to the next train station. It was so I hope your journey goes nice and smooth. So Crazy Master, for you at the moment it's 16 Celsius. Yeah, which isn't particularly warm now. I suppose it's not. What time is it roughly in Australia? I'm assuming there might be more than one time zone, I suppose, but I'm assuming it's like the evening time, but I might be wrong. But yeah, 16 is a bit chilly, isn't it? It's a bit chilly. I think if you were out in that, you'd want it a little bit warmer. Even myself, who quite likes it cold. Ah, right. So 7:20. Yeah. So it's in the evening. So yeah. And wolf. Ah, right. So there is a shedding scene. Yeah. So yeah, in my head, that's what's happening. You know, my Daruk doesn't. I mean, Daruk is pretty. Yeah, he does. I think he does shed more, but Mifa takes it to a whole new level. She's constantly shedding the past few weeks. Ah, right, okay. So, Wolf, your girl dog Nana sheds the most out of all your dogs. Yeah, my girl Mifa, she sheds the most. She sheds more than Daruk. So it might be a female thing. Who knows? I'm not sure. And James, you're tempted to do something stupid. You're considering asking ChatGPT to build you a team. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking the question. Whether you actually want to take ChatGPT's advice, that's up to you. But I mean, you could see what kind of suggestions it comes up with. That's interesting. I've never thought to try something like that. It might be interesting. And Dev, it's 31 degrees where you are and feels like 35. Yeah, I would be too. Yeah. It's India where you are, is that right? Am I remembering that correctly? But that sounds very hot to me. I struggle with that. That's exactly the temperature range where I really struggle. Yeah. As soon as the temperature gets to 30, 31, and I do struggle. So yeah, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're keeping hydrated. It's important to stay hydrated in that kind of weather. But yeah. And that's, yeah. So Wolf, your Peter sheds the least. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's strange because we've got we've got Daruk and Mifa, who they're both pugs, but they have very different fur in terms of how they feel. Mifa's fur is a lot thicker and softer, and Daruk's is a little more coarse and not as thick. And in my head, I always thought that the reason that Mifa's fur was so thick and fluffy was just because she was a puppy and she'd grow out of it. But you know, she's almost 3 years old now, so I don't think it's going to change. She's just a fluffy pooch. And Deb, yeah, we'll see you later. Have a safe journey, and I'll catch you later. Pancake. So you need glasses because there's a nerve in your eye, and it's either a bit low or it's a bit high, but it's causing headaches. No, yeah, that's the thing. I think sight can have an impact on headaches, and yeah, you want to avoid headaches. I don't like getting headaches either. So I'm hoping the glasses help with that. But yeah, I've definitely heard that if you've got, if your eyes are having to strain, that can lead to headaches. So making sure that you've got the correct prescription for your glasses can have a big impact. So yeah, no, I hope that helps. I really hope that helps. When you do get your glasses, I hope that rectifies it. And Wolf, have I ever seen long-haired pugs? I don't think I have. Yeah, I've only ever seen, pugs that look, fairly similar to the ones that the ones that we've got. Let me have a look. Let's have a look on Google to see what images it comes up with. Long-haired pugs. Oh, okay. We've got, yeah, that's quite cute actually. It's quite cute. I mean, all dogs are cute, really, but yeah, they do look quite cute. I would say, they're like little fluffy lions. Some of these pictures they look adorable. Okay, so James, this is what ChatGPT has come back with. A team of Pelipper Dreadnought, Gastrodon, Ludicolo, and Palafin. Interesting. Doesn't sound too bad, to be honest. I'm a bit rubbish with remembering all of the abilities, but I've got a feeling Ludicolo quite likes being in the rain, and Gastrodon's got quite a good ability, Storm Drain. there's something there. It doesn't sound too ridiculous. But did you ask it to do a mono type thing, like just a pure water team? Because it is, all of them are water, aren't they? And probably should tell it to include DLC Pokemon. Yeah. And a couple of them do look like little little mini lions. Okay, let's go for a Turtwig. Oh, it's not shiny though. So yeah. So James, you asked them to create a water gym leader team. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I could imagine that as a water gym leader team. So Pancake, if a pen is coming towards me at your nose, then the left eye goes to the side a little bit. That's interesting. Yeah, and it might just be the glasses that sort that out. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, the opticians, they do they do tests like that, don't they, where they put an object close to your face and then ask you to focus on it. It's been a while since I've had an eye test, but I remember something like that, and then having to read the letters from across the room. And Crazy Master, bye. No problem at all. Thank you very much for stopping by. It's been nice. Hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. But yeah, Pancake. Yeah, just I would say trust in your opticians. See what they say, and yeah, if they recommend glasses, then that sounds like the best thing. And I think glasses look good. A part of me kind of would like to wear glasses, but I've never actually had a optician recommend that. But I do think glasses look good. And Wolf, you're going to get your ramen. Good. Bon appetit. I hope it's delicious. Sounds good. It sounds good. Ramen's always a good choice, I feel. My pugs quite like to sunbathe, so you can see Daruk in the bottom pooch cam. He's got his face in the sun. I suspect he's going to try and move completely into the sun at some point. He does tend to move around to follow where the sun is. It's a Pancake, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's, that's just how it is, that it'll be, yeah, I'm sure it's not crazy, that's just how everyone's different, so it's not really anything to worry about or anything like that. Sounds like glasses are going to sort out the problem. And it's always good, it's always good to be able to see a little clearer as well. So I hope once you get the glasses, then the headaches go away, and then it should all be better. Calamari, hi! Welcome back. Lovely to have you. I hope you're having a good day. We are 24 encounters into this stream. No shinies just yet, but this should be another fairly long stream. I'm hoping to get through another 200 encounters, so we shall see how far I get with that. That's the plan. So I'm hoping to get up to 1,700 encounters. Have you been searching for Mesprit, Calamari, or have you taken a little bit of a break from that? If you have been looking for it, I'm hoping that search has gone well. I keep forgetting what I went for last time. We'll go for Pickle this time. So Pancake, now you have to do an eye exercise. I've never heard of an eye exercise, but that makes sense if there's something you can do that can kind of strengthen, the muscles around the eye or something like that. So yeah, I would say whatever your optician has recommended, I would stick with that, because they'll know what they're talking about. And Calamari, you took part in Maydar Week and got yourself 8 shiny Delibirds. That sounds crazy. I don't know what Maydar Week is. I'm trying to think. Is that because it's called Maydar? Is that something to do with the Poke Radar in BDSP? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Maydar Week is. But it sounds productive if you've managed to get 8 shiny Delibirds. That sounds like fun. I like Delibird shiny. Yeah, it's nice and purple, isn't it? Maydar means hunting shinies using the Poke Radar. Right, that's where that's how I was thought. Yeah, I've never done that before. Interesting. You get the Poke Radar in the post game in this. Is that right? Because when I played these games originally when they came out, once I beat Cynthia, I think I just put the game away. I didn't really do much post game stuff, so I think I missed out on the Poke Radar. But I've heard about it, and it probably is something I'd like to play around with once I eventually get it, because it does sound interesting. I feel like it definitely looks interesting. But well done. That sounds good. To get 8 shiny Delibirds, that sounds very effective. And so you're eating dinner and then continue the Mesprit search later. That sounds good. Well, I hope your dinner is delicious. So bon appetit. So James, your so Pelican Basket Legion, Empoleon, Iron Bundle, and Storm Drain Tatsugiri. I didn't know Tatsugiri had Storm Drain. It's an interesting team that ChatGPT has thrown out there. Yeah, but it's funny that they included Empoleon, who you already were planning on putting in your team. That is quite an interesting suggestion for ChatGPT to have. Ah, so Pancake, yeah, so you went to the optician yesterday. That's good. That's good. So yeah, I would say just whatever they say, I would follow their advice. Definitely. So Calamari, you can get the Poke Radar early on, but I need to see. Ooh, that's interesting. I assumed it was a post-game thing, so you can get it early just so long as you've seen the Pokemon. Ooh, okay. I may look into that because I think I'd quite like to do a Poke Radar hunt during the playthrough. So I might look into that. So I should be able to just transfer some Pokemon from home, and we'll see. That does sound interesting. I want to try the Poke Radar. It was something I never got around to doing previously, so I am interested in doing that. And Wolf, yeah, I'm not certain whether that is actually its ability. I think James has got some. He's been asking ChatGPT to recommend teams, and it may be that ChatGPT is throwing out some odd suggestions. Because I didn't know that Tatsugiri had that ability. Let me just have a look, because I'm not sure. I would never trust ChatGPT. I think it's good for ideas. I'm not sure I'd ever trust it for facts. Oh, it can have Storm Drain. It's its hidden ability. I had no idea about that. There you go, ChatGPT knows more than me. It doesn't take much to know more than me, but ChatGPT knows more than me. Interesting. So Calamari, you managed to get yours before the first gym. Yeah, you just went to Pokemon Home and transferred. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing. Interesting. I will probably end up doing that. Yeah, because I really like the idea of doing a Poke Radar hunt. I think that will mix things up a little bit, and it's something I've never ever done. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to take part in Madar though, because I'm not sure I'm going to get the shiny while it is still May. But I mean, that would be amazing if I could take part in that. Yeah, I really hope I get this shiny then. And thank you very much, Wolf. Thank you for the shiny luck. It could happen. It could always happen. And I would be absolutely ecstatic if I could get it today. And Crazy Master, welcome back. Welcome back. We're still searching. Not sure when it will arrive. Oh, it's not Turtwig. They're all such good shinies. I really would like one. Because yeah, I mean, I was already excited to start playing this. Now finding out about the Poke Radar, I mean, I'm even more excited to play it. It will happen when it happens. And thank you, Calamari. I really hope I get it under 2,000 as well. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah. But yeah, I guess whenever I get it is fine. I got lucky with my Mewtwo hunt, so I got that under odds. So yeah, it's I am a little bit worried because maybe because the last hunt went under odds, maybe I'm due an over odds hunt. Who knows? I would be very glad if I can get this under 2,000. That would be amazing. So, pancake, yeah. So yeah. Hopefully, hopefully the glasses will help then, because that's the thing. I think as you know, as you grow, everything changes. So hopefully the glasses help, and the main thing is hopefully that helps with preventing any headaches. And Carrot, hi there. You made the mistake of playing Pokemon Run and Bun. I've never heard of that. It's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, what is Pokemon Run and Bun? I've never heard of that. So is it a ROM hack? What does it involve? Because I've never heard of that. And why was it a mistake? Is it a bit odd? Is it a bit of an odd game? It's a ROM hack. I see. Yeah, I get the impression that maybe some of the ROM hacks have. It's because it's too difficult, right? I see. Yeah. But it's set in Emerald. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it's the community's way of making the games more difficult. Because because you can't change the difficulty in the games. Then I guess by making ROM hacks, they can increase the difficulty and increase the challenge. But then they might go too far, I guess. So I'm assuming it didn't go very well. But did you at least have fun with it? Because sometimes when it's challenging, that can be quite satisfying. Even though it might be difficult and you might fail a couple of times. Where there is that difficulty, if you keep going, sometimes it can be quite rewarding. But yeah, a Nuzlocke. I've never tried a Nuzlocke. I think it would be too. I think it'd be too much for me. And that's good. That's good that you had fun. Good. Yeah, and that's the main thing. It's not about. It's not about the end result. It's about the journey. So as long as you had fun along the way, and some of the most difficult games you tend to remember the most as well. But yeah, Nuzlocks are. I find the idea of them very daunting. The idea of when your Pokemon faints, that's it. You can't use it anymore. It would break my heart. So I think I'm impressed that you're able to attempt those types of challenges, because I would find them really difficult. Go for a Chimchar. It's not shiny. And Carrot, you don't mind me calling you Carrot, because I know you had an alternate account that was called Carrot, because I don't know how to pronounce your username as it is. I might be able to. I think I would have been able to type it out when I used, before I had the microphone, but I wouldn't have a clue how to pronounce that to say it. So I hope you don't mind me still calling you Carrot. Let me know if there's something that you prefer me to call. Okay, good. I'm glad Carrot is okay for you. Good. Because that is easier for me to say. So you don't know how to pronounce it either. Good, I was relieved. Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad it's not just me. Good. But carrot is good. Carrot is good. Because I haven't gone on your channel in a while, Carrot. Have you put any of your attempts on this recent ROM hack on your channel, or have you just been playing it just on your own? And Pancake, you can make a dolphin noise, so you can make a squeaky noise. Maybe I can try. I definitely can't try that. I definitely can't. I definitely can't make any kind of animal noises, I'm afraid. I'm not very good with with different voices or anything like that. I've just got the one voice, unfortunately. And yeah, calamari and crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue where to start on pronouncing that. And I see, right, yeah, so that the runs end a little bit too quickly to share them. Fair enough, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, yeah, let me know if you ever do, put any more on, because I remember watching your Radical Red playthrough, and I enjoyed that. So if you ever do anything like that, I'll try and keep an eye out for it. So Wolf, you can do a cheetah chirp and a zebra bark. There you go. People can do animal noises. I am terrible with animal noises. Yeah, I definitely can't do anything like that. But it's good that other people can. That's cool. That is cool. And calamari, you'll be back after feeding your dogs. Not a problem at all. That's important work. Poachers need to be kept well fed. You have a whole pack of them, so. Yeah, I can imagine feeding times would be quite involved. It certainly would be for hours if we had 6. I can't imagine the chaos it would be with 6 of mine. But as I say, mine are not particularly well trained. I get the impression yours are well behaved, which is good. So Carrot, yeah, you're waiting till you get past the first gym to start recording. That makes sense. That makes sense. And there's no rush at all. Just wanted to, let you know whenever you do. I'll keep an eye out. And Crazy can do a monkey impression. It seems like, a lot of people can do animal impressions. I really can't. I really can't. And if I were to, I got a feeling that would freak out my dogs if I started making random animal noises. I don't want to freak them out. They're very calm at the moment. Oh, it's not a shiny Piplup. So we go again. So Carrot, so your next vid will be Pokemon, but they evolve 5 times. I think I remember you talking about that, actually. Yeah, I will try and look out for that when that comes out. So, Carrot, you're sending a shiny soon. What does that mean? Where are you sending the shiny to? I'm really hoping I can find a shiny. I really can't wait to start this run. But we'll have to see. Thought Daruk would want to settle there. Because there's a patch of sun there, that's where he tries to be. Crazy Master. Do I think I'll get it before 2,000 encounters? No, I don't think I will. The odds are 1 in 4,096. So on average, that's how many it should take. That doesn't mean it has to take that many. Could be less, could be more, but on average, that is the expected number of encounters. So I think it would be very optimistic of me to think I would get it before 2,000. I really hope I do. I really hope I do. It would be amazing if I could. But in my heart, because I got lucky with the Mewtwo, that was under odds. I've got a feeling this one probably will go closer to full odds, unfortunately. That's my thoughts. I think it's going to be 3,500. That's my thoughts on this. But who knows? It could be this. It could be this next encounter. There's just as much chance of this one being shiny as the 4,000th encounter. It's not, but it's not. So we'll see. But yeah, I really hope. Thank you, and Wolf as well. Thank you for hoping that it will be. Yeah, because I hope it is in the next 2,000. Because that would basically mean that I'd be getting it this week, which would be amazing. Because I'm hoping to get through to about 1,700 encounters on this stream, and then I'm kind of hoping to get through another 200 encounters tomorrow on Monday. So I'd be very close to getting to 2,000, which I should be able to do midweek. So I hope as well. I really hope as well. So, what is my favourite route? I've never thought about that. That's a good question. That is a very good question. I'm trying to think what it would be, because it's certainly not anything I'd ever thought about. Yeah, I don't think I have a favourite route. So in my last playthrough of Let's Go Eevee, I enjoyed going down cycling path because you could find like Ponyta and Rapidash and Eevee in particular. I think the fact that Eevees were just running around on cycling path, I think that might be my favourite route on Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. That wouldn't be the case in the original games because you couldn't get Eevee on that route. That's just a Let's Go Pikachu Eevee thing. But in those games, I do like the cycling path. I like the fact that I like that it's blocked by Snorlax on one end, so you have to battle Snorlax to get through it. And then once you're through it, you can find some cool Pokemon there. And then when you get there, it's basically once you finish that route, then the whole map opens up, because that's when you can get Surf. You'll have already got Fly, I think, from Celadon, because that's at the start of the route. So I think that route might be my favourite in the Let's Go games. I think I would say that. And what is my favourite Pokemon? It changes. I've got a real soft spot for Vivillon though. Let me just adjust my camera and I can show you my garden pattern Vivillon plush. Bear with me. It's very small, but it's just above the Pikachu, if you can just see it. So it's a tiny little Vivillon plush that I really like. I've got a soft spot for Vivillon just because I shiny hunted all of the different patterns in Scarlet and Violet, and that was quite a fun journey. So that, I had to gather postcards in Pokemon Go from different people from around the world. Had to kind of collect all those postcards, send them to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet to get the different patterns of Vivillon to spawn, and then had to shiny hunt each one. And I had to do it before the postcard ran out. In some instances, it was a bit touch and go, but that was really nice, just seeing all the different patterns of Vivillon. I'd never really played Black and White, X and Y, Sun and Moon before, so I didn't really know too much about Vivillon until Scarlet and Violet, and yeah, I really like all the different patterns. So I was quite taken by Vivillon, I would say. But if it wasn't Vivillon, I'm not sure. Maybe Bulbasaur might be up there. That was the first Pokemon I ever picked. So I've got a soft spot for Bulbasaur as well. But I would say Vivillon would be my favourite. And Wolf, if they made a Pug Pokemon, I always think of like Snubbull and Gramble, but they don't feel like pugs really. I guess they are more like bulldogs. When I think of pugs, they're adorable little goofballs. Not really yeah, in my mind, they don't really fit with Snubble and Gramble, even though they do look quite similar. Yeah, I would put them more as bulldogs rather than pugs. I agree. What did I go for last time? I can't remember. We'll do a Turtwig. But yeah, I would love it. I would love it if they did a pug Pokemon. But I mean, to be honest, I like it whenever they do any kind of dog Pokemon. I tend to have quite a soft spot for the dog Pokemon in each generation. So I liked Fido. I thought Mabostiff in the plot was absolutely amazing. So I liked both of those in Scarlet and Violet. I really liked Yamper in Sword and Shield. So I thought that was adorable. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for the regional dog Pokemon, and that's been there's been a bit of a trend recently that they tend to like to include a new dog Pokemon in the recent games. I'm hoping they keep up that trend. I would like it, so we'll see. But yeah, I could imagine if there was a new Pokemon and it was basically just a pug, yeah, that probably would be my favourite. I think you're right, Wolf. So what is everyone else's favourite Pokemon? I know your favourite Pokemon, Wolf. Because, yeah. Because you got a card of it in TCG Pocket today. Or yesterday. Which is very cool. And yeah, so Lycanroc counts because Rockruff is a little bit of a puppy. And then evolves into a wolf or werewolf. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Am I right in thinking that Rockruff was from Sun and Moon? I've got a feeling that might be the case. I'm a bit terrible with my knowledge of Pokemon that were introduced in Sun and Moon, X and Y, and Black and White, because I kind of missed those generations. But I feel like that Rockruff and Lycanroc were a Sun and Moon thing. So then that would feel like there's a kind of theme going with. They always add a dog Pokemon, which I'm hoping is a thing. And yeah, good. Yeah, I thought Rockruff and Lycanroc were. I always say Lycanroc. Lycanroc. That's what it is. Yeah, we're from Sun and Moon. I thought that was the case. Because I think was it the Alolan professor who had a Rockruff? I'm not sure. I'm looking forward to those games getting re-released so that I can actually play them and enjoy them. And cause I feel like they've all got good, unique stories to them. So I'm looking forward to eventually playing them. Crazy Master, you like Charizard? Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, in the profile picture. Is that a Charizard? Let me just have a look. Can we just make it bigger on my phone? Because it's difficult for me to see on my computer people's profile picture. But that does look like a Charizard from what I can tell. That looks like... Is that a picture of Charizard flying through the Hall of Fame in Let's Go? That looks... To me, that looks similar to the Hall of Fame background. Very cool, very cool. And yeah, Charizard is a good pick. Charizard is a great Pokemon. And yeah, Wolf, yeah, Charizard. Yeah, it's not a dragon type, but its design looks... if you imagined a dragon in your head, you probably wouldn't be far off a Charizard for most people. Certainly, yeah. If I were to just imagine a dragon, it probably would be. It probably would look very similar to a Charizard, but a Charizard isn't a dragon. It is crazy. Oh, he's in the Hall of Fame for Shining Pearl. Sorry. I see. But yeah, it's cool. It's very cool. So, Wolf, the Charizard's design is based on a European idea of a dragon, which are the fierce dragons and the dragons that like to hoard treasure, like in the movies. That makes sense. Yeah, because what is it? Smaug from The Hobbit. He was a dragon that liked to hoard treasure. I remember that. And yeah, crazy. Yeah, one of the Mega Evolutions of Charizard is part dragon, isn't it? I forget which one. I do forget which one. I get confused. I get confused by the Charizard Mega Evolutions and the Mewtwo Mega Evolutions. The fact that they have two, I do find that very confusing. But I do remember, yeah, one looking quite normal in colour, and then another looking really quite cool. It's like, you know, black with blue flames and things like that. And Crazy Master, you like Groudon and Blaziken? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think that happens to a lot of people when they try and type Groudon. It gets auto-corrected. No, I don't. Well, I suspect that might be autocorrect doing it, because I've seen people call Groudon Groupon quite a lot, because I think Groupon is like an app, or it used to be an app, so it was a known word. So I remember, yeah. When people would try and type out Groudon, it would always autocorrect to Groupon. So that happens, don't worry. And Wolf, yeah, so it sounds like that's the more popular way of describing a dragon. Yeah, that's often in the movies and things like that. Piplup? Can't remember what I went for. That's not shiny. And yeah, Crazy Man. Yeah, autocorrect is a tricky beast. Always something to look out for with me. I've fallen victim to autocorrect quite a lot. Yeah, I think everyone experiences autocorrect troubles, Wolf. Yeah. The trouble is, it does help a lot of the time, but then sometimes when you really don't want it to help, it helps anyway. So at least for me, there's quite a lot of things that I just get wrong. You know, I've gotten used to just typing really fast and just knowing that I don't have to be completely accurate, because autocorrect will sort it out, or they'll have, you know, the little red lines that will alert me and I can go back and do it correctly. So I've kind of got quite complacent with my typing, just knowing that it'll all get sorted out in the wash. But then there are occasions when I've spelt something exactly right and then autocorrect just changes it, that's when it's frustrating. When you've got it right and then it changes it to something that's a completely different word, just because it's a word it doesn't recognise, but it is what you meant to type. It's not shiny. Okay, I will try for a Chimchar next if I can remember. And yeah, I agree, Wolf. There are definitely there are times when autocorrect can be quite funny. Yeah, when it comes up with a word you definitely doesn't make any sense in the sentence, that can create some confusion and some laughs, definitely. But for all its faults, yeah, I do rely on it, I must say. I do rely on autocorrect. Even though I know it plays up sometimes. So Crazy Master, you've got quite a few that you like. Yeah, but it would take you too long to type all the Pokemon that you love, because you love so many. Now, I mean, I'm the same. There's a lot of there's very, very few Pokemon that I don't really like. I think the Pokemon Company does a very good job of creating the Pokemon, and also knowing when it's a good idea to continue an evolution of a Pokemon. But a lot of the ones that you've mentioned there would be up there with me as well. In fact, yeah, exactly. The ones you've listed there are all ones that I think are really good, definitely. Chimchar, try Chimchar. It could be shiny, who knows? And Wolf, yeah, exactly. That's where it can get funny, where the confusion arises because of autocorrect. But yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way though. Like I say, it really does help me when I type. It just means I can go a little bit faster, just knowing that autocorrect will sort things out for me, for the most part. But it is, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're just chatting, but yeah, when doing something official, then it is always worth having a quick proofread, just to make sure autocorrect hasn't played any havoc with something that you're writing. Yeah, Wolf, so your favourites are Rockruff and Lycanroc, but you also like a variety, and Miraidon is up there as your favourite legendary. Yeah, I mean, those are good. Those are great choices. Oh, and Crazy Master, your favourite shiny is Shiny Volcarona. Yeah, that is a nice one. That is a nice one. I think on a recent playthrough of Scarlet and Violet, I was really hoping to find a shiny Volcarona, but I didn't end up finding it. I think I found a shiny Charcadet instead and used that, and that was, I enjoyed that on my playthrough, not gonna lie. But I was secretly hoping to find a Larvesta that I could train into a Volcarona, because I think a Volcarona would be really fun on a playthrough, and I've never used one. So yeah, I agree. I think a shiny Volcarona would be really good, really good. Yeah, I think my favourite shiny is Dratini, but I've got a few that I like. I'm a sucker for pink Pokemon. I think they look amazing. So I also like Mareep as well. I think Mareep is a great shiny. So I think though, yeah, Dratini and Mareep would be my favourites for best shiny design. Turtwig next. That's interesting. Also, Did Lycanroc's forms get revealed at different stages? Because like I say, I was out of the Pokemon loop when Sun and Moon came out, so I wasn't aware of that. But it would be cool if, you know, they released a Pokemon and revealed, you know, this is how the Pokemon looks and this is how it evolves, and then later on they then reveal, but there's also this third form that it can evolve into. That's quite cool, you know, to build up anticipation and, you know, to make everyone excited about the Pokemon. Dusk form is really hard to get in most games. Yeah. Is that the one that Rockruff needs a very specific ability in order to become Dusk form, or am I thinking of a different form? But I do think it's a good idea. You know, for a Pokemon that evolves based on different times of the day. That's kind of cool, and very fitting for a werewolf type. Yeah, it needs own tempo. That rings a bell. Yeah, and having something dependent on the time of day and night. Yeah, that feels very fitting for a werewolf inspired design. It's really cool. So you can catch them in Scarlet and Violet, but just in one particular location. Interesting. And I would agree, Wolf. It is good that you can catch different types, and it does give you the ability to catch, you know, an own tempo Rockruff. Because I could imagine sometimes what Pokemon does is they make it really hard, or make it an event, you know, to get a specific type. So I'm glad they made it accessible. I don't really like it when Pokemon gatekeeps particular Pokemon behind events or things like that. I prefer it when you may have to work for it, but it is attainable and accessible in games. I like that. No shiny, so we go again. Oh, I didn't know that. Wolf, so the shiny forms are all a different shade of blue, which is cool. Yeah, that I would agree, that's pretty cool. But I did not know that each form's cry is different. So the sound they make when they go into battle for each of them is distinct. I had no idea about that. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing what other people's opinions on the Pokemon cries are, because a part of me is a little bit disappointed that the games still use cries which are not too dissimilar to the original battle cries that were in the Game Boy games. It feels to me like the graphics have all improved, but the Pokemon sound not great. I really wish the Pokemon sounded like the Pokemon in the anime. So I really wish they made, they said their own name in the, anime style. I feel like the Switch is powerful enough to do that. Just have little sound clips, kind of like how, definitely exactly like how they do the voices in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, where Pikachu says Pika Pika and things like that. I really think that all the Pokemon should do that. It does upset me that the Pokemon don't do that. I would really hope they introduce that at some point, but that might be contentious because it may be that people prefer the the unique game cries. I really wish it was just like the anime. I've been waiting for them to be like the anime, where the Pokemon say their own names in different ways. I just feel like it would bring them to life a lot more. And Rainy Day, hey! Thank you for joining the stream. It's good to have you back. I hope you're doing well. How's it going? It's good here. We've gone through 48 encounters so far this morning. No shinies just yet, but I'm aiming to do about another 150 to bring it up to 1,700 encounters this stream. Let's see if I can get a shiny. I really hope I can. And Wolf, you kind of agree on the Pokemon cries. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that. because a part of me was, when they brought Pokemon onto the home console, onto the Switch, I really thought that would be a thing, you know, that they would have updated the voices. So Crazy Master, I'm hoping they do that in the future. I really hope they do that in the future. And yeah, exactly. Just, yeah, can you imagine, a Pokemon like Lycanroc actually howling and making noises like, you know, a Lycanroc in the anime? It would be amazing. All of the Pokemon, it would just bring all of the Pokemon to life. And it just needs to be little sound clips. You know, they might get repetitive, but then the Pokemon cries already are repetitive, you know, how they are. So I don't think that's a reason not to do it. I would just love it. I really would love it. And if they could get the same voice actors from the anime to do them, that would be even better. But even not, just something. Yeah, I would like it. I just think it would just bring the Pokemon to life. So, Rainy Day, you got through so many of your Mimikyu hatches that you had to do a home release. Yeah, I think that's the best way, isn't it? To transfer it over to home, and then you are able to select more than one at once. And I don't blame you for taking a break. Yeah, and that sounds good. So it sounds good to play World of Warcraft and just unwind. And that's what I mean. Yeah, so Radio, you prefer the way it is, and that's there. I can see why, and that I suspect that might be why Pokemon don't want to change it and give them, you know, make the Pokemon say their own names like in the anime and things like that. I kind of think that's the reason. I think it may be just that, you know, most people prefer it the way it is. And that's fine, because it is just a preference. It's just, yeah, it's just something that I would like. But that's what I was kind of thinking, that not everyone thinks the same way. Yeah, and that makes sense. That makes sense, because you get used to what you get used to. So if you're playing the games, you're probably used to all of the you know, very specific Pokemon cries that the Pokemon have, which is valid. It would be nice if there was like a setting you could change. I think that would be a nice middle ground where you could choose between like original battle cries and, you know, anime style battle cries, you know, how it is in the movies and the TV show. That would be my perfect solution. I would love that. More options is always better. Just giving players more options how they play the game, I think that's never a bad thing. Yeah, Rainy Day, I think that's it. Yeah, exactly. I think there's people that prefer it both ways. So just having a setting that you could just change it, and then that would only impact the way that you play the games. It wouldn't impact how other people experience it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I think a setting is the way to go. And Crazy Master, when I get the shiny, will I stream the playthrough or just put it on a video? I will be streaming the playthrough. So I think my hope eventually is to stitch the entire playthrough into a video, but I still need to do that for my recent Let's Go run. So I mean, that was the main reason I got this microphone you know, a week or so ago, so that I could edit together my recent Let's Go Eevee run into a single video, not too long, just you know, with snippets from each team member being caught, the main bits, you know, beating the gym leaders, beating the Elite Four, and then finding Shiny Mewtwo. So it wouldn't be a long video, but just stitching it all together with a tiny bit of commentary. I've still got to do that, but once I've finished this Shining Pearl run, I'll probably do the same. So yeah, what I want to do is stream the whole run and then eventually put it into a little video. So that's the goal, but I've never edited anything in my life, so I don't know how achievable that goal is, but I think it's worth a go. Just see how it goes. And yeah, I can't wait to start this playthrough. That's the thing. This whole shiny hunt is kind of building my anticipation to play it, so I'm very much looking forward to it. Actually playing this Shining Pearl playthrough, and yeah, I want to do it all on stream. So Wolf, your new and improved English version Lycanroc impression was one that you loved. There you go. That's cool. It's cool that people can do those kind of impressions. I'm terrible at animal noises. Can't do them. Rainy Day. Mardry bread style, but shorter, possibly. I'm not familiar with that person, but I get the feeling that a lot of that there are quite a few videos like that. So yeah, I think it'll be something similar to what you've said there, I would imagine. That's the plan. That's the plan. But I do tend to procrastinate on certain things, so I don't know when I'm actually going to be able to do that video. And James, you've decided on your Blueberry Academy team. So you've definitely got Empoleon. Are you sticking with Goodra as well, or are you going for a more water team? And Rainy Day. So they're a PokeTuber that does challenges like Sunkern only in black and white. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do anything like that. Yeah, so my challenges are not so extreme. It's just, I've only really just done shiny only things, just because I really quite like shinies. So James, your team will be Pelipper, and that will be your weather setter, presumably. Then a male Basculegion. That's going to be quite powerful, isn't it? The Basculegion. And I think, has Basculegion got Swift Swim? So that I think would work quite well in the rain. Ludicolo, Empoleon, Quagsire, and your Ace Goodra. That sounds like a good team to me. Yeah. If I were you, I would be excited to use that on a playthrough. So good luck with that. Yeah. Because I think Basculegion's an interesting type as well. Is that the one that's is that Ghost Water, or let me just have a look and refresh my memory, because I've never used the Basculegion. I've seen it used and it looks really cool, but I've never used one on an actual playthrough. Yeah, it is Water Ghost. Yeah, I bet that sounds like a really interesting team to me. Yeah. And it can have Swift Swim. Yeah, I bet that would work really well with Pelipper. Yeah. I like your team there, James. I think you'll have fun with that. And Capamon, yeah, Goodra has a good design. It is Goodra is a good one. Goodra is a good one. It's not shiny though. It's not a shiny Turtwig. Wolf, you did so many retries. Have I missed something in the chat? What were you retrying? Was that your Lycanroc impression, do you mean? Because I could imagine that would, something like that would probably be something that you'd need to practice. I just can't do impressions like that. I feel I have a particularly monotone voice. Not a lot of range to my voice, sadly. But I make do with it. Yes, so it was your English Lycanroc video. I don't think I've seen that one. Don't think I've seen that video. I'll try and look out for it. Is that on your TikTok or on your YouTube? I'm assuming TikTok. That's where most of your videos are. I will try and have a look at that. I won't be able to watch it now because I can't watch anything with audio while I'm streaming. So I will have to be another day. So it looks like my pooches have swapped positions. We've got Daruk in the chair now and Mifa's on the floor. In the UK it is now 10 to 12, so and no problem, Crazy Master, we'll catch you later. It's 10 to 12 in the UK. My pooches do tend to get a little bit peckish around midday, so I suspect in the next half hour I may need to take a little break to feed them, but we'll see. While they're like this, it's absolutely fine. It's just when they start getting worked up that I may need to take a little break. And Wolf, yeah, sometimes you speak in monotone as well. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it. I don't think. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. Everyone speaks differently, and there's nothing wrong with how anyone speaks. So I would agree with that. And Rainy Day, you did a quest on World of Warcraft and you got a tiny little baby pig pet out of it. That sounds adorable. I do like pigs. I've got a soft spot for pigs. So yeah, I do like the Lechonk. Not crazy about Oinkologne in Scarlet and Violet, but I think Lechonk is absolutely adorable. Yeah. I've never found a shiny Lechonk in a playthrough, and I always kind of hope that I were to bump into one, but I haven't yet. But yeah, baby pig sounds very cute. And you had to take an orc orphan around the game sightseeing. That does sound like a cute quest. Yeah. Like I say, World of Warcraft, it sounds like the type of game I would enjoy. I've always thought I would enjoy that game, but I've always been absolutely petrified of. And it's a bit ironic to be saying that considering what I'm doing right now, but I've always been scared that if I were to play World of Warcraft, it would suck in all of my time. Like I said, I was mainly worried about that because when World of Warcraft came out, I think I was in university, and I was very worried that I wouldn't be able to do any studies and I would just spend all my time playing a game like that. So I've always stayed clear of it just because I feel like it could be quite addictive to me. But it does sound interesting. It does sound like a good game. And that quest in particular sounds like, yeah, right up my alley. That sounds, yeah, I would enjoy doing a quest like that. Sounds very fun. And Capamon, you're still trying for the Abra. You were already over 700 encounters, I think, weren't you? How many... what's your catch combo up to on the Abra now? And Rainy Day, that's what I I think I would be exactly the same. I know, this is the thing, I know myself. And I know the type of games that I would enjoy a little bit too much, and I've always felt that World of Warcraft would be one of those games that I would enjoy too much. So I've purposely tried to avoid it. It is it does look a really good game. Definitely looks a really good game. Because that was the thing. I got, I think early on when I went to university, I got carried away with a different game, a role-playing game. I just ended up spending way too much time on it. So World of Warcraft looks even more impressive than this other random role-playing game I used to play back in the day. So yeah, I've always tried to avoid that. Oh no, Capamon, I'm really sorry to hear that. That you lost it, but you're already up to 520, so you are already on the best odds you can be anyway, you know. So I mean, that is terrible that you lost that huge combo, but effectively you're on the same odds as you were on that huge combo, because I think once you get to 40 plus encounters, it's either 40 or 30, then your odds don't improve. So no matter what the catch combo is, your odds don't improve, so you're on the same odds now that you were on that previous one. But I am sorry that you did lost it, because I bet it would have been really frustrating to get it from 0 back up to 10, 20, 30. I'm sorry to hear that. I really hope you get that Abra soon. It sounds like you've really had to work for it. So good luck on that Abra shiny hunt. And Wolf, so your Lycanroc impression video, it's one of your older ones. I see. I'll try and look out for it this evening after I finish my stream, or on one of my breaks maybe. Capone, yes, you do have to keep catching. So the way the catch combo works in Let's Go is every time you catch another Pokemon in the chain, then the next Pokemon that spawns on your screen has that increased percent chance to be shiny, but it only works for the next Pokemon that spawns. So after you've caught a Pokemon, have a look and see if a Pokemon spawns. If when it does, is it shiny? If it's shiny, run at it. Do not let it go. But if it's not shiny, then you need to find another Abra to catch, and then once you've caught it, then have a look for the next Pokemon that appears. Is it shiny? And if it isn't, then catch another Abra. That's how the combo works. You can't just stay on one combo and then just wait for Pokemon to spawn, because then you're basically at full odds. It's the increased odds are only for the next Pokemon that spawns. That is my understanding of it. So I'm gonna say I've not. It is quite a complicated mechanic, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility that I have misinterpreted it, but that is my understanding of how the catch combo increased percentages work. So yeah. So yeah, it's my understanding that you do have to keep catching. So Reindeer, there's two versions of that orc quest. You can either take a human kiddo or the orc kiddo if you choose the horde. Yeah, interesting. It's nice that the game gives you those different options. I would imagine it would probably make subsequent playthroughs more interesting to have those kinds of options, so I quite like having that. And thank you, Capamon. Thank you. I hope I get it today, but I really hope you get that Abra today. It sounds like you've really had to work for it, because I think the base odds, once you get the catch combo over 30 or 40, I think it comes down to the next Pokemon that spawns. There's a 1 in 400 or 500 chance. It's something like that. So I do feel like you've gone over odds. I feel like you've been unlucky. So I really feel like it should be soon for you. With me, I am well under odds. Really, I shouldn't be getting it anytime soon. On average, something like this I think should take around 4,000 encounters, so I have a long way to go to be able to say I should have got it by now. But you, I feel like you've already put in the effort that you need to, so I really hope you get your shiny Abra soon, because you've deserved it. And yeah, you've got to go from behind, because they do teleport away. Yeah, they are sneaky. Yeah, once you encounter them, it's fine, but you've just got to creep up on them from behind. Otherwise, yeah, they will teleport away. And I'm not sure. Does that break the combo if they teleport away before you start the encounter? Because I've never tested that before, so I don't know the answer to that. But that would make it even more difficult, I suppose. So yeah, Abra is a tricky one. So Wolf, you've done more than one impression video. That's quite good. And so you did one for Sonic as well. Sonic the Werehog. I've never heard of that. So I don't know too much about Sonic. So he's like a were hedgehog. That's interesting. I like that. That's interesting. And you even did a first song cover. That's cool. That is really cool. Yeah, and it's cool that you did one of your favorite songs. So very, very cool. Right, yeah, so it's only if you touch the Abra that's good to know. Okay, good. Yeah, because I remember in Let's Go they just teleport away. Yeah, it's I found it difficult to find them. It's a tricky hunt, Abra, but it's a good one. Just because, I mean, Abra is a good shiny as well, but you know, Alakazam is a great Pokemon in Generation 1. You know, not quite as powerful as he used to be in the original games, but still a great Pokemon. And Rainy Day, so yeah, you kind of choose at the start because the two factions are at war. So the humans and the orcs are kind of at war in World of Warcraft. I see. Yeah, but it's good. It's good that it gives you those options. I like that. And Wolf, I think that's important. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't matter whether a video does really well, so long as it's something that you enjoy doing, then I think it's worth doing, you know. I think a video will always eventually find its audience. So if you enjoy something, if you enjoy doing something, then I think it kind of shines through, and I think it's always worth putting out things that you enjoy doing, because if you enjoy doing something, and if you enjoy it, then the chances are there are other people out there that enjoy it. That's just how it works. You know, you can't really guess what people will like. I think the best thing to do is do what you like, and yeah, I think that just works out for the best most of the time. And Kaplan, so it sounds like the Abra is the last thing you need for your Mega decks. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to have all of that, especially with Legend ZA around the corner. Yeah, that would be very cool to have you know, all of the shiny Pokemon ready to go in their Mega forms. It sounds great. I can't wait for Legend ZA. Really can't. And well, so you think doing impressions are your hidden talent? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, yeah. And you know, I think if you can do impressions, then I think that does make someone an impressionist, really. So I think that's good. I think it's always good to have a talent. I wouldn't know what my talent is. I really wouldn't know what my talent is. I think I'm relatively competent, but not underwhelming at most things. I think I'm pretty average at most things, and I'm okay with that. Most things I can generally pick up if I do a thing over and over again. I'll make mistakes, I'll learn from mistakes, but I can generally just about manage with most things. There's plenty of things I'm absolutely terrible at, but I would say most things I can just about get by. But I think it's really good to have a talent. That is good. I think it is good to have a speciality and a talent. And exactly, Rainy Day. Yeah, impressions are a talent. And Rainy Day's impression is of an aggressive, money-hungry voice for Mickey. I can't even imagine what that would be. That is a unique one to have honed, and I think that's the best thing to do. To have something that's very unique. I like that. Capamon, so you still need a shiny Mewtwo, Latios and Latias, and Sableye. Yeah, I think the shiny Lati twins are up there with my favourite shiny legendaries. I think they're just gorgeous. They are absolutely gorgeous. The really nice orange and the toothpaste green. I think those colours work perfectly for Latios and Latias. So I hope you get those. Shiny Mewtwo's great as well. Sableye, I can't quite remember what Sableye's shiny looks like. It's gone out of my mind. But that's not many. That's not many, is it? So you're almost there. You're very close. Very close. So I hope you're able to get those last few shinies. And Wolf can do Mickey Mouse as well. And Minnie. There you go. There you go. So that's quite a lot. This is it. It's it's definitely talent, I think. Yeah, impressions are definitely a talent. I agree with Rainy Day. And Rainy Day says Shiny Latias is in the top 5. It is. I agree. Absolutely agree. But your favourite shiny has to be Sylveon or Eevee, or Shinx. Shinx is a great one. Yeah. So I think if I were to do a top 3, it would be Dratini, Mareep, and I think my third might be Shinx as well. I completely agree. But Sylveon is a great shiny. Eevee's a great shiny. You can't go wrong with those ones. But I think I'm with you on Shinx. Shinx would probably be on my top 3 as well. Let me just move the camera. So, the dogs have gone on the floor, but I think Shinx is still there. There's Shinx. Shinx isn't shiny, but Shinx is still adorable. And Wolf, you've heard your mum do Mickey Mouse impressions. I bet that's hilarious. That's good. That's good to have. It's good to have a parent that can have a laugh. That's really nice. And Rainy Day, Ampharos is your second favourite. Yeah, Ampharos is good, isn't it? Yeah, it kind of keeps that kind of purple pink vibe going. The shinies, it's weird, isn't it? Because it goes what's the middle evolution for Mareep, Ampharos? I forgot what the middle evolution is, but the colours kind of invert as they evolve, don't they? So the middle evolution, normal version of Mareep is kind of pink, but then when it evolves it becomes yellow, but the shiny Ampharos is pink. It's weird how it kind of inverses the color scheme, and I do quite like it. I'm a big fan of Mareep and Ampharos's shiny, absolutely. And Calamari, welcome back. You've just finished feeding and walking the dogs, and now you can resume your Mesprit hunt, your game of tag. Really, best of luck on that hunt, because that will be worth it when you do get it. There's nothing better than a shiny legendary. That and especially I can imagine one that's a roaming one. So yeah, best of luck on that. Crazy Master, since I like pink shinies, do I want a shiny Chimchar? I'd be happy with a shiny. I'd be happy with all of them. That's the problem. I would be absolutely ecstatic to get a shiny Chimchar. I think that would be amazing. But I'd also be I'd be ecstatic to get a shiny Turtwig, and I'd be ecstatic to get a shiny Piplup. I know Piplup is a little bit subtle, but I still kind of like it, and I really like Piplup's final evolution. So I like all of them. I'm torn between the actual starters, which one I prefer the most. I really like them all. So I think out of the three, I think I am still leaning towards Piplup, but only just, and that's mainly because of Empoleon, and nothing to do with the actual designs of the starter Pokemon, because I think the designs of the starter Pokemon are perfect. So Rainy Day. So when you were playing Mystery Dungeon, you actually found a shiny Ampharos, but when you killed it, it didn't allow you to ask it to join the party. I've never played Mystery Dungeon, so I don't know the mechanics of it. So, I mean, that sounds heartbreaking. I'm really sorry. It's never good to lose a shiny. That has definitely happened to me. I did a shiny Violet playthrough, and I was catching a brand new team in the Blueberry Academy. And I went and found I was hunting for a Alolan Muck, because I'd never used an Alolan Muck before, and I really wanted one. And I finally found a shiny Alolan Muck, and I encountered it, and it used the move. I think I might have paralyzed it or something, and then the second move it used was Memento, and it killed itself. And I hadn't looked at its move pool. It never occurred to me that it could do something like that, and I had been looking for that shiny for an awfully long time prior to that. I don't think it took quite as long to find the second shiny, but I had been looking for so long for that one. It was the longest shiny hunt of the playthrough to date, and just to see it kill itself, it was heartbreaking. I wasn't expecting it at all, and that was on me for not thinking about what moves a Pokemon that I'm hunting might have. So I do try to when I'm starting a hunt, think what is the worst case, what are the moves it's got, and is there a chance I could absolutely mess this up. So I try to remember that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Memento can be a pain, and self-destruct. Yeah. So it taught me a lesson to, be prepared. You've got to prepare for some of these hunts. You've got to think, what moves can it learn, and how can I mitigate them? So it's an important lesson to learn, even if it was a painful one. But I am really sorry, Rainy Day, to lose that, because Ampharos is an even better shiny in my opinion. It's such a nice shiny. I'm sorry that you lost out on that. It's I know your pain. I know your pain. And so Rainy Day, there's a chance when you kill them that they'll want to join. So it's either kill it, leave it, or let it kill. Yes, I mean, it sounds like you did everything you could there. So it's, yeah, at least you know you did everything that you could. And sometimes, yes, it sounds like sometimes that's just the way it goes. And I completely agree, Rainy Day. Yeah, quick balls are the best option for something like that. Because they do have a surprisingly effective catch rate when it's the first turn, don't they? And yeah, I agree, they're not my favourite design-wise. I am partial to a Premier Ball. I've always liked the fact that, you know, you just get a free one when you buy 10. It just makes them, it's always, in my head, it's always made them a little nice and exclusive. And I think from doing a lot of raids on Pokemon Go, where the legendary that you catch, you know, may or may not be shiny, but, you know, when you're catching the legendary in those Pokemon Go games, you're always using Premier Balls. I've always just associated Premier Balls with just really important, really nice encounters. So yeah, I've got a soft spot for Premier Balls. I'm not crazy about the design on Quick Balls. And Crazy Master, no problem at all. No problem at all. I'm sorry to hear you haven't got a shiny. I'm sure you will get one. And when you do get one, it will be very memorable. So don't worry. And bye. Have a lovely rest of your day. And Rainy Day, so yeah, Luxury Balls, Moon Balls, yeah, and Love Balls, yeah, yeah, those are nice designs, yeah. Luxury Ball is quite nice, now you've said it, I'd forgot about that, that is a nice one. But Moon Balls and Love Balls, they're also quite cute, yeah, I like those as well. Never remember what I selected last time. So yeah, I am trying to make it random, but I feel like I'm not doing it random at all. I can never remember what I encountered the last time. But we shall see. Could this be a shiny Piplup? It is not. Yeah, Calamari, so you know, you've come back from feeding and walking your dogs. We're approaching the time when I feel like my dogs are going to get a little bit restless. So they usually like to have their lunch around this time, so it's around midday here in the UK. This is the time when they're usually a little peckish. But they seem quite calm, so I'm going to keep playing until they stop being calm and get a little active. So while they're chilling out, I'm going to keep doing some encounters, but I suspect they're going to get restless at some point in the next half hour. But who knows? So, Wolf, does anyone have shield? You're close to completing your decks. You need 15 left to complete the decks. So I do, so I've got shield, but the question, so I've got a couple of switches, so I've got this one that I'm playing now, and I've got another one just next to me, but the question is, I'm not sure whether I've actually got a save file on shield that's far enough in the game and that might have some of the Pokemon, so I'm just going to have a quick look now, because if I do, I can trade. And calamari, absolutely, I completely agree. The pugs come first. So yeah, it's all about whether they're hungry or not. And yeah, I certainly don't want them to be dog napped. I need to keep them on my side. I need to. Oh, I just heard Daruk whimper a little bit there. I'm gonna make this the last encounter. I don't know if the microphone picked that up, but he did just whimper then. Oh, it's not shiny. So I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. So, yeah, this should probably take about 25 minutes, I think. So I'll be back then. I'm going to give the pooches their lunch, give them a run around in the garden, and I will be back. If anyone needs to go, thank you very much for joining up to this point. It's been lovely having you. But yeah, I'll be back in 25 minutes. Let me just write that in the chat. Back in 25 minutes. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Apologies there. I think there was something wrong with the my "will be right back" screen. It didn't stay on for as long as I thought it would. Apologies for that if there's any confusion. The dogs have had their lunch and they've had a little bit of a run around in the garden, and they are back. Let me just adjust the camera. When they eventually do decide to go back into the chair. But yeah, they're just off camera at the moment. And Yuvraj, welcome to stream. Good to see you. I'm doing really well. I hope you're doing well also. I've got through 62 encounters today. Hopefully I'll be getting through, well, up until, I'm planning on trying to get through to encounter 1700 this evening, so it will be a long stream. So do I have any, I was doing that just before my pooches started getting restless. So I think I've popped it in. No, let me just see. Okay, let's see. Hopefully I do. Can you remind me, Wolf, what are the Shield exclusive Pokemon that I should be looking out? No, it doesn't matter, I don't, sorry. Because I've just loaded it up and it's asking me what language. So I don't have a save file on this particular Switch. So I think my save file must be on the Switch that I'm playing right now. Sorry. I mean, what I might be able to do is just... start a new game, over the next few weeks. So I could have one eventually, but yeah, I can't trade one right now. Sorry, Wolf. That's unfortunate. I'm just going to try loading up, see if I've got a save file for Pokemon Sword, because maybe I've got it on there as well. So yeah, which are the Pokemon that are exclusive to Sword? Because I guess I might have them. I might have them on Pokemon Home, from Pokemon Go or something like that. And then if you want them to originate in Pokemon Shield, then you could always just breed them in your game, but get them from another game. It's asking me for the language on Pokemon Sword as well. So I clearly don't have any save file of any kind on Sword or Shield on my second Switch. That is a shame. Sorry. But yeah, Wolf. Which are the exclusive ones that you need? Or I might have a look online and see if I can find that out. Because it may be that I might have them just on Pokemon Home. Appleton, Galarian Rapid. Ah, I see. Oh, Spritzy and Aromatisse, right. Okay, let me have a look. for a Chimchar this time. It's not shiny. Okay, right, so I'm just on my Pokemon Home. I do have a Dramper, but I would have to trade it on Pokemon Home, and then if you've got Pokemon Home, and then you could then put it into Pokemon Sword. So do you have Pokemon Home, Wolf? And let me see if I've got any others. You only have Pokemon Home on your Switch. Yeah, because I've got a Spritzee as well that I've got from Pokemon Go. So I've got a Spritzee and a Dramper on Pokemon Home. And so what I can do, let me see. I might just start. It probably wouldn't take me long to start a new game and just get to the point where I can just transfer Pokemon. I don't think I've got a Zamazenta, but I think I might be able to help with some of the other ones. So it might not be today, it might be tomorrow, but I might be able to help with some of them. So I think all I need to do is just create a save file on Pokemon Sword or Shield, and then just transfer the Pokemon that I've got from Home over to that one, and then I can trade you on Pokemon Sword and Shield. So I'm just creating a save file now. But I'm not sure I'll be able to get through all of the introduction today, because I think that might be tricky to do while I'm doing this. I'm not great at multitasking, but we'll see. But I've definitely got a Spritzee, and I've definitely got a Dramper on Pokemon Home. Let me see if I've got any of the others. So what's the... Do I have an Appleton? Let's have a look. No, I don't have an Appleton. Do I have the Ponyta? And you'd appreciate some help evolving the Pokemon for trade evolutions. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think, yeah, let me create a save file so I can actually transfer the Pokemon over from that I've already got in Home over to Sword. And then once I've got that, then we can do some trade things. I probably won't have all of the items, but if you want to do a trade and trade back, I'll be able to do that. That's not a problem. But as I say, it might take me a little bit of time to get through all of the introduction and get to the point where I can save and then trade and then, you know, get the Pokemon from Pokemon Home. So I'm hoping I can get that done on this stream. But if not, then I think it might be something for tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. Yeah, touch trade, exactly. I'll be able to, yeah, I'll be able to do that. I'll be able to do that, not a problem. I've forgotten which one I went for. Chimchar? Sure, Chimchar. So was there any others? So yeah, I've searched for Galarian Ponyta and Galarian Rapidash. I don't have those. I don't have Appleton. So Arctovish, Dracozolt or Dracovish. Let me just see if I've got those. Hold on. Oh, and Chimchar is not shiny. So on my new game, I'm through the intro. I'm now looking at my house. Hop is just knocking on the door. A Dubwool has run across the screen. It's I do like Sword and Shield. It's a lovely set of games. I do. It's been a long time since I've played it. They are good. Okay, well I don't have Arctovish. Let's search for Dracozolt. Do I have that? Dracozolt. No. And what was the last one? Dracovish. Oh no, I searched for Draco just then, and that was the only thing that came up. So, yeah, I think the two I'll be able to help with are Spritzy and Drampa, because I've got those in home already. So once I'm through the tutorial bit, then I'll be able to trade those. It just depends on how long that takes. Oh, Silvally, yeah. Do you get that? Do you get that right at the end? Is that something that you get at the Elite Four, or am I thinking of something else? But yeah, it'd be nice to do that by camping and increasing the friendship. That does sound nice. Okay, let's go for a Piplup this time. In the game, in Sword and Shield, I've got to get my bag apparently. There it is. And that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, camping to get the friendship up is, yeah, it's a nice mechanic. I think you can also make some curries, can't you? I was always terrible at that. That was it, yeah, so after you beat it, then the woman gives it to you in the battle tower. That rings a bell, yeah. Okay, right, I'm out of my house in Sword and Shield. And calamari, yes, they've calmed down. That's it. Yeah, they're always, as soon as they've had their meal, they calm completely down, and they like to chill out. They do like, yeah, they get very excited when something's happening, and then once that thing's happened, then they calm right down. So they had a nice run in the garden. Like I say, the weather's been all right today, not like yesterday where it was horrible. So today it's been really nice, and I'm growing some tomatoes in my garden. So while my dogs were running around, I've been, watering my plants. I like growing tomatoes. This is my favourite time of year because I've been growing these tomatoes in my kitchen on the windowsill, since the start of the year, and they've just been getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I was finally able to put out those tomatoes, I think it was last weekend. So just watching them grow outside in their big pots, yeah, I can't wait for them to start fruiting, because I like that. I like growing tomatoes. It's cool. Last time. Could it be shiny? Could it be shiny? No, it's not shiny. Okay, I've reached Hop's house in Sword and Shield. But we need to go to the train station first. Of course we do, I forgot. We'll do Chimchar this time. But it's not shiny. Okay. Okay, so I'm just talking to Leon at the train station, and then we're going to run back to Hop's house and pick a starter. I think I should be able to reach the part where I can save and get the Pokemon from home, so I should be able to do the trade with you, Wolf. Hopefully. When it comes to the Galar starters, I do have a clear favourite. So this, in the BDSP generation, I think I love them all equally. I think they're all great. I think Sword and Shield, my clear favourite is Grookey. I absolutely adore Grookey. He's a really cute little monkey. So I'm definitely choosing Grookey here. Ah, you're a fellow Grookey admirer as well, Calamari. Very good. And Wolf as well. Yeah, exactly. I am firmly in Team Grookey. Yeah. My brother plays the drums, so I like the fact that Grookey plays the drums. It's cool. Yes, I'm a sucker for Grookey. Think he's adorable. I love his hidden ability. With the grassy surge, bringing grass terrain onto the pitch. I think is great. He's just I like Grookey. Grookey is definitely my favourite as well. And I've already forgotten what I picked last time. We'll go Piplup this time. So I've just chosen Grookey. I'm not going to give him a nickname because I can never think of nicknames. And I give him a high five. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, so Calamari, your favourite's Grookey, but the favourite shiny is the Sobble line. Yeah, it's quite a nice shiny, isn't it? That's true. I mean, they're all good designs. I like Sobble. And I like Scorbunny as well. I do like them all. But I love Grookey. I really like Grookey's design. Okay, right, I'm battling Hop. Which did Hop choose the Scorbunny? Oh yeah, I forgot. Hop has 2 Pokemon for this first one. That doesn't seem fair. So he sent out Wooloo. He's a cheat. He's a cheat is what he is. Right. Okay. I'm going to scratch him. I'm going to scratch the sheep. Time, so we'll go Turtwig this time. Oh, but it's not shiny. So we'll go again. Okay, right now it's Grookey against Sobble. I'm gonna poke him with this branch. He didn't like that. He didn't like it. Okay, so I'm assuming once I get to the Poke Center, that's when I'll be able to trade. That's what I'm thinking. So I think I'm almost there. This is quicker than I remember it being. But we'll see. Oh, we've got to go to the Slumbering Weald first. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, we get to encounter the legendary pup. I'd forgot about that bit. Okay. Yeah, exactly, the wolf. Yeah, I like this encounter. I do think this is quite cool. I mean, I always like the music. You know, where the music kind of incorporates the kind of howling wolf noise into the music. I like that. I've not got the music switched on right now because I don't want anything getting picked up by the mic. But I can hear the music playing in my head as I'm running through the Slumbering Weald. And I don't know how you pronounce that word. I'm pronouncing it as Weald. Could be Weld. Haven't got a clue. Okay, I'm going to pick Chimchar this time. But yeah, when you finally encounter you know, the legendary wolf in the mist, it's very cool. And it's not a shiny Chimchar though, so we'll go again. And Deb, good. I'm glad to hear that you safely reached home. That's very good. Yep, I hope the journey wasn't too bad. And Wolf, yeah, to you it would probably be pronounced Weld. I think that is probably right. I think that's right. That sounds right to me. But in my head I've always pronounced it as Weald. But I think Weld sounds more correct to me. So I think you're right. But it's one of those things that I've never had to say out loud. It's something I've always just read and just imagined how it sounds in my head. I've never heard of that word before. It's not something I've ever heard someone mention before. Because Weald is already... Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? That means something completely different. So, yeah, that would make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is Weld. But then, I mean, if you're using that argument, Weld is already a word. So both pronunciations in my head already exist with different words. It's just an odd word in my mind. Like I say, I've gone through my life and I've never heard of that word before until this game. I don't know if it's a real word. I don't know. I'm assuming it is, but I've never heard of it before. And Deb, I won't be able to do 2,000 encounters in this stream. It takes me about 2 hours to do 50 encounters. So I I will be taking breaks during this stream, so I think I'm probably going to get around 200 encounters in total in this stream. So I started on 1,500, so I'm already up to 1,572. So I'm aiming to do another 128 encounters, and I think that'll probably bring me up to about 7 or half 7. Oh, so apparently that word is pronounced wield, so it sounds like wield. Right, okay, this is it. It's not clear, is it? When you look at that word, I think it could be pronounced either way. That is good, because that is how I was pronouncing it in my head, but I have never heard that word before in my life. So it sounds like it is a real word then, but I've gone through my entire adult life never having encountered that word in day-to-day use. So it sounds like it's a really obscure word to me. And if it's a word that nobody ever uses really, then it would be really difficult to know how it's pronounced, because I hadn't got a clue. I had not got a clue. Yeah, and exactly. I think there's quite a lot of words like that in English, aren't there? That are spelled differently, but they phonetically sound the same. Yeah, English is a language full of contradictions and ridiculousness. I find it's a language based on memory rather than how the words look like they should be spelled. You just have to memorize how they're meant to be spelled. And this is the thing. I'm sure I'm going to pronounce this word wield wrong, because I'll forget what it's meant to be and pronounce it weld or wield, or yeah, I'm sure I'll get it wrong. Wield like, that's a nice way of thinking about it, Wolf. I hadn't thought of that. Wield like wielding a sword or a shield. And what are the Pokemon that you encounter there? The legendary dogs, legendary wolves, Zamazenta and Zacian, who wield them. I like that. I hadn't thought of that. I like that a lot. And Deb, yes, so I'm aiming to get up to 1,700 encounters on this stream. And then tomorrow's a bank holiday for me, because I'm in the UK, which means I get the day off work. So I'll be enjoying that day off work, doing more shiny hunting. So I should be able to get through another 200 encounters tomorrow, which would bring me hopefully up to around 1,900 by the end of tomorrow. That's the plan, I think. And I completely agree, Calamari. Yeah, it has so many rules and exceptions to those rules. Yeah, I can imagine it would make anyone go crazy. Yeah, it's a memory game. You just have to remember how to pronounce something or how to spell something. It's not based on experience, oh, these words are similar, so it's probably pronounced or spelled like that. You can't make those kind of logical leaps, because English isn't a logical language. It's a mess of a language, really. So I agree. I think anyone that learns English as a second language, I think I have a lot of respect for you. I think yeah, I can only imagine it's probably one of the most difficult languages to learn, I would imagine. So yeah, people that know other languages, it's a really impressive thing to have done. I wish I could. I tried when I was younger, and I don't know why. I don't think I'm a dumb person. I like to think I'm pretty average at things. I like to think I'm okay at things. But no matter what I did when at school, I just could not for the life of me pick up languages. I found it far more difficult than anything else. Like, I was never bottom of the class in maths or science or English or anything like that. I was, not top of the class, but I was never bottom of the class. But for those language classes, I just felt like such an idiot, and it never sunk in. I tried German, I tried French, and it never sunk in no matter what I did, and I don't know what it is about me. So yeah, learning languages definitely made me feel like a failure. So people that can do it, I have a lot of respect for, because I think to me it's such a difficult thing to do, just memorizing all those rules and words, and yeah, it's impressive. So calamari, especially as someone who is ESL, I don't know what that means. What does ESL stand for? And Deb, yeah, like wielding the power. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's what the slumbering wield is meant to sound like. Yeah, it makes sense. And Deb, in your school, English is the first language, but you still don't know what an adjective is. Yeah, I think I would struggle with that. Yeah, that's a describing word, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, when I said I was okay at English, actually, all of those, defining what adverbs and nouns and things are, that's not really what I meant. Like English lit and things like that, I'm not awful at, or I wasn't awful at the time. I've probably forgotten it all now, but yeah, I struggle knowing what an adjective is and things like that. I never, when you learn your native language, you don't think of it in those terms. But definitely when I was learning French and German, a lot of emphasis was on the grammatical rules and how where the noun goes, where the verb goes in sentence structure, and because I didn't really know, I'd never really thought about verbs and adverbs and nouns and adjectives and stuff in that way when I was learning English as a kid or whatever. I found it really difficult to apply that knowledge to those languages I was trying to learn. So yeah, people that can speak other languages, well done to you. You are very impressive people. And calamari, yeah, you're pretty average in school and maths is your sworn enemy. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Yeah, I always used to like maths. I was never great at it, but I was always pretty decent at it. And what I really liked about maths was when you actually did an equation and you got to the answer, you defined what x or y was, and it was just a nice round number, and you just knowing that you've definitely got the right answer there. In other subjects, you never 100% certain if you've got the right answer, until the test comes back and then you say, oh yeah, I did get that right or something, or maybe, but whereas with maths, you can look at a completely new problem, and if you do it the right way, you'll get hopefully the right answer, and you'll know instinctively whether it's the right answer or not. And I always quite liked that about maths. It's a difficult way for me to describe it, but there was something very satisfying about solving equations in maths. Like I say, I'm never very good at it, but when it did work, it was a nice feeling. Oh, so right, so ESL means English as a second language. Got it. I see. That makes sense to me. And for Deb, it's the opposite. You know maths, but it's physics and chemistry that are your enemy. Yeah, I think everyone probably has that little blind spot, because learning different subjects, I think everything needs a slightly different approach to learning. There's lots of different ways of learning anything, and each subject probably needs to be taught in a slightly different way, maybe, and then, or it might just come down to the teachers that you have, because maybe that was it? Maybe just the teachers that I had in, you know, maths and science and things like that, explained it in a way that just made sense in my brain a little bit more, whereas the teachers that were teaching languages were explaining it in a different way that didn't really align with the way that my brain likes to learn, because I think everyone likes to learn in a different way. Some people are very practical learners, you know, when you're actually doing something and applying the knowledge, that's when it sinks in. There's some people that are more theory based and can just have it explained and it sinks in, and there's lots of in-betweens like that. I think teaching is a real skill, because I think everyone learns differently. Everyone can learn. It's just about figuring out the best way to explain something in a clear way for a particular person to understand. Because I think you can explain something. You could explain it in one particular way, and some people will get it, and some people won't. And that's not a reflection on the people being taught. That's just a reflection of just everyone learns differently. So you just, as I think, a sign of a good teacher is being able to explain a particular concept or problem in more than one way to kind of get it across to the widest audience. But yeah, I've got a lot of respect for teachers as well. That's a difficult profession. And Deb, you're a writer of stories. That is an impressive skill to have, being able to be a storyteller, I think. And Deb, exactly, yeah, no decimals or anything. When the equation results in like a perfect round number, it does feel so. Yeah, I'm glad I managed to explain that in a way that, yeah, you understood. That's exactly how I feel as well. Solving a simultaneous equation and then getting an outcome that is just a whole number. That was a really nice feeling. As I say, I was never great at maths, but getting that's definitely a feeling that I always used to like. So yeah, I've got a bit of a soft spot for maths. Not great at it, but I always used to like it. And yeah, so calamari, it's the numbers you don't mind, but when you start adding letters, that's when your mind goes blank. Yeah, I remember being daunted by that as well. Yeah, it does make it easier in a way, but then it just depends, I suppose, because it can look quite daunting, I suppose. But yeah, it is just a way of simplifying things. It's it's strange. It can look very strange. And Moondrop Showdown, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you. I hope you're having a good day. How are you doing? We're doing well. I'm searching for a shiny starter in Shining Pearl. I'm 77 encounters into my search, but I'll be streaming for quite a while today. I'm hoping to get up to 1,700 encounters. The big hope would be that I can maybe get the shiny today. Who knows? I think I would be very, very, very lucky to get it. I've, still got a way to go, potentially. So we'll see. But I'm glad you're doing good. Glad to hear that. Yeah, it's lovely to have you here. My dogs are just chilling in the background. Daruk is the pug on the top of the pooch cams. He's on the bed on the chair. Mifa is chilling out on the floor on the bottom pooch cam. I might be wrong, but I think at some point Mifa's going to wake up and plonk herself on top of Daruk. She tends to like to do that, but at the moment I can hear her snoring, so she is fast asleep at the moment. They fairly recently had their lunch, so they're quite calm. And Calamari is correct, I've not introduced the Shinx. We also have Shinx on the top pooch cams. Shinx likes to hang out with the Pugs. Occasionally there'll be a little bit of a battle where one of the dogs may knock out Shinx, and if that's the case, then I may need to use a revive on Shinx to bring Shinx back to back to full health. But at the moment, Shinx is standing his ground, so Shinx is doing well. And yes, Calamari, yeah, Shinx hasn't blinked, so I think Shinx is learning the glare attack. So no blinks, constantly glaring, and I think that's what is standing him in good stead. He's, neither of the pooches are going too close to Shinx, so they are respecting Shinx's personal space. I need to evolve the Shinx. That would be cool, wasn't it? Yeah, that would be quite good. I don't have a... I am terrible with Pokemon names. What is the evolved? So I've had a mind blank. I can't remember what the evolved, the two evolved forms of Shinx are. If I saw a picture of it, I think it would come to me. Luxray is the final one, isn't it? And then what? Oh, what's the middle one? I always struggle with middle evolutions sometimes. Shinx, something Luxray. What is the middle evolution? Yeah. So my memory is terrible, just so you know. Luxio, thank you, Deb. I would have struggled with that. Yeah, I think I just about eventually got Luxray, but Luxio, it wouldn't come to me. Yeah, I do struggle with some of the middle evolution names. Like I think earlier I was talking about. Oh, now it's come to me. But I was talking about Mareep and Ampharos and their evolutions, and I couldn't remember what the middle evolution of that was. It's now just come to me. It's Flarfy, but at the time, that wouldn't come to me at all. So my memory's a bit rubbish sometimes with the with some of the Pokemon names, and it's in particular it's the middle evolutions I struggle with. I don't know why that is. And Calamari, yes, I mean, it looks like Shinx is not blinking twice. So I think that proves that Shinx is not being held hostage. And that Shinx is there of his own accord. But yeah, it would be nice to have a Luxio. I haven't seen many plushies. The Shinx that I've got is, I think it's particularly large for a plushie, which is why I've kind of given it to to my dogs. I usually keep my plushies out of reach of my dogs because I don't want them tearing them up. But because Shinx is so big, he feels a little bit out of scale with my other plushies. So I thought it'd be nice just to give the dogs something to play with. But they sniff him and they walk past him, but they don't bite him or tear at him or anything like that, like they do with their other dogs. They've got other stuffed toys, especially Mifa. She goes through stuffed toys very quickly. You give her a stuffed toy and it will last for a week or so, but then after that it's been torn into and she's getting the stuffing out of it and things like that. But nothing like that with Shinx. She's very respectful of Shinx. And Calamari, yes, I am saying I do struggle with the 1000 plus Pokemon. And I don't think I can call myself a PokeTuber with that kind of Pokemon knowledge. I will freely admit. I try my best. But yeah, there's so many. There are so many. But I don't mind so much if it's Pokemon that I've never used in a playthrough before, because then I can rationalize it and think, well, I've actually never used them in a playthrough, so that's why I don't know that particular Pokemon's name, or it's not coming to me. It does bother me when I can't remember the name of a Pokemon that I've used many times. It's a Pokemon I really quite like, and I just can't remember the name. So that, yeah, not being able to remember, you know, the full evolutions of like Mareep and Shinx, that bothered me. But my memory just isn't. It isn't all there sometimes. I do find myself forgetting things. So Wolf, you went to check Trading Card Game Pocket and to open some packs, and you've got a Florigato card. That's good. Was it? Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, I do like Sprigatito and that line. That is a good one. So Deb, yeah, you struggle with some of the evolution lines, and you don't know most of Gen 9, and the Black and White generation. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some gaps for me because I never played Black and White or X and Y or Sun and Moon, so a lot of Pokemon from those generations I do struggle with, because I've only really experienced them in either Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet. Now the camera has panned over for no reason. Let me just move it so we can see. I'm not sure why it panned then. And I know Calamari. I know. And yeah, I think Pokemon games are there to be enjoyed. Absolutely. They're just really fun games to play. But it's not shiny, so we'll go for the next one. But yeah, I will try and keep my eye out for a Luxio or a Luxray plushie. But I think it would have to be, if I was gonna replace Shinx with a Pokemon, it would have to be an even bigger one. You know, a Luxio that's even bigger than that Shinx. And I really think Shinx is already quite a big plushie. So I'm not sure I'd be able to find one that big. But I will keep my eyes out, because I am a big fan of the Pokemon plushies. I'm a bit of a sucker for them. I think they're adorable. Because I've got more plushies, but they're just in different places around the house. Yeah, I'm a big fan of them. And Deb, you love anime and Pokemon stuff, but some of it is unavailable in your area. Yeah, that's the thing. It's difficult to find sometimes. Yeah, I get some of them because we're very lucky in the UK. We're very lucky in the UK because we have an online Poke Centre, and not every country has that, I know. So that's quite good to be able to get some. And the other way that I tend to get them is the supermarkets here tend to have like a toy aisle, and sometimes they'll have some Pokemon plushes there. So I'll always just walk down the toy aisle and just see if there's any nice plushes there, and while I'm doing my shopping, and then just, you know, if I'm feeling like it, I might just add a plushie to the basket, just to make a shopping trip a little bit more interesting. But yeah, if they're not available in a particular country and you don't have access to a Pokemon Center, then yeah, I think they can be quite tricky to get hands on, which is a shame, because they should be more available, I think. And we'll get a life-size one. That would be funny. Exactly. Yeah. So in my head, I think that the Shinx isn't too far away from being a life-size one. I really think that Shinx is quite big. I guess it could be a little bit bigger to be life-size. But yeah, I think a Luxio would need to be bigger in my head. So if I was going to get a plushie to replace the Shinx, I think it would have to be bigger than the Shinx. I'd have to find a Luxio that's bigger than the Shinx, which I think would be tricky, but we'll see. But I think it would be funny if I got, you know, an even bigger one. Yeah, because I think the dogs would like it, and I'm very pleased that they are being respectful of it. So I think that's a good sign. So I mean, if I do find one, then at least I've got a little more reassurance that that my pugs wouldn't tear it to pieces. But I mean, they are dogs at the end of the day. If that's what they want to do with it, that's what happens. But they're very respectful of Shinx, which I like. And Calamari, you'd love to get a Snorlax beanbag someday. That sounds amazing. Imagine chilling out on a huge Snorlax beanbag. That would be the most relaxing thing ever. I'd feel like, obviously it's like Snorlax, but I'd also feel it would remind me of like My Neighbor Totoro, that Studio Ghibli film. That would be so cool. A huge Snorlax beanbag. I would like that. I would like that too. I've never heard of one, so if they don't already do it, they really should do it, because that sounds great. And Deb, that is what I'd be worried about. If you don't have access to a Pokemon Center or something like that, then the only other option is to get it imported, and then you have all those charges and import duty, and it's not really fair, really. They should make things more accessible to more people, because it can disadvantage people in different countries. Because I think the UK, I feel very fortunate in the UK, because there's a lot of things that the UK gets, especially with the Pokemon Center, that not every country gets. But there's still things that we don't get that I've seen in other countries that I wish we had. And I'm mainly talking about Japan. Some of the gaming merchandise that I've seen that is available in Japan, it just makes me so envious. I'm a big Animal Crossing fan, and there's quite a lot of Animal Crossing coffee cups and mocha pots and coffee grinders that are inspired by the Roost Cafe, that looks like it's been taken straight out of the Roost Cafe, and I would love things like that, but it's only available in Japan, and it's really expensive to get it shipped over, and I would be worried about getting crockery shipped over from halfway across the world, because it could break. But yes, some of the things that they can get in Japan look amazing, and I'm sure it's true of other countries as well. But yeah, I do wish that some of the things that are available in some countries were more available to other countries as well. I get very jealous about things like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Japan has a huge market for those. Yeah, they've got such good taste. Japan, they make such amazing things, and they make such amazing merchandise. I wish there was an easier way to get all that stuff. So I remember the same thing happening when Tears of the Kingdom came out. There was quite a lot of really cool Tears of the Kingdom merchandise that was only available in Japan. I'm certain that must be the case for Pokemon as well. I'm sure there must be some amazing stuff in Japan that's Pokemon merchandise as well. And calamari, exactly. I would love to go to Japan one day. I've never been. Yeah, it looks amazing. I think it might be the place I'd most like to go and visit. Yeah, it's a birthplace. Yeah, it's the birthplace of so many of the things that I love. Yeah, exactly. And some of the museums they have there look really good. Like there's the Nintendo Museum that opened, a year or so ago. That looks really cool. I'd love to go and experience that. Seeing all the gaming history of Nintendo. And calamari, yes, I think I would go broke if I went there as well. I think I would go there with 2 empty suitcases, just wear the same clothes the entire trip, and then just come back with 2 suitcases full of nothing but merchandise. I could see that happening, yes. Exactly. Yeah, I would love to go to Japan. It looks amazing. Taylor, hi. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You are fighting a mono run in Pokemon Shield. That's great. That is great. How is your run going? I'm currently... no. I've not been paying attention. I think my Grookey is about to get knocked out by a Rookie D. No, yeah. My Grookey fainted. So I'm currently just playing Pokemon Shield just to get up, not Shield, Sword, just to get up to the point where I can save it and trade. So I'm currently playing those games as well, whilst hunting for a shiny. Hopefully I get it. Who knows? We shall see. I think I'm gonna do another 116 encounters today to bring it up to 1,700 encounters. So there's always a chance I can get this shiny, and I would love it if I could get it today or tomorrow, but we shall see. And Deb, so you would like to experience the cherry blossoms and things like that. So that's a very cultured take on it, because the pictures I've seen of the cherry blossom trees in Japan, they're very, very beautiful. So I would imagine that would be very impressive to see all the blossom leaves falling. Just seeing pink leaves everywhere. It must be very nice. Again, Japan just seems like a really cool place. I do want to go there eventually. I can't remember what I chose last time. We'll go for a Turtwig. So Wolf, I don't think I'm too far off. I was almost at Wedgehurst, but then I got into a battle and I wasn't paying attention to my health, so I've been kicked all the way back to my house because my Grookey fainted. But that is not a shiny Turtwig, so let's go for the next one. I do struggle with multitasking, so I wasn't paying any attention to my health in Pokemon Sword. I'm doing a better job of trying to avoid wild encounters this time. There we go. Right, I'm in Wedgehurst now. So let's head to the research lab. And I've met Leon. Plug it in because it is running a bit low on batteries. And Sonia's got a little Yamper. Yeah, I do like Yamper. It's a very cute Pokemon. And Deb, you have to do so much multitasking that it's difficult to focus on one thing at work. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm not very good at multitasking. I try and do it because I know it's, well, in my head it's like the most efficient way of doing things. To be, trying to do multiple things at once. But I don't think I'm very good at it because it often just leads to me just messing up one thing or another. So I do try to stop myself from attempting multitasking most of the time. But I still give it a go. But Daruki's on the floor in a patch of sunlight. He's found the only bit of sunlight, really, that's left, so he likes to sunbathe. Okay, right, I've reached the Pokemon Center in Sword and Shield. So what I think I'll do is I'll save it, and I'll see if I can transfer the Pokemon from Pokemon Home. So I feel like this would be a good part of the game to allow that. Let me just save it. And let's see. And Deb, so you were once an editor and photographer. Yeah, so I would imagine you would have to do multiple things at once, and you still edit and take photos, but not for YouTube. That sounds great. Yeah, I can imagine that you would have to. Yeah, you would have to be good at multitasking to do something like that. But yeah, that sounds like a really useful skill to have. So that's good. That is good. And well, yeah, so if I unlock the boxes, then I should be able to do it. I've just tried opening Pokemon Home, on my Switch, and it's talking about it being a virtual game card. This is my first experience with a virtual game card, and it's saying in order to load the virtual game card to this console, it needs to be paired with my console, which is probably the one I'm playing right now. So if I click next, is this gonna... I'm hoping this doesn't interrupt my playing on this particular console. Do the following on the other... Oh, no. Yay. So it wants me to open... So it wants me to do something on this game console, on this Switch that I'm playing right now. It wants me to open virtual game cards. And then a screen with instructions. Okay, I might do that after this one. I'm hoping it won't take long. I've never used virtual game cards before, and it apparently considers Pokemon Home to be a virtual game card. That's news to me. I thought it was just a downloaded app. Yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around virtual game cards. I much prefer just the game cards themselves. I'm not very good with like downloads. So I've not paid too much attention to what virtual game cards are. Okay, right, so let's go for a Turtwig this time. It's not shiny. Okay, right, so close this, and then it said go to virtual game cards, that one, and a screen with instructions should appear, and select start pairing. Yeah, okay, and it's the Pokemon Home I want. Ready, start pairing. There we go. Okay, yeah, sorry, this shouldn't take long. But apparently the only way for me to access Pokemon Home on my other Switch is to do this. I'm very confused by this. Okay. Okay, now I think I can go back to doing this. Oh, it's going to eject Pokemon Home from my other one and put it on this. Oh, that is a faff. So I can only ever have it on one. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is way more difficult than I thought. This never used to be. You could just use Pokemon Home no matter what previously. Okay, so now it's now saying my console is offline, so the virtual game card couldn't be ejected. Try again after they have connected their console to the internet. So they're saying that the Switch that I'm doing BDSP on is offline. Okay, I officially don't like virtual game cards. I preferred it the way it used to be. Anyway, so Deb, your team approached you for it, and then you learnt. Yeah, so you kind of learnt on the job, really. That's impressive. That is really impressive. Yeah. Well, I mean, so it's good that you can recognise what would have needed to be improved on that first attempt, because that's the way everyone learns. You know, you learn from having a go, making a mistake, and then learning from that mistake. If you never make mistakes, you never really learn. It's just you're just going through life, getting lucky. The way that you really learn and grow as a person is by making mistakes, I think. So there's never anything wrong with that. And yeah, exactly. It's all about growing. It's all about growing and just taking things step by step, I think. Go with Chimchar. Yeah, and after this one, I might try connecting to the internet. I don't know how. I don't know how you connect to the internet without being in a game. Oh, it's not shiny. Okay, let me just... So if I close that... so what, is there an internet button here? I don't know how do you connect to the internet? No, it's still saying it's offline. I don't know how to connect. So it's saying this BDSP system is offline, but surely I don't think it is off. I don't know. Is it options? No, that's just that. No, okay, Wolf, I don't think I'm going to be able to get these Pokemon on this stream, because I haven't got a clue how virtual game cards work, it seems. It never occurred to me that Pokemon Home would be considered its own card. I thought it was just an app that you can just use on any of your Switches that you own, but it seems like it's something that you specifically have to transfer to the particular game console that you're playing on. And what I tend to do is I just switch between consoles all the time. And yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble getting Pokemon Home on my other console, so I am sorry. I'm not sure how to solve that. There will be a way, I know. And I might just end up just doing a bit of a playthrough on Pokemon Shield anyway. But I really don't like the way that the virtual game card thing works. That's really disappointing. Oh well. And Quizzo, welcome to stream. Never a problem about missing a stream. Don't worry. I hope you're doing well. And Ideb, enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. I hope it's delicious. So yeah, sorry Wolf, I don't think I'm going to be able to transfer anything today. Yeah, my Pokemon Home app on my Switch is not behaving. It doesn't. Yeah, it does not like the fact that I have two Switches, it seems. But it never used to be a problem before virtual game cards were a thing. So I'm not particularly a fan of that. I can understand games themselves being virtual game cards, games that you might want to share with other people, actual downloaded games. I can understand why they would be considered game cards. It never occurred to me that they would make Pokemon Home a virtual game card. To me, that's ridiculous. Oh well. Yeah, I do hope someone else will be able to help you. Sorry, Wolf. Sorry. Yeah, so if anyone does have any Pokemon Shield exclusives and wants to help Wolf out, that would be great. Yeah, well, I will try and just do a little bit of a playthrough on. Well, mind you, I think I've got. Yeah, I've started up the sword. Yeah, so I could start a new game on Shield, but that would take a long time to get the exclusives to play through it. But it's never a chore to play Pokemon Sword or Shield. Those are good games. But yeah, so the Shield exclusives are, was it Spritzy and Dramper, and the others, I can't remember. There are the Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash. And some of the fossils as well. Into the distance. Not quite sure why he's doing that. Oh, and Shinx is still there. So I think Shinx has been moved a little bit, and Shinx is just hanging on. Hasn't fallen down yet. Ooh, I like the sound of that. He could be sensing a shiny. I like the sound of that calamari. It would be nice if the Pugs had a sixth sense to anticipate when there might be a shiny. So maybe it could be this one. Still thinking about those virtual game cards. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do about Pokemon Home, because I remember hearing about virtual game cards, but because I only ever buy physical copies of games, I didn't really pay attention to what virtual game cards were or how they worked, because I just thought I'm only ever going to buy physical games, so it doesn't really matter to me. But now that I've realised it's going to impact Pokemon Home, I think I need to watch a few YouTube videos to actually understand what they are and how they interact with people that have more than one Switch. So I am a bit worried now, because I really enjoy just starting new games on a different console and then, accessing Pokemon Home, maybe getting Pokemon across from it. But if I can only do that on one console, I'm going to be annoyed. Or if it's really difficult to move Pokemon Home each time I want to do something different on another Switch, I'm going to be a little bit worried. And James, you're back. You think you fell asleep? Well, I don't blame you falling asleep, because you've been you've been with the stream right from the start, and that means you must have woken up incredibly early because you're in the US. So I don't blame you if you've fallen asleep. So I get the impression that you probably woke up particularly early today. And sleep is a good thing. So I hope you had a good rest. Sleep is important. As my two pugs will testify, and as they are evidencing right now, my pugs understand the importance of sleep, and for that reason, that is their favourite thing to do. Or, James, it could have been that you forgot your night medicine. I suppose that could be it as well. It's important. Yeah, it's important to make sure that we don't forget medicine. That is important. Yeah, so you'll notice that Mifa is in the dog bed on the chair, and Daruk is curled up on the tiny footstool just in front of the chair. If those two roles were reversed, if it was Daruk in the bed, Mifa would not just curl up on the footstool. Mifa would just plonk herself on top of Daruk and just fall asleep on top of him. But Daruk is a lot more respectful of Mifa's personal space than Mifa is of Daruk's personal space. I feel like I'm making good progress though. I'm almost up to 1,600 encounters, which is not bad. That is not bad. is rather staring at the camera, isn't it, Calamari? I agree. He might be staring into all our souls. Our souls. Our souls. You have to be careful when you pronounce that. My camera's changed. I don't think he was particularly comfortable on that stool. It's too small for him, really. And Shinx is just about hanging on. Shinx has definitely moved. But yeah, Shinx is just about hanging on. But Shinx may need a revive at some point. So, at the moment I'm still searching, so we'll have to see how it goes. I'm coming up to 1,600 encounters, but yeah, still looking for this shiny. It's one of these hunts that it could take me months to find it realistically. There's no way of knowing. It could take me months, or it could be over in 5 minutes. There's no way of knowing how long it'll take. I do hope I get it. I do hope I get it under odds. That feels realistic, you know, it could happen, but we shall see. Still multitasking? No. So previously I've got my second Switch and I was playing a new game of Pokemon Sword, because I was hoping to get to the point where you can unlock Pokemon boxes and then just transfer some Pokemon from Pokemon Home into it. But I have run into a roadblock in that my second Switch will not allow me to open Pokemon Home. Because I don't know why. Because it considers it to be a virtual game card, and I think it considers it to be tied to my main Switch, which is the Switch that I'm playing right now. I think it would allow me to transfer it over and open it, but it needs the main Switch to be online, and I honestly don't know what that means. To me, that looks like it's online. It's got the little internet symbol in the top right hand corner. That looks online to me. Anyway, I don't know, so I can't. I've hit a stumbling block on my multitasking. I can't really go any further, I think. So now I am just shiny hunting, hoping to get a shiny starter. So we're about to go to encounter 1,600. This would be a nice time to get a shiny, if there ever was one. So we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the Wi-Fi signal, right? So, but on my second Switch, when I'm trying to open Pokemon Home, it's saying your other Switch is offline, so you cannot load the virtual game card because the other Switch is offline, and it's got the picture of this Switch that I'm playing right now. So I don't know. Very odd. Yeah, this is my first experience of virtual game cards, and I'm not impressed. Not that my opinion really matters, but yeah, I'm not a fan. I was very happy with how it used to work, because it did used to work. So for encounter 1,600, let's go for a Piplup. Let's see, could this be shiny? So there's going to be another 100 encounters on this stream. So we shall see. Yeah, Debs, yeah, you've never actually, had to use it. Yeah. No, this is my first experience with a virtual game card. I'm very confused by it. I'm sure there are some benefits to it, but I'm not sure what they are. And congratulations, Wolf. So your type null has evolved into a Silvally. That's great. That is great. And Deb, no problem at all. Whenever you stop by, I'll let you know. But also, whenever I do find the shiny, I will rename the stream. So all the streams are at the moment just searching for a shiny starter. So whenever I do find the shiny starter, I will rename that stream to make it clear that I've actually found the starter. So if you're ever looking for it, or if you're not sure, then you'll be able to tell from the stream title. But thanks for stopping by, and I'll catch you next time. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, so you're gonna... I'd appreciate that. Yeah. Because I'm very confused by the Pokemon Home virtual card thing, Deb. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone can help me out with that. I'm very confused by it. I think it might... Maybe it would work if I wasn't constantly closing the game and restarting it. Maybe the fact that I can't connect is because I'm shiny hunting at the moment. Maybe that's the problem. I'm not quite sure. Because the switches are right next to each other. Never a problem with the signal. But it is just saying that the switch that I'm playing Pokemon Shining Pearl on right now is offline. But I just don't think it is. Yeah, Deb, I think that might be it. I think maybe if I just try this later on tonight after the stream is finished, then it might work just fine. It's difficult to know what the problem is. So I don't want to spend too long messing around with the settings on this Switch that I'm using now, because I do want to get through all of these encounters. Going to be keeping going no matter how long this takes. I will be doing up to 1,700 today, but I'm going to keep streaming. I'm going to keep doing these streams until I get the shiny, and then I'll move on to the next shiny hunt, because I'm going to be doing a full shiny only run. This could take a very long time. Quizzo, do I ever get sick of shiny hunting? Not yet, no. I definitely want to find the shiny, and I'd rather find it sooner than later, because I do want to start playing the game. But I also do like the fact that I'm having to put quite a lot of effort to get this shiny. It's difficult to feel that right now. But I've only ever really done something similar to this the once before, when I did that shiny hunt a few weeks ago for the Mewtwo, and that took a similar amount of time to what I'm up to now. It took around 2 weeks of constant searching. But when I finally found it, it was worth every second that I'd invested into it. So I kind of know it's going to feel like that, and that kind of buzz, it was a little addictive. It was good. It was a really good feeling when I finally found that Mewtwo. So I'm kind of chasing that same high by doing it again on this one. So we shall see how long it actually takes, but when I finally do find it, I'm fairly certain it's all going to be worth it when I do finally find it. And I am finding that time is flying by. So I mean, this stream so far, it's already 5 hours in. It doesn't feel like it's been 5 hours. It's gone really fast for me. I'm just hanging out with my dogs. I'm just enjoying the music and just shiny hunting, and the time does seem to fly by. So yeah, there's definitely worse things that I could be doing. There's definitely things that I do quite like it. It's definitely not the worst thing in the world. But I am also pretty new to this whole shiny hunting thing. Like I said, before Mewtwo, I'd never ever reset for a shiny before, so this is only really my second proper shiny hunt. I've hunted for shiny Pokemon before, but never had to reset and things like that. So it is sometimes still getting used to, but I'm definitely enjoying it. And Deb, you completed the 4th gym in Radical Red. That's good. I've seen a few clips of people playing Radical Red. Carrot, who was in the chat earlier, I know has done that. It looked quite a fun game. So yeah, congrats on getting far with that. That's good. And yeah, Calamari. So yeah, whenever you feel at risk of burning out on a particular hunt, you find it helps to switch to a different hunt, or just take a week or a day break from it, and that makes sense. I can see the appeal of that. I just can't wait to get this show. And I think I also know that I'm going to be taking a break in the not too distant future anyway. I'm going to be forced to take a break because I'm going to have family visiting next weekend for quite a while, for a couple of weeks. So I'm going to have to take a break anyway. So part of me just kind of wants to get as many shiny hunts in before then. So I do want to do that. And oh yeah, Deb, what's my favourite pseudo legendary? It probably would be the first one. Not the first one, because I don't think Dragonite is my favourite. I would say Tyranitar would be my favourite. I can remember when that came out in Silver, having a dark type that was really powerful, that could deal with, at the time there was just so many psychic Pokemon in the games. It felt amazing, and it also looks cool like a Godzilla or something. So yeah, definitely Tyranitar would be my favourite. Holds a special place in my heart in Johto. The frustrating thing was how late you got it in the game, but that's a pretty common complaint about all pseudo legendaries. You have to earn them, so you have to get quite far in the game to actually get them. But yeah, I would definitely say Tyranitar. What would be your favourite pseudo legendary? Metagross has a really cool shiny. I will say that. So yeah, Calamari, Metagross would be for you, but of all the pseudo families, Goomy is your preferred. Goomy is a cute one. I will say Goomy is a cute Pokemon. Yeah, I would agree with that. And Deb, you like shiny Metagross as well. Yeah, it's such a good shiny, isn't it? I am a big fan of Metagross's shiny. I think they did they chose the perfect colour scheme there, I think. So shiny Metagross is great, I will say that. Now, I can hear a dog barking outside, and I think Daruk can as well, so apologies for any barking you can hear. Oh, and the camera has just zoomed into it, yeah, so, yeah, the camera's just zoomed in, because I think Daruk must have moved. But yeah, he can hear a dog barking outside. So that's a shame, that's woken him up, because he was very peacefully sleeping just then. And he's suddenly been rudely woken by some chatty dog. Gen 3 in particular had some really great designs. Yeah. I like the designs in both Generation 3 and Generation 4. I think both of them had really good Pokemon designs. Definitely. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm just thinking of all the Generation 3 Pokemon. And I do like almost all of them. I do think they're really great. I think maybe the only one I wasn't crazy about was Clamperl. I don't even know how you pronounce Goribas, is it? And Hunter. Oh no, Daruk has defeated Shinx. Oh. It was a scratch attack. And it was caught on camera. I think Shinx has fainted. Everyone. And Daruk does not look remorseful. He just took it down. He just took poor Shinx down. I will have to get a potion and a revive. But that won't be for another hour or so. So, unfortunately, Shinx has been knocked out. Sorry, everyone. Yep. RIP. R.I.P. Shinx. I'm glad the camera caught that. Because, yeah. I wasn't expecting it. Usually what happens is Shinx accidentally gets knocked over, you know, when the dogs are coming in and out of it. But that one looked deliberate. Daruk really just took his frustrations out on Shinx. I think it may have been hearing the other dog. So, Deb, Chimchar is not shiny. Let's move on to the next. So, Deb, for you, it was Black and White that you never really understood. That generation was shown in India. So you really didn't get the story, and in the game you got lost. Yeah, it's difficult for me to comment, because Black and White is probably that's the generation that I stopped playing Pokemon for a while. So I played Generation 4, so I played Diamond and Pearl, and I played Soul Silver. But after that, I took a bit of a break, and I didn't get Black and White, Black and White 2, didn't get X and Y, didn't get Sun and Moon or Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I missed all of those games. So yeah, I'm looking forward to those games getting re-released. Absolutely. And James, you got a random shiny Oricorio. Great. That is great. But not a full... I mean, a shiny is a shiny. That's great. Yeah, congrats. Congrats. I always like just getting those random shinies that you weren't really going for. Those are my favourite kind. Those are absolutely my favourite kind of shinies. Because those are the ones that tend to change the direction of my playthrough in a way I wasn't expecting, and that's what I like the most. I like being able to use Pokemon I've never used before. And it was the pink one. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it's cool that Oricorio has all those different forms. Yeah, it's quite a cool Pokemon. I've never used one on a playthrough before, but it is a cool Pokemon. I do like it. But James, how is your playthrough going? So I know that you picked your team that you're going to use in the academy, and it sounded like a really cool team. Had you already caught all those Pokemon that you wanted to add to your team, or did you have to go and find, say, a Pelipper and a Politoed and not Politoed? What was it? There's definitely a Pelipper on your team, and I know you had the Empoleon. But yeah, did you have to find the missing members of your team, or did you already have those Pokemon ready to go? Okay, so you're farming the BBQ quests to access some of the starters. That's cool. Yeah, that is definitely worth it. That's where I spend my points on first as well, unlocking all of the starters in all the biomes. that's always good. Yeah, I know what you mean, Calamari. Yeah, when dogs are out in the rain, they can get a little stinky. Yeah. Yeah, I hope the weather's not too bad, but it sounds torrential the way you're describing it. And I hope all of your dogs are nice, safe, and dry. Yeah, I don't know how your dogs are, but my dogs do not like having a bath. Daroop, the older one, just about tolerates it. Clearly doesn't like it, but he at least doesn't frantically try to get out of the bath while we're giving him a bath. Mifa, on the other hand, I think Mifa is convinced that we're trying to attack her when we're trying to just give her a bath. We tried everything. We tried giving her food, during the bath to try and calm her down. She really does not like having a bath. She's very averse to water. Well, she's very averse to having a bath. She behaves like a cat, like I imagine a cat would if you were trying to give it a bath. Just legs flying everywhere, just constantly trying to get out, wriggle out. Okay, yeah. Some are behaved, but a lot of the time you have to use a leash. Yeah. Exactly. It's whenever we give even though Mifa's smaller, but whenever we give Mifa a bath, it's a two-person job for us. So me and my wife have to work as a team in order to give her a bath. have managed to revive Shinx for the time being. Just isn't enough room on that footstool. So the footstool is just not big enough for Shinx and Daruk, and it seems Daruk is the winner each time. Oh, maybe Shinx is just about hanging on. Just. Deb, you've just got back and had some Indian cuisine. That sounds delicious. Yeah. I am a big fan of Indian food. I really am. So I do. Yeah, we do often have, dals and all kinds of other things. Lots of curries. I'm a big fan of all that. Used to be able to deal with spices, but now I think I'm just about okay with it. I've got a decent tolerance for that, and it's it's some of the best food in the world, I would say. I think the problem with a lot of Indian food that you get in the UK, though, is that there's a lot of sugar in it that they add, that it feels unnecessary. But cooking Indian food from scratch, I think, is really tasty. What is your favourite type of food? What is your favourite type of Indian food? What are people's just general favourite types of food? Yeah, just in general. had a pork vindaloo, and that might be my favourite thing. I think pork is a really nice, fatty type of meat, so I think it really goes well with something that has a decent amount of kick, because then, you know, the rich fattiness of the meat kind of offsets the heat in a really pleasant way. So I'm a big fan. I'm a really big fan of Indian food and food in general. There's not a lot I don't like. But one thing I do struggle with a little bit is coriander, which is present in a lot of Indian food. I do struggle with coriander. That's probably the only thing that I am a bit that I do struggle with, because I do feel that coriander overpowers things, whatever you put in it, and usually the things that coriander gets added to, I want to taste the other things. I don't really want to taste the coriander, but often when it gets put in, that's pretty much all I can taste. I would agree. Yeah, I think Indian food does a really good job of using veg. You know, I could happily just eat just a vegetarian, an Indian dish that doesn't have meat can taste absolutely amazing and can be the best thing in the world. A lot of Indian dishes, you don't necessarily need the meat, just because everything else is just so tasty. I would agree with that. Like palak paneer doesn't need any meat at all, and it tastes amazing, absolutely amazing. And loads of dals, and it's a really varied type of food. Apologies, calamari, for the food talk making you peckish. It's making me a little bit hungry as well. But it's a way off my meal time just yet. I'm not much of a cook. I do a couple of things, not terribly. So there's a couple of things that I try and cook that are passable, but for the most part, I'm not a very good cook. But my wife is a wonderful cook, so I'm very, very fortunate. Freshly cooked curry would be nice in this rainy weather. Exactly. Yet there's just some foods that suit a rainy day. There's some foods that are really good, you know, in the hot weather. There's some foods that I really associate with a cold winter's day. There's some foods that I associate with, like just a rainy day in general. For me, if it's a cold winter's day, then I really like a stew or something that's what I like in the winter, like a hearty stew. I do quite like, and then in the summer, I like a cool salad, or you can do like a cold noodle dish with like peanut butter and miso. That's quite a nice combination. You can have like cold noodles. That's really nice in the summer as well. But on a rainy day, curry would be really nice. A curry is one of the few things that I think I can do very passably. I can make a fairly decent curry, I feel, and I think it's great. Yeah, I love food. Sometimes your social media can just be full of food things, and it can be quite nice actually. It can spark inspiration sometimes. So Deb, in the rain, just some tea and some Indian fries. Indian fries? I'm not sure. How are Indian fries different? Because I'm not aware of that. But yes, I mean, in the rain, having a cup of tea is, that's a nice feeling. When you're in the rain, when I'm in the rain, what I'm really looking forward to is obviously getting inside and having some shelter. And if I get inside and have some shelter, and there's a cup of tea on offer, I mean, that's just going to put me in the best mood in the world. So I'm completely on board with that. You know, a hot drink in the rain is, that will set you right, in my opinion. And a foggy mountain view. I mean, that sounds amazing. That sounds magical, actually. That sounds beyond amazing. That sounds transcendent. So, I think it's easy to take stuff like that for granted. If that is, if you live in that part of the world where you can see, mountains in the distance, I could imagine it might be easy just to take that for granted and not appreciate it. But that sounds wonderful. I live in a part of the world where there's no mountains or anything like that, and the idea of looking out and being able to see mountains, that sounds magical to me. So it's good that you can appreciate stuff like that, because that does sound amazing. It's a really varied country, India, isn't it? It's one of the few countries that has like deserts and jungles and plains and arable grassland and mountains, and it's got almost every biome, almost every terrain you could possibly imagine. It's such a big country and varied. Deb, you have mountains within a 3 or 4 hour distance. Nice. Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, that's great. That is great. That is great. So I'm assuming that must mean that's like the northern part of India. I'm not great on geography, but I know you've got like the Himalayas right at the top. Are you in the northern part of India? And Calamari, you don't have mountains, but you do have a beach. Oh, so yeah, where you are in the Philippines, you've got a beach within walking distance. So I bet you're. I don't know if I would hope. Is it a beach that your dogs are allowed on? Because I know not every beach allows dogs, but I know that when we took our dogs to the Isle of Wight, we were we had a caravan right on the beachfront, just a 10-minute walk from the beach, and my dogs loved running on that beach. I've never seen them so happy as when they were on that beach. So Calamari, if you're that close to the beach, I would imagine your dogs must love that, because my dogs certainly would. And yeah, exactly, yeah, it's like all known forms of terrain are in one country. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's really cool. So Deb, so just going back to the Indian fries, so when you say Indian fries, are they like pakoras? Is that what you mean by Indian fries? Or because I've had pakoras before and they're very nice. I mean, everything that I've tried that's Indian food I've enjoyed. And calamari, yep, it's public. And some of the stray dogs. I mean, if I was a stray dog, I would be chilling by the beach. So that sounds great. That sounds so nice. I really, really, really enjoyed our holiday by the beach. It's just so nice to be next to the ocean. Well, I mean, it's not really the ocean for us. It's just the sea. It's just the channel, really, where we went to. But it's still nice. It's still nice just looking out to the sea. There's something about it that's very, very calming, and I do like it. And Draven, good to see you. Everything's good. Everything's good with me. Still hunting for a shiny. I've got through quite a few encounters on this stream. So I started on 1,500. I'm hoping to end the stream on 1,700. So I'm going to be streaming for a good 3 hours at least. 3-4 hours. My maths isn't great. 4 hours, yeah. It'll probably take around 4 hours, I think, to get another 80 encounters. So there's a chance I could still get this shiny. Who knows? But I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. But I would dearly love to get this shiny on this stream. How's everything with you, Draven? All good? And Debbie, so you've visited mountains and beach and snowy plateaus. The only part left is desert. Yeah, exactly. And Draven, so you think the music interferes with the voice chat? I can turn down the music a little bit if it's a little too distracting. Bear with me. I'll just turn it down a little bit. Oh, apologies for the dog barking. So I've turned it down a little bit. Let me know how that sounds. If it's still a bit too loud, let me know. If it's too quiet, then let me know. Anyone, just let me know. I'm happy to tweak that and find the right balance. I appreciate it might be difficult to tell whether it's too loud or not when Daruk is barking in the background. I am really sorry. Bear with me 1 second. Hello? Sit. Good boy. Okay. So, yeah, just let me know how the balance works. So, calamari. Do I swim in the beaches? Some people do. I'm trying to think back if I've ever swum in the ocean in the UK. I don't think I have, not even as a kid. No. And it is exactly what you've said there, it is too cold. But some people do. Daru, sit. Sit. Daru, sit. Good boy. Yeah, in general it's just too cold. It is just too cold. But some people are a little... apologise for him. But yeah, in general it's too cold for most people, but some people are just more hardy and are able to just go swimming no matter the temperature, because I can imagine it would be quite refreshing even if it is cold, but it's too cold for me. So whenever we've gone, I just tend to walk along the beach, and that's all the dogs like to do as well. They dip their toes into the water, but they never go swimming into it. Yeah, but I've been swimming in the sea when I've gone on holiday to like Spain or France or things like that. I think the Mediterranean is a little nicer for swimming, not so much the UK North Sea. It is pretty cold. So here we go. Deb, thank you. So Indian fries have a variety, like kind of onion fries, potato fries, French fries, and a cheese that's as soft as tofu fries. Chili fries. That sounds delicious. That does sound delicious. Nice. That does sound really nice. So that really is making me hungry, actually. Yeah. And good. So yeah, thank you. So it sounds like the volume hopefully is a little bit better. It's not ideal with Daruk barking. So we're not a million miles away from 4 p.m. In the UK. So it's 3:20 now. 4 p.m. is my dog's preferred time to go, on patrol around the neighbourhood. But this is still a bit early, and I think looking at where he's looking, he's staring at the window, so I think it's more he's seen something fly past, a bird or something like that. So I'm going to hold off just yet, but if they both start getting restless, then I may have to take them. But this feels a little early for them. I don't want to get them too far out of their routine. Okay, so let's go for a Piplup this time. So Draven, what is this one-hit KO on Pokemon Let's Go? Is it instant faint? A one-hit KO on Pokemon Let's Go. I'm not sure. What do you mean, Draven? But I guess generally a one-hit KO would be an instant feint. I think so, unless it's one of the legendary Pokemon or the encounter Pokemon where you've got to knock it out first and then you get the chance to catch it. Yeah, actually, so is that what you're... Because, yeah, the only time you're going to get a one-hit KO is either in a trainer battle or it's one of the encounter Pokemon like Snorlax or the legendary Pokemon. Is that what you mean? So is it a trainer... or yeah, as Calamari said, do you mean like Fissure or is it Horntrill's another one, or Sheer Cold? Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, that's it. Calamari's got it. Yeah. Yes, so that would be a one-hit KO, but they're generally not very accurate moves, so it's difficult to rely on that. So yeah, if you were facing an opponent who used that and you were unlucky enough to be connected with Fissure, yeah, that will one-hit KO you no matter. Yeah. So that sounds like you've been really unlucky, because I remember the accuracy rating of those. I think it's about 30% or something. I feel like you've been very unlucky if you've been hit by one of those. So you might want to just try again, and if the opponent is just spamming Fissure, more often than not you're gonna win, because they're gonna miss. Yeah, or Horn Drill. Yeah, that sounds like another one. I feel like they've all got the same terrible accuracy. So I mean, I don't like using them just because they're so unreliable. But it is one way of one hit knocking out someone. So yeah. And Calamari, yeah, it may have been Daruk may have seen a shiny Starly. He may have scared away the shiny Starly to make sure I don't have to encounter them anymore. Because I've already encountered 2, so he's making sure I don't have to encounter anymore. That could well be it. And Deb, you also have some fries that are purely made of leaves. They're a little bit bitter, but great for health. That's interesting. So I've never tried that either. So I think when I mentioned that I like all food, maybe not coriander, but all food, I guess there is something that I do struggle with, and that would be something like a bitter gourd. So if something is really, really, really bitter, that flavour profile I do struggle with a little bit. If it's just a little bit bitter, if the leaves are just a little bit bitter, then I do like it. But to my mind, there are some things out there, and I don't know what the actual name of this vegetable is, but I only know it as a bitter gourd. I can still taste that in my mouth, and I had it probably 4 or 5 years ago. It was such a viscerally distinctive taste. It tasted how I would imagine bleach to taste like, which I'm sure it's not, but everyone has different taste preferences. But sometimes I think I do struggle with really, really bitter things. I like really sour things, but bitter can be a bit too much for me sometimes. And T-Rex, hi. I hope you're doing well. Good to have you here. We're still searching. I think probably in the next half hour I'll have to take a little break. But for the moment, my dogs are calm. Still searching for that shiny starter. And I'm hoping to get up to encounter 1,700 during this stream. So I should be streaming for another 4 hours or so. And Draven, your team is Nidoking, Vileplume, Ivysaur, Kangaskhan, Rhydon, and Nidorina. Nice. Yeah, I like Ivysaur. I like Ivysaur a lot. That's it's a very poison ground team, isn't it? Plus Kangaskhan, I suppose. But yeah, I like it. Oh, calamari. Yeah, so you're the same. Okay, so your mum used to feed you stir-fried bitter gourd, and you never want to taste it again. Yeah, I'm similar. Yeah, I've had one taste of it, and yeah, I can still taste it. I feel like my mouth has been scarred by that. I'm exaggerating, but I feel like I'm not a picky eater. I probably am, but I feel like I eat most things. And even if it's not my favourite thing in the world, I can usually just eat it. I might eat it with something else that's on my plate that I prefer, and that just makes it easier to deal with. But bitter gourd, I really struggled with. That. Yes, I'm glad you know what I mean. So, Deb, you have sticks that are eaten raw on an empty stomach, but it helps to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. But they are too bitter, and you don't like it. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, because it probably is the case that a lot of the things that are good for us might not always taste the best, because certainly things that are bad for you often taste the best. So yeah, sometimes it's a shame. So yeah, I guess sometimes if there are things that really help and have really good health benefits that help reduce cholesterol and blood pressure, which is really important, yeah, sometimes it's a shame if they don't taste great. Yeah. And Draven, you are building a team around the poison type. Yeah, that makes sense, because it's a nicely themed team that you've got there. Yeah, I quite like it. Are you planning on getting another moonstone to evolve the Nidorina, so you've got a Nido king and queen on the same team? Because that would be good. I think I did a Chimchar last time. Let's do a Piplup this time. And yep, Calamari, you can still remember the taste. Exactly. Yeah. I think we're on the same page on this. There's something about bitter gourd that stays with you. So in a way, I'm glad I had it, because food it's about experiences. It's about trying things. It's about it helps you to experience another culture as well. So I'm glad I tried it. I don't think I could ever try it again, but I'm glad I tried it, definitely. And Deb, in the case of sour things, India has some great sour food. Some things are sour and spicy, and some are more like pickles. Yeah, all those sound delicious. I'm fully on board with pickles, fully on board with things that have that sour and spicy combination. Yeah, it sounds great. Have I tried green mango? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. I'm never. Oh wait, hang on. No. I don't think I have. I don't think you can get them in this country. Sorry, no. I don't think I've tried green mango. I think I'm confusing it with something else. I think maybe I'm confusing it with like a green papaya. I've never tried a green mango, because I think mangoes are very different in India than what is available in this country. So I've heard very good things about Indian mangoes, and I like the mangoes that I've had, but I've had it explained to me that the mangoes that you get in the UK they're called the same thing, but they don't taste anything like the mangoes that you can get in India. It's a completely different experience. So yeah, I don't think I've tried that. That's something I need to try, I think, when I next go to India. Because I'm a fan of mangoes in general, so yeah, I would like to try that. Calamari, you've tried it, yeah, and you're like, yeah, I've got a feeling I would like it, but I haven't. Yeah, the UK is good for a lot of things, but maybe not great for access to the freshest fruit. Because we're an island, because everything has to be shipped to us, it's never going to be as good as when it was picked in its native environment. Which everything's yeah, that's just how it is. But yeah, it's definitely making me hungry. Right, so the green mangoes are not, they're not sweet like a typical one. It's more sour and raw, yeah. And when you say raw, but you would you typically cook with it though? Or is it more typically used raw? Actually, is it more typically used raw, or is it more cooked? Because my initial thoughts would be that it would be something that you would cook with. Is that right? And calamari, one thing that you like about being in the tropics is the access to fresh seafood. I would imagine that is the freshest seafood there is, and fresh fruit. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, I say I can imagine. It probably is difficult to imagine, but yeah, I would imagine being in that part of the world, that type of food that you can get is unlike anything else. So yeah. There's like 5 or 6 different varieties of mango depending on the region. Yeah, that's impressive. That's cool. I like that. Go chimchar this time. So it is mostly used raw, but it can be cooked with too. But it's mostly used raw. Nice. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people would be getting hungry after these types of conversations. That is just the way. The more you talk about food, it does raise an appetite. Tempest King, hi, welcome to stream. Lovely to have you. I really hope you're doing well. How are things with you? At the moment, I'm currently searching for a shiny starter in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I've got my pooches with me. You can just see a couple of them now in the bottom of the pooch cams. I'm in the UK. It's round about 3:30 where I am, and my dogs do like to go on their what's the best way of phrasing this, on their little stroll around the neighbourhood around about 4 o'clock. So I'm getting very dangerously close to the time where they will want to head out. So I may have to take a break soon, but yeah, I hope everything's good with you, Tempest King. Thank you for watching. So Tempest, you're in the UK as well, and you're just about managing in the UK heat. Good. Yeah. Strange, isn't it? I don't know if it's the same where you are, but for me, yesterday was not cold, but it was really rainy, and it didn't feel particularly summery. But today is very different. The sun's out. I'm starting to feel a little bit warm where I am. So yeah, I know what you mean. But I'm liking this weather. Because I've recently put out some tomatoes in my garden. I'm trying to grow them, so my tomato plants appreciate the warmer weather that we've been having. But yeah, I'm hoping you're just about managing the heat. Deb, you don't know much about fruits much, but you have a great variety, and sometimes you don't even know how many. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, exactly. Yeah, there's just so many Yeah. And it's currently 24 degrees where you are, Deb. Yeah. That. And it's night time. So yeah, that is tricky. So in the day, that's not too bad for a daytime temperature. I can just about manage that. Calamari, you're curious, how warm is it in the UK? So it's, I mean, it feels warm right now, but then I'm in the attic, which generally gets warmer than the rest of the house. Let me have a look. So whatever temperature I say, what I'm experiencing right now is warmer than that, because yeah, my attic is quite warm. So at the moment it's saying 21 degrees. So yeah, I mean, this looks like as hot as it's been today, 21 degrees. So not bad, but yeah, because I'm in the attic, it is a lot warmer. I've got I've got the computer going. I'm in the attic. I've not opened any windows yet, which I really should open some windows. In fact, bear with me. I'm just going to open a window because it is a little bit warm. Bear with me. Just open a window. The only problem with opening a window is that it makes it, when other dogs in the neighbourhood bark, it makes it much easier for Daruk and Mifa to hear that. Mainly Daruk I'm concerned about, because Daruk does not appreciate other dogs in the neighbourhood barking, which is why I typically keep the windows closed. But yeah, when it's getting a little bit warm in here, it is better to have them open. And so Tempest, yeah, you've got a fan. That's a good idea. I do have a fan. It's at the other end of the room, and I haven't set it up yet. You know, I put it away at the end of last summer, and I've not had to get it out yet. But I do feel we're getting to that part of the year where I probably should set up my fan in here. But I guess I'd be worried that the noise from the fan might be distracting on the stream. But I'll have to. I mean, I'm gonna have to start it at some point anyway. I won't have a choice. When it gets too warm, I'm going to have to put the fan on. So I may as well put it on sooner rather than later and just see how it impacts the stream. And there you go. He just heard something outside. Apologies for that. It's nothing. Okay, so. And Tempest, so where you are, it's been nothing but heat and more heat. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it can be. The heat can be a bit bad, especially in the UK. The temperature might not be particularly high, but typically our houses are not built for heat. You know, air conditioning is very, very rare in this country, and the houses themselves are typically built to retain the heat. They're not built to expel the heat. So when it does get warm in the UK, it's usually pretty insufferable for people. That's my experience anyway. So I know how you feel, Tempest. I hope you're doing okay. Try to stay hydrated if you are warm. That's important. Deb, yeah, so you hope, yeah, it always feels nice when like a storm breaks, like when you've had a period of really hot weather and you can feel, and it feels quite muggy, and I don't know how to describe it, but there's a feeling in the air where it feels kind of suffocating, the heat, but I don't know how to describe it. Muggy is the only way I know how to describe it. But all it takes is, and that kind of alludes to, you kind of feel like there's going to be a thunderstorm coming, and then as soon as that thunderstorm hits, it clears the air. It just, everything feels a lot fresher. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, I I always do like it when it's really, really warm outside in the height of summer, and then you get that thunderstorm and everything just feels fresher. Yeah. So Calamari, it's 32 degrees where you are. It's already night and it's just rained. Yeah. And yeah, I can imagine that 24 would be cold for you. Yeah. And that's the thing. I think everyone is different. So everyone has a different threshold for their ideal temperature. But also, I just think those temperatures can just feel different based on the environment you're in. You know, so if you're in a really arid place, then I think it's a little easier to deal with the heat, because it's easier to cool down in an arid thing by just, you know, getting a little bit of water, and you can cool down quite fast. But when, what's the opposite of arid? Well, where there's a lot of moisture in the air, then hot temperatures can feel really, it can feel quite bad, and that's how sometimes it feels in the UK. So, you know, not very high temperatures in the UK can feel quite bad, because typically we're not used to it. Yeah, our infrastructure certainly isn't built for it. Yes, I agree, Tempest. Yeah, our houses are basically Stone Age old. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, our house is a Victorian house. I can't remember the exact year it was born, but it's well over 100 years old. Our house. Yeah, I think it's around 120 years old or something. It's an old house. So in the summer we struggle, but there's just in our house it's weird, because we've kind of got a basement that's kind of at street level, because we live on a hill. Our back garden is on a different level to the front part of our house. It's really hard to describe our house. It's an odd house. That's the best way to describe it. But what that means is there's massive temperature differences within our house. So if we ever wanted to cool down, if we were to go down to the basement, it's a completely different temperature than it is in the attic, say. So there's that. That's not too bad for us. So I guess we are a bit lucky that we have rooms in the house that aren't as hot. But I am in the hottest room in the house, which is fine in the winter, but in the summer I do struggle a little bit. And yeah, Tempest, I agree. Yeah, I think if our houses had air conditioning, it would solve a lot of the problems. It would, yeah, it would. It's just not something that our houses typically have. I don't think I've ever been in someone's house in the UK that had air conditioning. Not that I've been in loads of people's houses, but it's certainly not a common thing. I agree. In this country, at least. All the shops have it, but yeah, in the homes, it's not very common. Calamari. So the houses in the Philippines are kind of filled with windows on almost every side. That sounds quite nice. That does sound nice, but it makes it windy even if it's hot. Interesting. Yeah, I would like that. I do like having the sunlight. I know that my dogs would like that because they love basking in sunlight, so having lots of windows for them to just chill out in the sun, I know that my dogs would like that. But yeah, I like having a lot of natural light. Not everyone does. I know there are some people that don't like having lots of natural light in, but yeah, I like that. That does sound nice. And Tempest, yeah, so yeah, in the UK those portable units are probably more common. I think I have maybe seen those. Those are the ones where you just get the unit that's got that hose at the end, and you just throw one end of the hose out the window to pump out the hot air. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. And that might be something for us to look into, to be honest. Because I guess that's better than nothing. But then it's just expensive, isn't it? We'll see. So Deb, your house is surrounded with a tea garden. Wow, that sounds amazing. That does sound amazing to me. I'm a big fan of tea. So yeah, the way you're describing where you live, to me that sounds magical. So you've already said like you can see like foggy mountains in the distance, and you're surrounded with a tea garden. So just loads of tea leaves. That sounds great. That sounds amazing. That does sound amazing to me. It really does. I can't even imagine what it might be like to have like really fresh tea, you know, picked straight from the leaf. I can't imagine what that tastes like. And maybe it's better for it to be dried and things like that. I don't know. But I would imagine the sooner that that it's dried, that you can. I don't know, but I'd be interested because I do like tea, and yeah, being surrounded by a tea garden sounds amazing. It does. And Tempest, yeah, I agree. It would probably have a massive impact on the electricity bill. Yeah, aircon is a big drain on electricity, isn't it? That is very true. So I guess that's one. Yeah. So I guess that's one thing. So I guess the UK not having a lot of air conditioning, that I guess means that in general less electricity gets used, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing in general, isn't it? To use less electricity. Ah, right. I see. So it's quite bitter and it needs to be refined. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah. See, yeah, I don't. I like tea, but I don't know anything about it, particularly not how it's harvested or how it's made. Yeah, but I bet it's still very picturesque. Yeah, I can imagine Tempest. Yeah, even like 1 hour. Yeah, even just running air conditioning for just 1 hour probably costs a significant amount. And yeah, energy costs are going up. I mean, it feels like everything's going up. So yes, although unless I misread it, and I must say, all I'm going on is a headline that I read last week. I didn't actually click on the article or read it, but I read something on BBC that said that energy prices are due to come down in July. So that might be worth keeping an eye on, and if that's the case, that might be the time to lock in on a particular price. Or I could have just imagined that, which is equally possible. Let me just have a look, actually. So I remember reading something about energy prices, and it wasn't bad news, but it wasn't like something that was happening right now. I feel like it was something that they said might be happening in a couple of months' time. And Deb, yeah, tea is a signature drink of India. Yeah. Northern Bengal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like a hot cup of tea in the summer as well. But Tempest, you're the exact opposite. You could never imagine a hot drink in the summer. No, yeah, I'm complete opposite. I drink tea all year round, even in the hottest weather. I remember being told as a child that, you know, if you drink tea, it cools you down on a hot day. I've never really bought that, and that's never made sense to me, and I don't think it actually is true. But it doesn't stop being delicious, and it doesn't stop being refreshing. So it might not cool me down on a hot day, but it's still wonderful. So yeah, I'm firmly on the drinking tea all year round, but I can see why it wouldn't be for everyone. Yeah, so this was something that came out on the BBC 2 days ago. So it was published on the BBC on the 23rd of May, and that the price cap will fall in July by £11. I mean, how much difference that's going to make, I don't know, but the price cap is coming down in July. So if anyone is on an agreement and they were considering getting it fixed, you might want to wait until July. It is due to go down in July. Whether that's going to make a massive amount of difference, who knows, but it's something. It's better than nothing. So Deb, you drink tea as it helps to relax your headache on tiring days. I get that feeling as well. I find tea to be very cathartic. I find it a very social drink. Whenever in my head, it kind of helped me bond with my family. It's one of the first things I can remember doing growing up, feeling like I was able to help. I would go and visit family, and I could always offer a cup of tea, and it would always be warmly received, and it always, I don't know, it's just something that I find very, it's a nice little ritual to just make a cup of tea for someone. No matter what happens, you can put the kettle on, you can talk about things, and it's just, to me, it's just nice. I think everyone has different ways of coping with things, but yeah, for me, I use tea as a coping mechanism. It's quite nice. So Tempest, you think of curry as a winter food more than something that you'd have in the spring or summer. Fair enough. Yeah, I think everyone associates food for different things, because I definitely understand craving different types of food in different types of weather, because in the winter I crave a hearty stew or a corned beef hash, or something really rich and warming. I always like that in the winter, but for me, curries, because there's so much spice in them, and because I guess the idea is because they make you sweat a little bit, they excite your taste buds and things like that. For me, that makes it more of a summer thing. So if I was going to associate when would be a nice time to have a curry, in my mind I'm thinking warm weather, things like that, but we all associate things differently. And Deb, you have something called ginger tea and masala tea. I'm a big fan of. Apologies, I'm not quite sure what Luke has seen. But yeah, masala tea is really nice. It's got that wonderful blend of spices. So masala tea is really nice. It's even nice with a slice of ginger. My wife likes masala tea, and even when just making like a normal cup of tea, my wife likes a slice of ginger in it as well, just to give it that kind of spicy flavour as well. And it's good for your health as well. Yeah, ginger's really good. Ginger is a good root, I would say. It's meant to have quite a lot of health benefits. But yeah, I don't think I've ever had ginger tea, so I don't think I've ever had tea purely made from ginger. But I do add, a slice of ginger to tea sometimes. Because I've had, we've got a mint plant in the garden, and I sometimes have mint tea. That's quite nice in the summer, I find. And calamari, you usually drink turmeric tea. I've never tried that, so I've never tried that. I don't think I've ever had. So the only type of turmeric I've ever had is the powdered variety, for cooking and things like that. But I think turmeric is like am I right in thinking it's like a root, like ginger? But I've never seen fresh turmeric, so I don't know if that is the case. But I'm assuming it's the fresh stuff that you would use to make the tea. That sounds. I've never tried turmeric tea. I'd be interested to know what that's like, actually. Yeah, because I've never tried that. So Deb, it gives a special aroma to the tea, which is good, and masala tea with ginger is great. It is. Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of masala tea. I like masala tea every now and again. I'm a Yorkshire tea drinker for the most part, so I typically just have Yorkshire tea, and I have it as black as possible without having no milk. So I like a tiny drop of milk, just enough just to take the tannins away, because I want to taste the tea as much as possible. But yeah, so just a tiny bit of milk with my Yorkshire tea, and then never any sugar. I can't handle sugar in tea, because all I end up tasting is the sugar if I put any sugar in tea. And calamari, they are a bit active. I mean, we are past 4 p.m. actually, so I think the next time Daruk raises his voice, I think I'll have to take a little bit of a break. They are a little bit active. I've got the window open at the moment, and there's a little bit of a breeze coming in, so I think they're detecting the strange smells that are coming in from the outside as well. I can see Mifa sniffing. And Deb, you've had rose tea as well. Nice. I don't think I've ever had that either. So there's loads of different teas I've never tried. I'm a big fan of tea. Absolutely. And it's rainy where you are, Deb. Yeah, so having tea when it's raining outside, to me that's one of life's pleasures. So yeah, enjoy that enjoy the fact that hopefully you're safe and dry. And yeah, I like to hear the sound of raindrops falling on the roof when I'm safe and inside. I find that quite a cozy sound. I quite like that. And I especially like it when I used to go camping, like hearing the rain hit the canvas of a tent when you're nice and cozy outside in the wilderness. I used to love that. Not allowed to go camping anymore, but I used to like it when I was a kid. And yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah, none of the tents I ever had a transparent roof. One of my tents had a mesh roof at the top, so that would let water in. But it also had like a flap that you would put over the top. That would then make it waterproof. So when the flap was on the top, you'd secure it from the outside, and then no water would get in. But if it was really warm, then you would take the flap off, and then the mesh bit at the top would allow the tent to be nice and airy. I can remember going camping once to a festival as a kid, and if I say kid, I would have been a teenager. And it was a glorious sunny day. Waking up, going off to the festival to see all the music acts, and the weather being really warm. And then halfway through one of the performances of the act, the weather suddenly changed and it started downpouring with rain. And I remember having to sprint back to my tent to put the roof back on the tent, because I'd realised I'd left the roof off, because I assumed it was going to be nice all day. I assumed that the weather that the day started with would continue, but you can never rely on that British weather. It can change at the drop of a hat. I'm going to stop it there because I think Daruk is of the opinion that now is the time for his walkies. So I'm going to take Daruk and Mifa for their walkies. I'll be giving them their evening meal, and after that I'll be coming back. So that's probably going to take about half an hour. So I'm going to take a half an hour break. Thank you everyone for joining so far. If you need to go, thank you very much for joining. It's been lovely. But yeah, I will be back in half an hour. Okay, I am back. The pugs have been taken on their walk. They've had their evening meal, and they've now each got their own little dentist stick as their dessert, which they really like. So Mifa's enjoying hers at the bottom on Pooch Cams, and Daruk is just to the right. Don't know if you can see him. He's enjoying it over there. But yeah, they should settle down now. So that should be the last break I need to take, or at least the last large break. So then it's just a case of doing another 61 encounters. So we'll see how we go. So I'm not sure if you're still around, Deb, but you mentioned that you love trekking in the mountains. There's so much to explore. Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That does sound awesome. I've never done anything like that in the mountains before. My experience of camping or trekking in general is pretty minimal. So my experience of camping is just going to like music festivals, really, when I was younger. And my experience of trekking is very minimal. I've done a couple of hikes up. I went up Snowdon once a few years ago. That's a tiny little mountain in Wales. I've done a few other just country walks, but yeah, nothing like proper trekking in the mountains. I can imagine that's completely different. Yeah, the only time I've actually been in proper, because I wouldn't call Snowdon really a mountain. I think it's very small by, world mountain scale. But I have been to the Alps to like go snowboarding and things like that, and going up there, and I was terrible. I'm rubbish at snowboarding. I really am. I can't emphasize that enough. I am awful. But even just going up and being in the mountains, it was a really enjoyable experience. Just being the sensation of being like above the clouds is wild. So yeah, I do like mountains. I'm not very good at snowboarding, but I do like mountains. If you can hear Daruk barking, he's a little upset that he has finished his dentist stick whilst Mifa is still eating hers. So he's a little bit grumpy that he's wolfed his down. don't know if you can tell, but yeah, Daruk is just staring at Mifa, still enjoying her dentist stick. It does take her a long time to eat the same thing. So he's throwing a tantrum. So I think what he's trying to say is that it's not fair because Mifa's still eating hers, so she must have got more. But I disagree. They both had the exact same size dentist stick. So don't believe him. He's trying to guilt trip me, and it's not going to work. As soon as Mifa's finished, he will settle down, I think. Yeah, exactly, calamari. Yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, I've said it won't work on me, and he won't make me feel guilty into giving him something. I mean, it might work. I may end up giving him something, but I'm trying to stay strong because he's had his. It's just he just absolutely wolfs his down, whereas, like I say, Mifa just nibbles on it. And it just means that, yeah, he finishes so much quicker than her. And that never used to be the case. When she was a puppy, she used to inhale food at a very worrying rate. We used to worry about Mifa not chewing her food. But recently, now she's almost 3 years old. She'll be 3 next month. Yeah, in the last year or so, she's slowed right down, and now she eats at a good pace. It's a complete U-turn from her. She used to just inhale food. Now she deals with it properly, I would say. But Daruk looks so upset. I do feel bad. There's something about his face. It just makes me, it's like he's got constant puppy dog eyes. That is exactly right, calamari. Yeah. I think it may be the case that, both of them in their own way. Maybe they're not purebred pugs. They could be half pug, half vacuum cleaner. That could be it. That would explain an awful lot. Because you cannot drop food. My wife made a pizza the other week using some really, really nice sausage as a topping. And as I was eating a slice, a bit of the meat fell on the ground, and before it had even hit the ground, Daruk had wolfed it down. So we never he just completely gobbled it. And then when we made pizza again with the same sausage, a week or so later, Daruk, he could smell the exact same sausage that he'd had recently, and he was very vocal that he wanted that sausage again. But we held firm, and he didn't get the second helping of sausage that time. So I do feel bad for him, because he gets a taste for really tasty human food, but we try to just make it that he just has the healthy dog food. Okay, right, so I think she's finished now, so he should start to settle down. And Shinx has been revived. So, 55 more attempts for the evening. And that's absolutely fine. Catch you later, calamari. I hope you enjoy the snack. Hope it's delicious. I don't blame you after all of the food talk. I've had something to eat myself, so I think it's a good idea. Sorry, let me mute it. I'm not sure what he's barking about there. I've closed the window to avoid as much outside noise as possible, so it doesn't stress out Daruk. I think he must have heard something outside. So apologies if those barks startled anyone. Wolf, yes, still searching. So I'll be doing up to 1,700. So I've still got 53 more attempts. So it definitely could still happen. It's within the realms of possibility. But yeah, the poochers have had their evening walk now. They've had their evening meal. So I'll be able to stream now for the next 2.5 hours just to get through those 53 encounters and see how things go. So there's still hope. There's still hope. Because I would very much like to get a shiny today. We'll have to see. Okay, 52 more attempts now. Oh, Daruk is sniffing Shinx. one more attempt. And Calamari, welcome back. So you had some fresh spring rolls. That sounds delicious. That does sound delicious. And yeah, I would be the same for a kind of midnight snack. I wouldn't want anything too heavy either. So that sounds perfect. That does sound nice. I'm a big fan of spring rolls. They are nice. So we've reached the last 15 counters. I'm really hoping we get it. But if not today, I'm really, really hoping I at least get it tomorrow. So I'm really hoping I get lucky. And Carrot, hey. Yeah, Calamari. Let's hope it's not another Starly. I'm really hoping it. And yeah, Carrot, no, my mic hasn't broken. No, thankfully. Just want to make sure I'm not on mute. Yeah. No, yeah, those messages were just to let people know that that I was going to walk my dogs and that I'd come back from walking the dogs. But yeah, how are you doing, Carrot? Are you all good? And yeah, I think finding 2 shiny Starlies is enough. Yeah, I'm not anticipating finding any more, but I do think it would be funny if I found more. Because yeah, as heartbreaking as it is, I am finding it quite funny that I've found 2 so far. But it's not a shiny Piplup. So that's 48 more attempts. So yeah, Carrot, I'm going to do another 48 encounters up to 1,700, and then that will be the end of this stream. And then I'll be doing a similar stream tomorrow, because tomorrow's a bank holiday for the UK. Yes, I'm pretty sure I will do. I think that's a good idea. You know, doing a short of the shiny Starlies. I just need to download the footage from YouTube. But I like the sound of that as well. But I think I'd rather do that once I've got the shiny starter. So I might do a short of just how, you know, of me catching the shiny starter whenever that appears. And I could do, you know, the build up to that being the 2 Starlies that occurred. Yeah, I like that idea. I think I could make something out of it. I haven't figured out exactly what, but I like the idea of that as well. Because yeah, I am glad that I've encountered those Starlies, because you know, if nothing else, it's given me something to talk about on the run. You know, if those Starlies hadn't turned up, then you know I wouldn't have seen any shinies so far. So I mean, at least I've technically seen 2 shinies so far, and I like that. And yeah, Carrot, yeah, maybe, yeah. So I think I'm gonna wait until I actually get this starter, and then I think I will do some kind of short of the journey of getting it. It would be very nice to get the shiny starter soon, but but that might be asking too much. Again, this is a hunt that could very, very easily, very likely take me months. It's just high odds and a fairly long reset time. So it's just about patience, really, and perseverance. I wasn't sure for a second. I turned away when it came out. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't. And Carrot, do I have a plan for my team? I know what the next Pokemon's going to be. So the next Pokemon I hunt will be in Eterna Forest. After that, I don't have much of a plan. I want to do a Masuda hunt for a Porygon. So I'm going to do a Masuda egg hatching for a Porygon. So that would bring my team up to 3. I like the idea of completing the Pokédex and getting a Pokéradar, so I think I'll look into that. And I like the idea of doing a Pokéradar hunt for something, because I've never ever done that before, and that would interest me, giving that a go if that's possible. So that would bring me up to 4. And then the last 2, I'm not too sure. I'm tempted to try soft resetting for a shiny Palkia. I think it all depends on how long everything takes, because I would like to play Legends ZA when that comes out, and that's quite a few months away, but again, this run is going to take months, so I haven't decided whether to put the run on pause when Legends ZA comes out so I can play that, or whether to take some shortcuts on this run to try and get it finished finished before Legends ZA. I'm still debating, I'm not sure. And Deb, welcome back, welcome back. So you were just teaching maths to your sister. That's awesome. That is awesome. That's really good of you. Calamari, that is good to know. That is good. That is very nice to hear. I like the idea that this might be the most time-consuming part of the run. I'm hoping that's the case. But even so, I've got a feeling I might not mind the rest of the shiny hunts in the run, because at least I'll feel like the run has started. You know, if I'm hunting other things. At the moment, it doesn't feel like my run has started yet, just because I'm right at the very start. So I'm very eager to get this starter. Yeah. So yeah, I hope so. Calamari and Deb. I really hope that after this, the run picks up. But we'll see. There are no guarantees in shiny hunting. And thank you, Deb, for the shiny luck boost all the way up to level 255. That sounds impressive. That sounds like a big boost, and I'm happy to take whatever shiny luck I can take. Thank you. That's not shiny. So yeah, 44 more. And James, you're putting the rain team on the back burner. Is it not going great? It sounded like a really good team. It was Pelipper. I remember Bastica Legion being one, and Ludicolo, and Empoleon, and Goodra. And I think that's fair. If you just want to go with the original team and battle Kieran, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. When playing through the DLC, there's one part when you're in the Blueberry Academy and you're battling everyone, and you're battling Kieran right at the end. There's one little thing that happens after the fight. You know, one little snide remark that Drayton makes that kind of makes my blood boil every single time. Every single time I see it. I think Drayton can be a bit of a wind-up merchant. Not a fan of him. Not a fan of him. Because I end up feeling sorry for Kieran. And Carrot, you think the shiny will be a Piplup? I would be happy with any, but yeah, I think Piplup would be just the one that I would prefer as well. So I think I would hope for a Piplup. We'll just have to see. But yeah, good luck in the battle against Kieran, James. Hope it goes well. Shiny. Okay, 43 more attempts. Ooh, that would be interesting, calamari. One of these resets, Barry might be shiny. That would be unexpected. That would be an unexpected twist. I wonder if you can catch a wild Barry. And Deb, you like a full offense team because you find offense to be the best defense. Yeah, I think yeah, that can work a lot of the time. That can work a lot of the time. And James, you're upset about someone running Focus Sash on Grimstyle. Is that Kieran? I can't remember. I can't remember who's in the fight against Kieran. But that does sound sneaky. That does sound sneaky. Because I guess, I mean, I can't. Yeah, if you are doing that with the Grimsnarl, it typically has Prankster. And it can mean that if it's got Focus Sash, it should be able to be. It might be able to put up both screens pretty safely if it's got a Focus Sash. So yeah, that does sound a bit sneaky. That does sound a bit sneaky. I hope the fight's going well. But yeah, you are quite far with the DLC, because you haven't had the DLC long, I think. So it's impressive that you're already up to the Kieran fight. And yeah, Deb, a few months back, you didn't know what the point of some held items were. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to Pokemon. You know, you can just play it very casually. And then really the game is as complex as you want to make it. Yeah, there's so many different abilities, moves with different effects, Pokemon with different stats, typing, held items can change things. There's so much variety. It's a very deep game that can be enjoyed on a surface level really easily. So I do like that about Pokemon. There's a lot of complexity to it if you want to dig that deep, and it doesn't force, you know, mechanics. It doesn't force you to interact with mechanics that you don't want to interact with generally. I quite like it. And yeah, Wolf, I agree. Yeah, the held items can be really key. I think it's always good to have a well-suited held item for each of your Pokemon. So you, James, you've said that's that. That sounds like you've beaten Kieran. If so, well done. And if you have, then what is your opinion on Drayton's comments to Kieran? Because I think he's such a snarky dude. I didn't like the way that he said ex-champion to him just when he'd been beaten. It felt a bit harsh to me. No need to rub it in, I don't think. And Deb, yes, you once had a Riolu that would not evolve until you later learnt about the happiness, and affection system. Yeah, I think that is a fair criticism, actually, of some of the Pokemon games. Some of the evolution mechanics, I think, should be documented somewhere within the game, or it should be better documented how to actually evolve some Pokemon, because for me, if I'm playing through a brand new Pokemon game with brand new Pokemon, it's difficult for me to figure out how to evolve some Pokemon, and then I have to resort to looking up online, and that's not as fun. I feel like there should be information within the game to allow you to figure out puzzles like that. It shouldn't just require looking online, which, if you had to try and figure out how to evolve a Galarian Yamask, and if you managed to figure that out without looking it up online, then I think you're a genius. And I'd be fascinated to know how anyone would figure that out. And Wolf, like Feebas as well. Just that there's so many ridiculously obtuse ways of evolving Pokemon, which I think you could argue is fine, but I think they should make it more obvious how certain Pokemon evolve, I think, anyway. I don't like looking up things online. I prefer to go through a playthrough myself and figure things out myself, but how certain Pokemon evolve, I've never found anything in the game that would suggest how you're meant to evolve some Pokemon. It just seems a little unfair to me. Deb, so your Scyther never evolved. And Wolf. Yeah, Wolf's right. Yeah, if you want a Scizor, you have to trade it with a metal coat. Yeah, Deb. Yeah, exactly. The new King Gambit evolution as well. I wouldn't have figured that out without looking it up online. Yeah. Yes, I agree, Calamari. Yeah. The Galarian Yamask evolution doesn't feel real. It's so convoluted and specific that it does feel like something that someone like a child would just invent as a rumor. Something so so convoluted that no one would bother to recreate to prove it wrong or something. It's such an odd way to evolve. It really is. And I am fascinated to figure out how people figured that out. I just can't get my head around it. So yeah, Deb, I don't blame you at all for not knowing how certain Pokemon evolve, because yeah, if I didn't look things up online and just play the games, I would be exactly the same as you. Yes, Wolf. Yeah, I always forget about Cleaver, and I often forget Cleaver's name. Yeah, you can only get Scyther to evolve into a Cleaver using the Black Augurite. Yeah, in Arceus. Yeah. Yeah, in my opinion, if you're playing a game and the game is forcing you to have to use outside resources in order to complete the game, I think that's a poor reflection on the game rather than the user, in my opinion. I think the game should educate a player to find the right answer themselves within the game. It shouldn't force you to look up a guide online. But that's just my opinion. I see, Wolf. So the item from Arceus, the Black Augurite, it's not even an item in Scarlet and Violet. I didn't realise that, actually. So yeah, I think that's probably the case for so one of the items I really liked in Arceus, because I think Legends Arceus did a lot of things really, really well. But one of the things I really liked in Arceus was the fact that you could use an item called a link cable to just evolve a Pokemon that would ordinarily need to just be traded. So you could use a link cable item, just like an evolution stone, a link cable item on a Machoke to get a Machamp, on a Haunter to get a Gengar, on a Kadabra to get an Alakazam, and a Graveler to get a Golem. And the image for the link cable, it looked just like one of the old Game Boy link cables, and it just made so much sense. I would love that to be introduced into the main series games, because it just helps people who don't have access to trading, and it just feels like a really good quality of life thing that they could do. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so you have to transfer the Scyther to Arceus and evolve it in order to get the Cleaver. Yeah, and you can just find wild Cleavers in the Blueberry Academy as well, can't you? That was kind of crazy to me. I was surprised that you could just find wild Hisui Pokemon like that. And yeah, exactly. I agree, Wolf. Yeah, I think it just makes it more convenient, and it helps out people who might not have online, or who might not have friends who have the game. It just seems like a nice thing that they could do. So Deb, you don't understand this transfer and trade stuff. It's still a mystery. Yeah, it's the type of thing that I think is a little tricky to describe, and then once you do it, it's not too bad. Yeah, there's a lot of evolutions that the Pokemon that's going to evolve needs to be holding an item as it gets transferred, and then when it appears on the other person's game, it then evolves. There's a lot like that. But then it's all about figuring out what is the right item. And Deb, you're back. You just went to get some dinner. Nice, nice. What are you having for dinner? And wow, so there's heavy rain where you are. Yeah, it's always nice to be inside when the weather's bad like that. So I hope you're nice and cozy inside. And yeah, I can imagine that's the case. Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah, it rarely raining in Arizona. Yeah, it's crazy how how different all the climates are around the world. Not shiny. Okay, so I've got 35 more attempts. And Deb, you think it might hail? Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, you don't get hail much. You don't get hail much in the UK either. You get it maybe a couple of times a year. But yeah, well, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it being rare. Yeah, it's a strange type of weather, hail, and it can be really, really painful if you're caught out in it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of being caught out in hail. I can deal with getting caught out in the rain, or getting caught out in snow or things like that. But hail, hail, I'm not a fan of at all. Yeah. It can. I mean, even if you're outside, hail can be a bit. I don't know what's the word. I don't know if intimidating is the right word, but it can feel. I can feel. It makes me feel a little on edge, especially if I'm like driving in hail, because there's a part of me that's wondering, is it going to cause a little crack in the windscreen or something like that? Yeah, it's never. Yeah, I'm not a fan of hail, I would say. So I'm hoping the weather's not too bad for you, Deb. So, Deb, it's fun to collect those chunks of ice. I can imagine. Yeah. In some parts of the world, the chunks of ice can get quite big, can't they, when they come down in hail? In the UK, it's usually not too bad, but it's still enough to hurt a little bit if you get caught out in it. And yeah, Wolf. Yeah, that probably is the inspiration, because if you get caught out in hail, it can, even small little bits, it can still hurt, when it hits you. Because it's like being hit with tiny chunks of ice that are falling from the sky. I'm not a fan of it at all. And And that's when it's at its smallest, you know. But you know, hailstones can get decently sized sometimes. Thankfully, that's very rare, my understanding. Yeah, ice falling along with the rain. Yeah, that's not too bad. I don't mind it when it's raining and hailing, or if, you know, that's not too bad. When it's pure rain, when it's pure hail, that can get a bit painful for me. I try my best to avoid that. It's not shiny. Oh, that didn't reset it. There we go. And yeah, I agree. Yeah, pure hail isn't that common, thankfully. And Deb, it's time for muddy football. I'm a bit confused. Isn't it quite late where you are? Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, a football pitch or a cricket pitch after intense rain. It would get quite. It would cause quite a lot of mess, I would imagine. You mean for tomorrow? That makes sense. Yeah. There's no way if you're getting heavy rain, there's no way it's going to have dried out by the next day. So yeah. And Deb, that mess are the memory of our life. That's a philosophical way of looking at it. Interesting. Yeah. I'm not a fan of mud in general. I do all I can to avoid mud. So when it rains here, and it rains a lot, I tend to not take my dogs to the I don't want to say the word, because yes, they are sleeping at the moment, but if I say the word P-A-R-K, then they will wake up. But when it's really muddy, I try to I won't take them to the P-A-R-K, just because they will get absolutely covered in mud. So they only go when it's been dry for a couple of days. Yeah, I can't deal with really muddy ground, especially on Mifa, the little one. She's got such small legs that she's so close to the ground. When it's muddy, her entire bottom half is just pitch black. It's filthy. She gets absolutely filthy. And yeah, exactly. You have to be really careful getting them back in the house, because they need basically a hosing down before they can come in. But yeah, my pugs are definitely sleeping. They're both fast asleep. They do look really peaceful when they sleep. Yeah. Mifa has just woken up. And she's gone over to the bed that's just on the floor. But she may end up just climbing into the bed with Daruk. We'll have to see. No, she's settled down there. And Calamari, you only need 8 more resets to reach your daily quota for Mesprit. Well, good luck. Really good luck. I hope you manage to get it in the last 8. Yeah, I've just got 29 more encounters to reach my quota for the evening. But yeah, fingers crossed you can get that Mesprit. There's still a chance. And thank you very much, Calamari. I've got everything crossed that I can get it in the last 29. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. And you never know. Could do. And Deb, I could try a new layout for the video. Yeah, it could. Yeah, I am open to feedback. I am very much definitely an amateur. So, yeah, I've done my best, but this is just my attempt at it. I think I think there's a lot that could be improved. But I definitely like having the pooches on the camera. And I like having the encounter thing. Or I like having some way to track the encounters. But yeah, I am absolutely terrible at editing. I really am. But I'm trying to figure it out. It's definitely, I will say, it's definitely an improvement based on how I started. So I started streaming around the start of the year, around January, and when I look back on what I was doing in January, it's definitely better. It's definitely not good right now, but it's definitely better than it was. So, and I do try to change it up every now and again. So, any ideas or feedback, let me know, and I'll do my best. Because I agree. There's definitely stuff I can do to tweak it better. And I'm definitely interested in your opinion because you've done editing in the past. So yeah, I appreciate any feedback that you've got. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, my whole streaming journey. I'm still right to the start. I'm definitely still learning. There's loads of things I'm still trying to figure out, and there's so much I don't know. So I'm just trying to blag my way through it, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. I figure so long as I'm having fun, that's the main thing. But if there's things I can do that make it better for other people to watch, then it makes sense to do those things as well. What did I go for last time? We'll do Twig this time. Not shiny. Okay, 27 more goes. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's yeah. I've been trying to figure out how best to fit everything in the frame. And I'm not sure. So yeah, if you've got any ideas, let me know. Please let me know, and I'll give it a go. But what I may do, I don't think I'll make any changes until I get the shiny starter, and then once I've got the shiny starter, then I might consider tweaking it, just so that there's consistency through the searching for a shiny starter portion of this hunt. So I think I may tweak things once I've actually got this starter. Because when I was having all of the technical issues earlier this week, so I had really bad lag issues on Wednesday and Thursday, and I had no idea what was causing it, and I was basically considering just stopping streaming altogether, just because the issues were impacting. It was impacting it so bad. I was basically getting like one frame every 45 seconds. It was unplayable. It was really bad, and I didn't want people to have to watch that. So I was considering, what might be causing it. What can I do to change things? And one of the things I was thinking was, well, I may have to remove one of the pooch cameras. So there's only one camera. Maybe because there's two cameras, that's overloading the system or something. But thankfully, I haven't had to do anything like that. It seems to have resolved itself, so it seems like it was just an internet issue that was happening on Wednesday and Thursday, which I'm quite relieved about, because I do quite like having two different cameras, because if I just had one camera, I don't think the dogs would stay in the camera for very long. They're always going to go elsewhere, so I like having at least two cameras just pointing in different directions. And Deb, yes, you were there when I was having those technical issues. Yeah, it was really hard for me to just play the game, so I can only imagine it must have been really hard to watch that bit of the stream. So yeah, I am sorry that was your introduction to me, because that was definitely a low point for me. I was really feeling bad on at the very end of Wednesday's stream and all of Thursday's stream. I was so demoralized. So yeah, even though I haven't found the shiny this weekend, I am in a really good mood, just because the stream has gone off without a hitch, at least. And that's all I can ask for. You can't expect shinies, but it's nice that I haven't had massive technical issues, at least. So that has been a really big relief this weekend. And so I think once I get the starter, I'll let you know. Because that would be nice. Some feedback on layout ideas. That would be very much appreciated. Because I think I might need to create like a little email address for the channel. That's probably a good idea in any event, so I might need to do that anyway. I think that's a good idea. There's lots of things I need to put in place. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. Oh, it's not shiny. Okay, right, we've got 25 more goes at this. Yeah, exactly. It would be wonderful if the shiny were to appear today, Wolf. I mean, there's definitely still a chance. You know, got 25 more goes at this. Anything could happen. I mean, Deb, don't do too much. I don't want you to do too much, because you know, I don't want to put you out or anything like that. Yeah, don't go to too much effort, please, because it's just, yeah, I don't want to put you out or anything like that. Just general ideas, I think I'm more interested in. I don't want you to go to any effort or anything like that, because you know your time is valuable, and I don't want to take up your time or anything like that. But if you've got any feedback or anything like that, that would be good. But yeah, I don't want you to go to too much effort, because I'd feel bad about that. So I don't want to take up your time. If yeah. Okay, well, I mean, if you don't mind, then that's absolutely fine. But yeah, don't. Yeah. But 2 to 3 layouts seems excessive. Definitely, I think if you've got an idea for one, that would be really nice to just let me know. But again, please don't be put out by it or anything like that, or I mean, I will appreciate any advice or any feedback that you've got. So yeah, thank you. That's not shiny. Okay, 24 more. So it's your habit to prepare more than once. So it's good to keep back up there. There you go. That is a good habit to have. That's a very professional habit to have, definitely. And you always have 2 routes prepared minimum. That's interesting. That's good. Yeah, it's good to have a backup. I think I know what you mean. I like that as well. If I'm doing something, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, well, if this doesn't work, what else? What could happen if it doesn't go the way that I think it might? You know, what else can I do, or what other thing can I do? Yeah, exactly, Calamari. Yeah, it is better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I've heard that expression used as overkill is underrated. But yeah, it's the same type of thing, isn't it? It's making sure of something is better than being not prepared. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Calamari. Yeah, it is worth. Yeah, it's nice to think of it in the context of shiny hunting because if you've not got enough, if you've not done the right preparation, if you've not got the right Pokeballs, then yeah, it can end in failure. I think my failed attempt on the Alolan Muck is an example of that. You know, if I'd prepared and studied the moveset, then I wouldn't have been caught out by the memento. So yeah, it is good to be prepared, definitely. And no problem, Deb, no problem at all. And yeah, I really appreciate that. I don't want you to go to too much trouble, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's not shiny. So we got 22 more attempts. It's still possible. It's still possible. I've not given up hope. Ooh, am I Calamari? That's good. Because I think... Let me just have a look at that. So I want to see for myself. Yay, I am at 222. That's great. That is great. Yeah, I started the day at 219, I think. So I've had 3. That's good for me. That is very good for me. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Thank you to anyone that might have subscribed today. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really proud. I'm really proud. It took me a while to get to 100 subscribers, but it feels like the jump from like 100 to 200 has gone a lot faster, and that's really that's a really nice feeling. So, you know, I know it might not always keep up at that pace, but yeah, it's a nice feeling. It really is. And Wolf, exactly correct. That's why I should always have a selection of different Pokeballs. It's always good to be prepared. I agree. And Snapdragon Animations, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining in. And I've been here the whole day. I'm already almost 9 hours into this stream. I'm going to be doing another 22 encounters, hoping to get a shiny. We shall see if I get it. So I should be ending on 1,700 encounters. So that will have been 200 encounters today. So it's been a long day. I would love to cap it off with a shiny. And Levi Cool, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you. I hope you're both doing well. And that's really nice of you to say, Snapdragon Animation. Thank you very much. I like being referred to as silly and awesome. Those are... I wear those badges with pride. Thank you very much. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. And Levi Cool, I hope you're doing well as well. It's nice to have you both join. We are towards the end of the stream here. So as I say, there's just 21 more encounters left. So there's still a chance. There's still a chance. We'll just have to see. And I've just seen I'm up to 223 subscribers, so thank you, Snapdragon. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. That is the aim of the channel. I hope the channel has a very chill vibe. That's what I'm going for. All the music is nice, lo-fi, chill music. For the most part, my dogs are quite chill dogs. Up until mainly Daruk sees something outside, then he becomes a little less chill. So yeah, I apologize if the chill vibes are ever interrupted by a few barks. I do apologize for that. But yeah, that's the vibe I'm going for. And yeah, 1,000, 100, yes. I think aiming for 250 is a good milestone for me to aim for. I think anything beyond that is a little far off. But we shall see. Every step you take is, you know, a step further along the journey. So, you know, you don't know how long the journey's going to take. It's just all about just going forward. And I agree, Wolf, yeah, not quite there, almost there. So close, so close. Oh, it's not shiny. Okay, we've got 20 more goes at this. And Daruk has just climbed down from the bed in the chair, and Daruk has been replaced by Mifa, who's stolen his spot. And hi, Deb. Welcome back. Welcome back. And that's really nice. That's really nice of you to say. And yeah, thank you for saying that, Calamari. I like the combination. This is it. I've just, well, I like doing this because I find it fun, but I know from my own perspective, I'm a sucker for pugs. You know, I look at them and my heart just melts. So I know that I would like to watch my pugs all the time because I like watching my pugs all the time. I like this kind of music while I'm shiny hunting, and I quite like shiny hunting. So yeah, this is the type of thing that I would like to watch. So that's why I do it. So yeah, and that's really kind of yeah, I'm kind of glad I don't have a face cam, because I probably am going a bit red now. I'm not used to all this praise. That's really nice of you all to say. But you don't have to keep saying nice things. Yeah, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And I love the pooches as well, Wolf. Exactly. The pooches are the star of the show. They really are. Yeah, I mean, playing the Pokemon is the easy part. I think you know, these pooches have been chilling all this time, and they're the real stars of this stream, I feel. Not a shiny Turtwig. And Deb, so you mean you've already done? That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah. So what I'll do is, I think I need to create a little. I need to create a little email address just for the channel anyway. So I'll get on that, and then I'll reach out to you. So I will be streaming tomorrow. So tomorrow is a bank holiday in the UK, so I'll be doing another similarly long stream tomorrow. So if you're around, if you're not around, I'll be streaming midweek as well, between, probably up to Thursday, but my midweek streams are much shorter. They're only about a couple of hours long in the evenings. But then after Thursday, I'll probably be taking a fairly long break from streaming because I've got family visiting. But yeah, I will. I'll get that email set up and I'll contact you, Deb. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Because I think any feedback I can get on how I can improve the look is definitely appreciated. I've tried my best, but I'm a rookie. I'm learning through making mistakes, which is fine, but whatever constructive feedback I can get, I will gladly take on board. And that's really nice of you to say, Calamari. Thank you. I'm glad my voice isn't too distracting from the chill music as well. And that's a really nice way of looking at it, Snapdragon. I'm just reading that now. No, I completely agree. I really like everyone that's taken part and joined and chatted on the stream. I've been really lucky that everyone that stopped by the stream has been just about the most lovely and interesting and really nice people to talk to, and really chill as well. It feels really nice. So yes, I definitely appreciate everyone. It's really, really nice. It's really nice to have this kind of chat. So I definitely appreciate that. Absolutely. And that's a nice way of looking at it as well, Kelmar. Yeah, not to look at the subscriber count, but just get an impression of the general vibe, and that's nice. And I think thumbnails are really important, aren't they? Again, I think it's something that if you scroll down and look at my live streams in the past, my thumbnails were a lot worse, and I think I've got a little bit better, but they're still probably not what they need to be. So again, I appreciate, honestly, any feedback that you've got. I will take it on board 100%. And yeah, absolutely, Snapdragon. Yeah, quality over quantity. Yeah, I completely agree. Although I will say, like I say, I have put out a lot of videos, like live streams, right at the start, and it may not have been the highest quality, but it has helped me learn and figure out things. So sometimes I think there might be a place for just putting things out there that might not be 100%, because I really do think you can learn from just making mistakes. I think people should not be afraid of just making mistakes. I think it is important just to give things a go, even if you make a hash of it. People will be, people can be supportive and explain what might be wrong and how you can improve, and then you can learn from that, and that's how people grow. So yeah, I definitely want to ensure quality, but I also want to make sure I'm not afraid of just making mistakes, because I want to learn from things. And Deb, I think I'm not in a rush to grow. You know, I'm happy. I'm just enjoying myself doing this. Like I say, it's the runs that I've done. So the little playthroughs that I've done recently, they've been more memorable and more enjoyable than, you know, any other playthroughs that I've had on Pokemon that, you know, that I can remember for a very long time. And a large part of that is because I've been able to, you know, share them with, you know, people like yourself. And it's a nice feeling to be able to just, you know, play along with other people who have similar interests, and who might be doing similar things at the same time. It's just a really nice experience. So I'm really enjoying this. So, you know, whether I grow or how fast I grow, that's the secondary thing, really. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. And yeah, well, yeah, I think that's the thing. I think thumbnails really are important. Yeah, it's all about. I would imagine it's all about communicating to people what is unique about your content. So I will say that all of my thumbnails, none of my thumbnails have my pooches, and I think my pooches are, you know, pretty important. So yeah, I haven't figured out a way of getting pooches in the thumbnail. I'm not even sure whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but yeah, this is the thing. I'm not great at. Yeah, I'm definitely not great at. I'm obviously not great at editing and things like that. That's certainly not where my talents lie, but I'm willing to figure things out. I am really, really sorry to hear that, Snapdragon. That sounds awful. Yeah, I don't know why some people are like that. Yeah, it's never nice to call anyone names. What I will say is the people that are doing that are probably really insecure about themselves for some reason. If you're the type of person who wants to criticize another person and, you know, bully them, there's typically something going wrong with them. That's not to excuse it. That's never to excuse it. But just know that there's clearly something wrong with people that want to just be mean and criticize other people. I really hope things get better for you, and I'm glad that Pokemon helped you get through that, because that's the thing, you will get through that. Absolutely will. You just gotta keep going. But I'm sorry to hear that. There's nothing wrong about being passionate about something. There's never anything wrong with that. Yeah, Wolf, exactly. Yeah, the people that have that negative attitude, it's because there's something not going right in their life, so they throw it on other people. Never excuses it, and people shouldn't do that. Exactly. And you're right. Yeah, exactly. No, I like how I really like how everyone's being supportive. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm really glad you've stopped by, Snapdragon. Yeah, we all think you're amazing. Never forget that. And don't let people who are negative bring you down. And Deb is right. You can absolutely always come here and chill. This will always be a chill place. This will always be a respectful place. So yeah. And I get the feeling that a lot of Pokemon communities are like that. I've seen quite a few Pokemon streamers, and a lot of them seem to have this nice, chill vibe. I just get the impression that Pokemon just attracts good people. That's my take on it. I think the Pokemon community in general is just a really nice one, and that just makes it so welcoming to be part of it. So yeah. It's not shiny, but Snapdragon, it is Stardew Valley music. Yeah, you're right. I'm a big fan of Stardew Valley. Yeah, it's up there with one of my favourite games. It blows my mind that the game is basically just made by one person. And not only that, but the music is composed by that same guy, that he's composed all of the music. It's such a Herculean concept to me that one person can do all of that. But yeah, I'm a very, very big fan of Stardew Valley. My wife and I went to a Stardew Valley concert last year, I'm pretty sure, and it was magical. So yeah, the music of Stardew Valley is something that I hold very close to my heart. It's really good. And yeah, I agree, Wolf. Yeah, I think Pokemon does a really good job of just attracting the right kind of people, and it does. It's just such a really nice community, that a lot of the people are really friendly, so it's easy to get to know people, and just because there's that shared love of a franchise with so much history and so many different ways to play it, and it's just a really nice community to be part of, I think. It's there's that familiarity, I feel. Whenever I watch someone stream Pokemon, I always just feel at home almost, even if it's the first time I'm watching this particular streamer or something. I always kind of feel at home there, just because it's just a nice community in general, I think. And that's very nice of you to say, Snapdragon. I hope you do stick around. And Deb, yeah, I could imagine that being the case. That yeah, at a certain point, some people might say Pokemon's for kids, but then, I mean, I think it's for everyone. Like I say, I'm still enjoying it, and I am an old man. So you know, back in my day, you know, I remember Pokemon first coming out, and when Pokemon first came out, I would have been about 17 maybe, 17 years old. So none of my friends were interested in Pokemon when it first came out because it was seen as a kid's game and no one was interested, but I was immediately hooked by it, and I've been hooked ever since. There have been periods in time where I've not played the games, but I've always, in the back of my mind, I've always still had that interest in Pokemon. So I may not have played Black and White or X and Y or Sun and Moon, but then when I came back into it, you know, all of the love for Pokemon kind of just comes flooding back. Yeah. And Snapdragon, who do I go after in Stardew Valley? So typically when I play Stardew Valley, I play Stardew Valley with my wife and we play co-op. So I go after my wife usually when I play Stardew Valley. It's a really fun game to play co-op, but I do like all of the characters in Stardew Valley. It's such a rich game. Yeah, it's so amazing. And yeah, Wolf 10 and up, maybe even 4. Yeah, exactly. It's the game. I feel that Pokemon's for everyone. I really, really do. And Wolf, I was a teen back then. Yeah, I am technically, I'm an 80s kid certainly, but I grew up in the 90s, so I was born in the 80s, but I don't really remember the 80s. But yeah, I grew up in the 90s. Yeah, and Tempest. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, when it first came out, all my friends assumed it was for kids. But like I say, when it first came out, I enjoyed it, and I wasn't a kid. I was practically an adult when it came out, and it still hooked me, the first generation. But it didn't get any of my friends. None of my friends were interested in it because it was just marketed as a kids game. But yeah, I was into it straight away. I've never been bothered about things like that. You know, whatever I like, I like. And that is nice. Yeah, it's nice to have, commonality and things that we have in common. Because I do, even though we're all across the world, and I get the impression that there's people from all across the world in this chat. It's nice to have that common interests and common experiences and things like that, because at the end of the day, there's more that links us together than divides us, and it's important to remember that, I think. And that's a really poetic way of looking at it, Deb. Yeah, I like that. Sometimes things get connected to our soul and become a memory or a path of our life. Yeah, that's really poetic. And that's nice. That's nice, Wolf. Yeah, I think it's always important to stay connected and to love your siblings. I will say when I was growing up with my brother, I didn't always get along with my brother. It wasn't until I moved out of the house that I actually got on with my brother a lot better. And I think sometimes absence can reframe things. When you're living in the same roof, sometimes siblings, it can be a bit tricky. It's important. It's important that family really always comes first, I think. And Deb, you were born in 2006. Wow, yeah. I'm definitely the old one. I can't imagine there's many people who are into Pokemon who are as old as me. Might be wrong, but I don't think there's many. And Snapdragon, you and your brother play Stardew co-op all the time. It's really fun, isn't it? It's one of the best co-op games, I think. I really do. It's so nice to work towards something in that game, because you're both, or you can even have more than two, I suppose, but I've only ever played it with one other person. But all working towards that same goal, all farming and collecting, and coordinating who goes where and who speaks to what person, and it's really fun. I'm a very big fan of Stardew co-op. Okay, I've not been keeping track, so there's 12 more goes I've got for the evening. There's still a chance for a shiny. We'll have to see. Could it be Turtwig? You can only play 2-player with split screen for Stardew Valley. I see. I didn't realise that. Yeah, I mean that's enough for the most part, isn't it? I think it's really good. I'm a big fan of split screen. Not many games seem to do split screen anymore. That used to be the standard for multiplayer back in my day, Stardew feels like a throwback to the yesteryear of split screen multiplayer, couch co-op, those types of things. That's what I grew up with. That's what I like. So Stardew Valley hits a lot of the right nostalgia notes for me. And I can imagine it is probably similar to Minecraft. I imagine Minecraft is even more creative and collaborative. I've never played Minecraft, but I've seen my nephew play it, and it does look really interesting. And Calamara, you've already reached your quota, but you're doing some extras just until I get to 1,700. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I hope those extra ones are what gets you the shiny Mesprit. I've got my fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed for us both. It could still happen. And Snapdragon, so the online multiplayer for Stardew has 4. That makes sense. I thought I'd seen more than 2 people play it, but it makes sense that it's just 2-player couch co-op split screen. I do need to play Stardew at some point. I haven't played Stardew since the most recent update, and I'd heard that it was quite an extensive update. So I don't want any spoilers, but I do want to play that at some point, because there will be content that I haven't seen yet in Stardew, and it's been about a year almost. And no, you don't have to do that, Snapdragon. Don't worry. you know, just the fact that you've subscribed once, that's more than enough. Don't worry. Yeah, there's no need to subscribe on multiple. You know, just one. Yeah, just one subscription is more than enough. One subscription is more than enough. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. Urchins with hats on the top. Yeah. Is that yeah, I think I've seen something like that where you put a sea urchin in a fish tank and you can pop a hat on it, which is an interesting idea. Yeah, it's such a quirky game, Stardew Valley. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Okay, we've got 10 more goes. Oh, and IDEB. So Stardew Valley is a farming / life simulator, I would say. Mainly farming, but it also has a little dungeon crawling element. You know, you can go into mines and you can battle monsters as you go deeper into the mine to get more resources. Yeah, it's mainly just a farm type game, like Snapdragon says, but it's made with a lot of character, and there's a lot of depth to it. It's a really impressive game, I think. And it's got amazing music as well. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think. I think of all the games I've ever played, Stardew Valley has the best music. You know, the music is so varied from season to season, from area to area, and all of it's memorable. It's probably the only soundtrack where you could play any bit of music and I'd know exactly where it's from in the game. There are other pieces of music in certain games that maybe I like more, but the Stardew Valley soundtrack is probably the most consistent and the most distinct of everything. That, in my opinion, I adore the music in this game, which is why I was so excited to go to the concert last year. It was really good. So, Wolf, your sister likes it, but she plays Animal Crossing New Horizons most. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that game as well. Yeah. And yeah, don't blame her. Yeah, Animal Crossing, yeah, don't blame her for playing it every day, because Animal Crossing is one of those games that rewards you for playing it just a little bit each day. It's really good. And Calamari, yeah, exactly. It's got that. Yeah, I think that is worth pointing out. You do need to be able to appreciate the 2D pixel art, because I can imagine not everyone would appreciate that. But yeah, that is the art style of Stardew Valley. And Snapdragon, yesterday you got all the way to floor 100 in the Skull Cavern. That's impressive. Can I ask, were you using ladders? Because I've done that before, but I've only ever managed it by going down there with like a rucksack full of ladders. I've never been able to actually fight my way all the way down. It's I think it's impossible personally. It's really difficult, but even with ladders it's a stressful journey, so well done, really well done. And play Undertale. I've heard good things about Undertale, but I've never played it, but I have heard good things about it. So yeah, Deb, you can compare it to Minecraft. Yeah, I think it is quite comparable to Minecraft. I would agree. And Animal Crossing, Wolf, yeah. It's quite addictive. You know, it makes you want to play every day, so you can catch all the animals, catch all the bugs, Talk to all the villagers. It's such a good game. I'm definitely looking forward to the sequel to Animal Crossing. Whenever that comes out, that will be good. And yeah, I'm the same. I do struggle with the decorating. That isn't my forte either. But I like to make my houses in Animal Crossing functional. And Snapdragon, you only used 4 stacks? That's impressive. I tend to use so many. Or do you mean 4 stacks of 10? I can't remember what the... No, you can't mean... Yeah, so yeah, you mean... Do you mean 4 ladders or do you mean 4 stacks? Because is a stack of ladders 99? I can't remember. Because you can't get through that many, surely. Because you would have gone really far down if you used 4 stacks. It's been a while since I've played Stardew Valley because I can't remember exactly how many are in a stack. Is it 99? And Wolf. You love every new island that she decorates because she makes a new theme each time. That is impressive. I do struggle with ideas for things like that. Yes, I tend to keep my islands fairly functional. I do see, you do see people who make really amazing islands, and it's just so impressive. Really impressive, some of them. Oh, so 999 is in a stack. So I don't know how you could have used 4 stacks. That's really impressive. That's really impressive. But yeah, it's the mines are the Skull Cavern is really good. It's you get all really good loot from there. I always enjoy it. It's always stressful, those dragons, and like you say, the Pepperexes as well. They're a bit scary. I play on the Switch, and the problem that I find is when I do go into the Skull Caverns, it can get a little bit laggy, and sometimes the game crashes if there's too many Pepperexes on screen at one time. The Switch really goes slow, which again I'm hoping gets corrected with the Switch 2. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm a very, very big fan of Stardew. Oh, it's not a shiny Chimchar. Right, we've got 7 more attempts. And Snapdragon, you have a whole coop full of dinos. Nice. Yeah, it is good getting those dinosaur eggs and having the little baby dinosaurs running around. It is quite cute. Yeah, this is making me want to play Stardew. I'm not going to have enough time to play it anytime soon though, but it is a very good game. So I make do by just listening to the music, and it kind of reminds me of when I used to play it. It is a wonderful game. And Snapdragon, yeah, it would be nice to stream it. There's only so much free time I've got, and there's an awful lot of games I want to play. And this is the thing. I'm really enjoying Pokemon, and even when I finish this, there's going to be Legend ZA coming out for Pokemon that I want to play, and even when that's done, I kind of want to replay Let's Go Pikachu and actually make an effort to catch all of the starter Pokemon as I go through my journey. There's a part of me that wants to do, I kind of want to make it shiny only run where I just catch Pokemon that Ash caught during the first season of the anime. So I kind of want to do that. I also want to do a shiny only run in Sword. I've never ever done that before. And there's all these performance patches that are coming out for the Switch 2 on Scarlet and Violet, including more Pokemon spawning on screen at once, which makes me kind of want to replay Scarlet and Violet in a shiny only run. There's a lot on my to-do list, so I'm not ruling it out, but I probably am ruling it out for the time being. But I really do like Stardew. It does hold a special place in my heart, so I think eventually I will. It's just it might take me a while. It might take me a while, unfortunately. So Snapdragon, you did a shiny Nuzlocke in Shield. That's incredible. Wow. That would be. I can't imagine how difficult that would be. A shiny Nuzlocke would be really difficult. Yeah, that's really impressive. And Calamari, yeah, it would be good to get a herd of shiny Tauros. I would I would appreciate that. I think it'd be interesting. I don't think I could ever catch as many as Ash, but it might be worth catching more than one. I could see that being quite fun. At least 30 wolf. That would be that. Maybe that's too much for me. We'll have to see. But again, that's something I'd really like to do. Just because the first season of the anime has a special place in my heart, and the Let's Go games touch so much nostalgia about that first season of the anime. So yeah, that I would quite like. No, I don't think any of them were actually shiny, but I just want to make my playthrough shiny only, just to make it a bit more meaningful for me. And that's just the thing. I think making a playthrough where I'm just catching shinies, it just makes every member of my team feel that much more special, where I've had to go out of my way and spend a lot of time to catch them. I don't know, I kind of feel like it's going to make it a little bit more meaningful for me. That's my aim. So I'm not saying I'm going to catch every single Pokemon that Ash caught, but I think the ones that I do catch will be ones that Ash caught. So that's going to get me out of the loophole of the 100 Tauros. So I think I'll probably try and catch more than one, because I do think that's funny. 30 might be going too far. We'll see. But I guess, once you're on a roll, once you're on that catch combo, if it's a shiny Tauros that appears, then I could just keep going and not lose the combo and just see how many others turn up. So who knows? And Snapdragon, yeah, I could imagine that's what I mean. A shiny Nuzlocke sounds so incredibly difficult, and I can imagine it'd be really sad working so hard to find a shiny, and then I would just live in a constant state of fear that they might get knocked out, because then they die. And Calamari, you've finished a shiny badge quest in Shield. Nice. That's really good. I've never done a badge quest. There's so much. So this is it. There's so much I haven't done. I am very much a beginner at this. So yeah, that would be good. I would like to do something like that, because I do like Sword and Shield. So yeah, that's definitely on my to-do list. It's just, well, I've got to find the time. I've got to get through these runs. So I'm hoping the Pokegods bless me with a shiny starter. I'm sure they will eventually. It's just about when that will happen. We've got 6 more goes this evening. Okay, so Wolf. A few weeks or a month ago, you discovered that Tauros was one of the rarest Pokemon to attract in Pokemon Quest. And in your playthrough of Pokemon Quest, you found a shiny Tauros. That's really good. That's really good. It's always good to get a rare shiny, isn't it? And Snapdragon, that's really nice. That's really... yeah, please swing by whenever you want. Yeah, it's always nice to have you here. You don't have to catch every single stream, obviously. You know, any stream you want to join, it's always a pleasure to have you, but don't feel like you have to catch every stream. You won't miss anything, because what I would say is, if I were to find the shiny in any stream, I'll make sure to rename the stream to make it really clear to everyone that this is the stream that I actually caught the shiny. So yeah, if I ever do find, well, I will, when I find the shiny, I'll make sure to rename the stream so you'll be able to find it, just in case you miss anything. And Deb, so you edited a rough layout, and you thought it was bad. I'm sure it was. Like I say, you know, don't feel it doesn't have to be. You know, nothing ever has to be perfect or anything like that. Just any thoughts or anything like that. Yeah, let me know. Tempest. Too bad we never got China's updated version of Quest. And Calamari, China put a lot of love into the game. I wasn't aware that there was a different version, but I've never actually played Pokemon Quest. I've seen it, and I think it's quite an interesting art style. But I'll have to duck out of this one because I've never played it. But yeah, I know Wolf, you completed it and you beat. I remember you beating Mewtwo. With your team. I think it was it Rhydon, Hypno, and Machamp, something like that. I remember your team being quite good. And yep, Deb, 5 more encounters. Here we go with attempt 5. I can't remember what I went for last time. I'm losing track. So we'll go with Piplup this time. That's not shiny. So we got 4 more attempts. Right, so it sounds like China got an updated and better version of Quest, but there might be rumours that China are closing it down. So yeah, I guess that's good. So it may not have been the full version that China had, but if China are discontinuing it, then at least there's some version that is still accessible to people. So that's good, I suppose, looking on the bright side. So Snapdragon, your final team was a shiny Gigantamax Pikachu, a shiny Gengar, a shiny, oh that's, wow, shiny Lucario, shiny Dragonite, shiny Umbreon, and a shiny Salamence. That's a good team. A lot of good shinies. I'm particularly a fan of the shiny Umbreon. I think that is a great shiny. And Deb, you played a Pokemon game called Pokemon Samurai, which was based on the Japanese anime version. Interesting. I bet that's cool. But it was just a beta. Yeah, maybe it's something that may eventually get worked on. That sounds, yeah, I always like things that are based on anime and things like that. That's the type of thing I would be interested in. But I don't think, I've never really played a ROM hack. Like I said, I think those things are, I think I prefer to watch streamers play things like that. And I agree, Snapdragon. I'm hoping to the Pokegods that I do get this shiny in the next 4. We shall see. But it's not going to be the Turtwig this time. Right, so 3 more encounters. So with 3 more, I am going to try my best to just do a, you know, Piplup, Turtwig, and Chimchar. So 1 final attempt for each of the starters. And Tempest, so it sounds like China's version might already be shut down. Yeah, so I think in that case it probably is a good idea that, or is a good thing that the rest of the world didn't get that version, because at least there is still a playable version. Because it is always sad when a game gets taken, when an online game gets taken down and you can no longer play it. There's a couple of games like that I've played in the past where I put lots of hours in, I really enjoyed it, and then the servers went down and I can no longer play them anymore. It is a shame when that happens. Yeah, you know, some video games end up being an important part of our life, you know, an important part of the way that, you know, you build friendships, and can be there through some important times in your life. So to not have access to that game ever again because the server shut down, that doesn't sit very well with me. I like games to at least continue, even in a stripped down version in some way, but oh well. And Snapdragon, you have a Shadow Lugia plush. Nice. And you have a Gigantamax Snorlax that you can lay on. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I wish I had something like that. That sounds amazing. Getting to hang out on a Gigantamax Snorlax sounds awesome. Right, so we'll do... What did I do last time? I can't remember. I'll do Chimchar. So this is the last chance to get a shiny Chimchar this stream. So... Is it Chimpy Poo? It's not. It's not. Okay, so it's either going to be Piplup or Turtwig, or obviously, more likely, nothing. Let us see. And that's nice, Deb. Yeah, it's nice to go for the games that perhaps haven't been played and haven't had a chance to shine yet. So that's a nice way of doing things. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's a nice thing, Wolf, to go for the underappreciated, the underdogs and things like that. I tend to root for the underdogs as well in anything. And Snapdragon, yeah, exactly. I mean, this is making me want to play BDSP, because I just don't feel like I've even started yet. I can't wait. I just can't wait to actually play and get the run started. So it's gonna be good once I finally start this. And yeah, I don't know why there's BDSP hatred. I think there's things that BDSP could have done better, but I don't think that makes it necessarily a bad game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it. And Snapdragon, that's great. You know, we're all different. We should all respect each other. Absolutely, absolutely. And Wolf, you've got Brilliant Diamond? Yeah. Yeah, I like them both. I like them both, but I haven't played them since they first came out, so I'm looking forward to getting back into these games. Right. So I've done Chimchar. It's either going to be Piplup or Turtwig, so we'll go Piplup, I think. Yep. And that's fair. Tempest, yeah, if it's not your style, then that's fair enough. It's fair enough, really. Don't think any Pokemon game is going to be universally liked or is going to be for everyone. And it's not a shiny Piplup. Okay, right. Last attempt. Is it a Turtwig or is it not? Who knows? And that's the thing. I think there's a lot of things that are tricky to convey online, and even more tricky to convey in a really small YouTube chat. You know, there's lots of things that are quite nuanced and need to be taken into consideration with other factors and things like that. And yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Sorry if I've done that. Apologies for that. Apologies for that, Snapdragon. I will do better in the future. Yeah, the art style. Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle with the art style in this game. I mean, yeah. I can take that. I can appreciate that perspective. So, right, this is going to be the last encounter. Let's see if this is going to be a shiny Turtwig. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that, Snapdragon. But like I say, I think it's, it is. It's like spite, and it's never nice when something like that comes from a place, like that. Yeah. So I hope you're doing well, and just try your best not to pay any attention. And yeah, speak to adults about it and things like that. And don't say that, Calamari. Don't say it's going to be 1701. That's going to plague me. No. Right, we're going to go for Turtwig, and we're going to end it on 1700, even if 1701 may be the shiny. We'll be ending it on this one. Let's see whether it is a shiny Turtwig. This would be the best way to end a stream, and it's not. It's not shiny, I'm afraid. It's not shiny. It's not shiny. But I have made it to 1700. That's an achievement. We are 5 minutes. Apologies for that. I'm not sure. I think Daruk has realised that it's pretty much the end of the stream. Apologies for the barking. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just gonna try to calm down my dogs. Hold on. Sorry about that. Yeah. I feel like Daruk is furious about it not being a shiny. So apologies for that. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I should be able to get through about 200 again. I wish I could go through 300, Deb, because it would be really nice to end on 2,000. But the amount of time that would take, that's not possible. We're already almost at 10 hours for this stream. Yeah. Yeah, Daruk, he's quite a loud one. I hope no one has any dogs and can hear this. I'm really sorry. But thank you all for joining. You've made this stream go, fly by for me. It's been really, really nice. Thank you everyone for joining. And I didn't even notice Shinx has been knocked over as well. It's all gone wrong. Shinx has been knocked over. Daruk is furious. We didn't get a shiny, but next time we will do. And yeah, Wolf. Yeah, he has got quite a bark, hasn't he? He's the friendliest dog, though. Honestly, he doesn't sound it, but this is just he's protecting us. He's seen a dog outside, and he's protecting us. But yeah, thank you all for joining. I will see you all tomorrow, and yeah. I'll catch you all later. Have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone. Bye, everyone.